I played Prison Architect. There hasn't been any updates to the game, nor will there be. The game is kind of being left in its current state. They're supposed to be coming out with a sequel. It's been delayed. We have no idea if it's coming or not at all. But it is still a fun game. It's still a good game. I am quickly doing a very fast kind of run through real fast to see any settings I want to have here, because it's been a really long time since I played. Which, of course, since it's been a very long time that I've played, the plan here is that we're going to immediately jump into one of the hardest difficulty settings that the game has with the permanent intake. I love how they still have like the experimental updates and all that. Considering the game hasn't had updates in years, as far as meaningful updates. Okay, so we're going to create a prison. You've heard this game has a lot of similarities and overlap with RimWorld. Aesthetically, yes. That's kind of where it falls off, though. They're definitely aesthetically all that. Yeah, let's see. What they said as well with the last DLC is they no longer develop the game. Full focus on Prison Architect 2. Yeah, and unfortunately, since that point, Prison Architect 2 it was suffered when Paradox did its cuts for layoffs and all that. It's at least delayed. We don't know if it's dead, but it's looking like it might be. All right. So, what we need to do is I am going to leave a lot of these on their normal settings. It's interesting that a lot of these are turned off. So events I want on, the gangs I want on in their legacy mode. The weather I remember being just an annoying thing that doesn't really help anything. Plot type, we don't really care about that. Dynamic reputations. Yeah. So dynamic reputations can gain and lose reputation traits during their thing based at... Sure, we'll put it on low so it's at least functional. Fog of War we won't worry about. Fail conditions, yes, because otherwise the game's easy. Basically, if enough prisoners escape or die in a short period of time, we get a warning, and if any more escape or die after that, we go. We will generate forests. I'm not going to worry about the thing. We're not going to do... The Warden mode's a fun challenge, permadeath Warden mode. Temperatures is annoying for the heat. Staff needs is not really a thing to worry about. I remember all these being turned on by default, the escape plans and everything. Yeah, so they can climb over walls to escape and all that with their sheet ropes and all that. That becomes a whole big thing. Actually, let's leave that off for what we're doing. DLC settings. I believe these will get turned on. I believe these get turned on if you research it anyways. Okay, so mutators is where we're looking at it. So you have... Where are you? Something different. Where are you? There's one of the settings here that it is the endless thing. Yeah, old school intake. That's the one. Old school intake. Once upon a time, a loaded prisoner bus would show up to your prisoner every day, whether you want them or not. Welcome back to the good old days. You'll get busloads of prisoners every single day, whether or not you have the space. So that's what we're looking at. I'm not going to worry about a lot of these other ones. I just don't remember enough about the game. That's the big focus. So we can change the way our prisoners and all that look. Uniform picker. Okay, we're going to just keep it to that. You can change what gender. You can change the coloring, all that. You have wardens and the dogs. So if you look at your wardens, you have like one that doesn't change anything. You have one that gets less dangerous prisoners. You've got another one who gets money every time they find contraband. You've got one that makes it so they can see the tunnels. There's a whole bunch of these different ones. We're not going to be too strategic. What I might do is I might literally choose random. And then there is, there are like the dogs and all that they do have benefits and all that. I'm also going to choose random, so that each time we hire one, we'll get whatever random dog we have. So let's see what we have. So prisoner transfers allows you to set criteria for inmates that must meet in order to be transferred, upgrade to a nicer security sector in your prisons. I'm going to turn that on. It doesn't really matter unless we do stuff with it. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So we have where the prisoners can transfer up and down difficulties. Dynamic reputations are on low, so they can get meaner or whatever. We do have gangs set to legacy, which I actually don't remember. Well, let's leave it on low because, oh yeah, all right, yeah. So legacy. So we will have gang members who will show up free for life. Enabling this option will allow prisoners to physically age as years pass, with them becoming less energetic and weaker compared to their youth. I don't remember that setting. One would assume that means that eventually die of. I'm gonna leave that alone. That's fine. I'm worried about getting too much into other things. Okay, so this is Prison Architect. So as you can see, we've got this open here. You can find these notes where they actually show the notes of them developing the game. I've gotten all of those in the achievements for finding them all before. But when you start the game... Oh my god, please. Oh, I see what's going on here. I didn't... It was expecting me to have QWERTY. Yeah, so you got the whole thing. Dear sir or madam, you should probably know your hire. Congratulations on completing your basic introduction. You are now fully qualified prison architect. Soon you'll be building and running your own prison, starting from nothing but an empty lot. A lot of land and a few stacks of bricks. Before you get started, I thought I might share some important lessons with you. Things you should probably have learned as becoming a qualified prison architect. Every prison needs a warning. He should be one of your first hires. Build him a nice office, and you'll open up a range of advanced facilities via bureaucracy. Individual jail cells are expensive, especially early on when funds are very tight. Save money by starting with a single large holding cell, which can be shared by many prisoners at a time. Get your kitchen and canteen running before your first prisoners show up. Be sure to hire some cooks. Nothing irritates a prisoner more than an empty stomach. Building a prison is an expensive undertaking, and you need to become a master of raising large volumes of money through grants and contracts. You can get access to these grants through the report screen. That's about everything. Good luck. Okay. So delete the message. You can accept your first grant and all that. So we have paused the game for the moment. But we go to reports. So basically the way this works is you start with not a whole lot of money. The way you get most of your money early on is you got all of these grants. So you can sit there and be like, okay, I want to expand my prison. So I'm going to need all the basics for a prison here. So you can get a basic detention center. And that gives me a little influx of money just for accepting the grant. And I believe, can we take 2 at once if I'm not mistaken? So some of these will give you an advance payment, and some of them will not. So I'm going to also grab the prisoner reoffending rate, just in case we get lucky. So yeah, I can only grab 2 grants. So we got our initial money, and that's fine. So we've got all our zoning and all that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to make some brick building. Now, generally speaking, I like to try and have the entrance of these places have kind of a 2-door system. And the reason I want the 2-door system is that way if something happens, one of my doors gets destroyed, I don't run into a situation where literally everyone is just rushing the door. What is the button for rotating these? So X goes that way. There we go, R. So we have a 2-door system where if anything goes there. Well, did chat or anyone see the touchdown? I did not watch personally because I've been streaming the whole day. And the reason why I'm doing all this in advance, by the way, is once I unpause this timer, it will be one of those things that goes and cause problem. I also should move 1 second. I want to move these. So let's go ahead and shift you over here and grab you over here and grab you over here. just because it'll be in the way of showing like what we currently have going on and any fast forwarding. All right, so I've got this little entryway here. Now, you can make an indoor or an outdoor prison. Normally, I prefer doing outdoor style prisons. For this challenge, I want these people to build as fast as possible and shove people indoors as quickly as possible. Because tomorrow in game, in not too long, I'm going to be getting a total of 16 prisoners, whether I'm ready or not. And that's the magic of what makes this particular challenge really hard. Is you do have tons and tons and tons of people show up, and if you're ready for them, great. If you're not ready for them, that's just a shame. Where's my sound? I might have to adjust that volume, so I apologize if it's loud. Yeah, so you got to be building really fast. That was the reason why I was paused while explaining a bunch of that. There is a bunch of functionality you have in here. The prisoners can dig out, they can throw ropes to climb over walls and all sorts of stuff. All right, so you got the first room done. So next I'm going to get another room going here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So I'm going to make it 8 by 8. And then the plan for this room is to be our intake room. Meanwhile, separately to this, let's see. Let's let them build that. I'm gonna need a utility room for my power and all that, and we're gonna also want a room for our warden's office and all that. We can go ahead and choose our rooms and start moving stuff around. I want to make the deliveries go over here and stop putting them over there. And I want to take the garage or the garbage and leave it down there and get rid of that. And then, even though it doesn't matter yet, wherever our exports are, there you are, let's shove that down there. So right now I'm just putting them on the other side of the road because we're going to be building here and I don't want to cut the zone in half and have all sorts of stuff. So a lot of Prison Architect is building your rooms, establishing like, this is my intake, this is my holding cell, this is my bath or showers, this is my staff room, these, like, here's all my different rooms and all that I got to deal with. Each room has their function, but at the same time, you got a bunch of prisoners, they don't want to be there. So if you give them an opportunity, they will make a break for it. So it is a lot of stuff you got to do to manage to keep them from having opportunities to escape. Some prisoners are very dangerous and violent, so you got to worry about them fighting each other. Some prisoners are relatively calm and all that. You'll even run into prisoners that will be targeted by other prisoners. So here's reception. So as you can see, I've got a bunch of requirement for that room to work. It needs to be indoors. That part will actually be fine when I unpause. We need to have a desk, a table, and a chair. So we're going to go ahead and put a table here somewhere. I keep trying to rotate. Yeah, I'll put a table here in the middle. And where's the desk? There's the office desk. And then we just need a chair. Well, those are the same price. Alright, fancy enough. Alright, so that's going to take care of reception. Now, the next thing that we absolutely cannot do without is I do need a holding cell, at least temporarily, so as we get a bunch of prisoners just all pouring in here at one big group, we don't immediately fall over and lose, just by the fact that we get overwhelmed by the number of prisoners. So we got reception here. Let's plan to put 90% off the base game. Oh, for Prison Architect? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. So let's go ahead and make this 10 that way. And 10 this way. So we're going to put, like, our holding cell, our showers, start getting all these requirements, because if I finish all these, I get $10,000. You do get basically grant money for every prisoner held in your prison. And then there's also bonuses, so like, we won't see it yet, but there'll be like, how many days has it been since something's gone wrong? Like, you know, someone died, someone escaped, that kind of thing. And for every number of days that you do that, it gives you a bonus. And so there's a whole big thing around that. But I will want to go down here somewhere and add like a utility room somewhere. Because you have water pumps and you've got power generators. You definitely don't want your prisoners getting access to those rooms. They can do stuff to them. And then also you want them to be where they're accessible for upgrades and all that kind of things. Because it's actually, some of the things they'll let your prisoners do get pretty wild. We do have gangs on, so you can run into a situation where if the gangs start to outnumber your guards, they will start to bully the situation around, where then you have to make decisions where if you start throwing a bunch of gang members in like lockdown kind of things, they'll start rioting, and that becomes a problem because then you don't have enough guards to deal with it. And it can be really dangerous. And then sometimes accidents happen. Sometimes they actually are accidents. Sometimes not so much. There's a few clips of the last time I did this type of a challenge on the channel where we would get like the legendary prisoner who could like one-tap my guards and all that. And there may have been more aggressive tactics in dealing with those prisoners than is necessarily legal. Because having someone off your guards constantly every time they kick off almost every day is a problem. Most of the prisoners are not that bad, though. The vast majority of prisoners, yeah, they'll try to escape. Yeah, they'll, you know, smuggle contraband. But generally speaking, they're pretty tame. Can't you placate the gang by giving their leaders nice cell? There are things you can do that will make the gang relatively happier, and there are things that will make the gang far more angry. It is one of those things that it's worth giving the gangs their own cell block so they have very little interaction with the other prisoners so they can't recruit as easily. That's definitely a thing worth doing. I need you to pick up the pace. Alright, so. Next up, I need that holding cell I mentioned. So holding cell, if we look at this, it needs to be at a minimum of 5x5 room, and it needs to be indoors. So what I'm going to do here, this is going to be a little dodgy. We're going to put that there. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to go doors. I'm going to put a large cell door. I'm going to do that every single time because RimWorld. And that'll be the door into the holding cell. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is probably going to be like our utility room. And the utility room is not going to open up into the prison. It's going to be outdoors. That way the prisoners can't get at... Like, the prisoners will have escaped by the time they can get in there. At least with the holding cell built, when the prisoners show up, we can manage short term. I have to get the canteen built and some of these other things very quickly, because as your prisoners' needs get unmet, they just get angrier and angrier and angrier until people start dying. I feel like I want to make that slightly bigger. That's probably the biggest holding cell I've ever made. But I think I want to lean into going big with a holding cell, because at least the holding cell, you get some amount of flexibility in that you can, like, if you get a big influx of prisoners, you can dump them all in the holding cell while you get the prison cells up and running. This is, oh yeah, they're, been there with a legendary prisoner, aggressively supermax fellow. Had to have armored guard guarding a cell, brought down the mood from the whole prison. No tears were shed when he finally got his. Yeah, no, I've definitely had once or twice where it's like extra deadly, extra tough, extra volatile, and all that, and you're like, armed guard with your shotgun. Stand outside the door, ready to lock and load. Other guards stand slightly closer than the armed guard with the shotgun. Oh no, they kicked off. Lethal force authorized. There's also a couple of clips where, like, that person gets downed when I was in permadeath warden mode, and then going to the down prisoner, just slapping him with a clipboard till they died, because I'm like, this prisoner is going to kill me. Like, there's no managing this prisoner in this, this difficult setting. This one prisoner is, like, a major liability. Alright. So we're getting pretty close to halfway through the first day. Is this like the Dwarf Fortress? You can see their thoughts. I don't believe so. No, you can see like their traits and a whole bunch of things about the prisoners, but you won't see them being like, "Hey, I hate Michael. Michael's gonna go die." There is some neat things where you'll have like informants, and you'll find out that like you'll have snitches in your prison, or former prison guards, or former law enforcement, those kind of things. That once you recognize that you've got that, it's like, this person, they need to put all by themselves, because other prisoners will deliberately target them. Can you tell what changes their moods, like what gets them angry? Yeah. So what'll happen is when we get the prisoners, I'll have a whole bunch of need gauges from like hunger, how clean, like what their hygiene is, like all of those kind of things. And those all contribute to their happiness and all that. And even if you have a prisoner that's like peak happiness, if given the opportunity, they will still make a break for it. Like, they don't want to be here. Oh, right, water's under its own tab now. It didn't used to be. I don't know yet where I'm putting the toilets and all that in there, so we'll figure that out when we get there. You will need a power cable between you. As soon as they get that enclosed, we can build, we can set this to be a holding cell, and then start filling out the rest of the stuff. Now, we do want a kitchen and a canteen. We also need a yard. So that'll be a thing to deal with. And on top of that, we'll also need showers. So that might be what we do, is like plop. I'm not sure where I want to put the showers. Like right now I'm making like the tiniest little microscopic thing going on here. So here's a holding cell, which is just a cell you chuck a whole lot of people in there at once. So you need benches. Yeah, you need benches, toilets, and it needs to be indoors. So we can go here. So let's see. There's some benches. There's a couple of toilets. And even though it doesn't mention it, I'm going to put a couple of beds up here. And the reason I'm doing that is they will eventually get mad about not being sleepy. So even though it's not a requirement, that is something that'll buffer some irritation. So I do need to wire these things up. So I can go ahead and get this big pipe. I've got a couple of toilets here. The other thing we'll want to do is grab the electrical. I'm going to pop that through here. I'll run this that way. That just needs to go in the room a little bit. And that should get our holding cell online. which is going to be very important for our whole place not just going up in flames. As far as the next rooms, can prisoners travel through pipes? They can dig under the toilet and make tunnels. I don't think it necessarily strictly follows pipes, but they can tunnel out. That is a thing they can do. And they'll usually either tunnel out under their bed or under toilets or stuff like that. They do look for places that are more vulnerable for tunneling. Okay, so we still need the kitchen, the canteen, and the yard and all that. So let's plan for you to maybe be the canteen. I normally don't want all these people going this close to the entrance of my place, but we are making do. So I'm not going to bother securing the canteen where I can slam the doors closed on it. I don't think that's really necessary. I'll go bigger than I need to. No. Stop. Cancel that. Okay. And then meanwhile, same for the other side, probably. But that'll be the kitchen. Normally, I wouldn't make the kitchen nearly that big for that size of canteen. Alright, and now the power's on. But it is on its very edge because we got a bunch of stuff built and I don't have the capacitors set up. You can toss down 3 capacitors. They're very expensive, but they improve the volume of power you can provide. Prisoners dig through pipes faster than non-pipes, true Shawshank style. Yeah, I thought there was something like that, that there's certain situations they dig faster than others. Okay, so that'll get our canteen, our kitchen, and our holding cell online. We've also got our basic utilities coming online. We got our reception. So we'll wait till we get that done. We still need showers. That'll be another one. Which, honestly, short term, we're gonna have a stopgap fix for this. We're gonna put a couple of drains here. And same deal, small water pipe. Okay, so basically the holding cell can facilitate most of their needs in a pinch. Is it good? Not really. Is it going to have to do? Yeah. Considering we're already more than halfway through our day, and we don't even have a completely functional holding cell yet. Well, sorry, we do have a functional holding cell. We don't have any of the other things done yet, and if we don't get the canteen online, everyone is going to absolutely mutiny the moment they arrive. With that, I do need to hire 2 guards and 2 cooks. And then we did get the warden, Captain J. Locks. Let's see. Staff has more stamina, and prisoners are less likely to reoffend. As a grand overseer, yeah, so it's just a thing. Yep, so we got a warden who's around reducing reoffending rates, which is pretty good. Because you actually get a penalty if your prisoners reoffend and come back. Like, you still make more money than you lose having them, but it does take a bite back out of your money when it happens. Okay. Yeah, no, the reason you're not going to see much Prison Architect these days is it's not being updated, and the sequel is delayed, if not canceled. It's in that situation where we don't really know its future. Okay. Great game, though. Alright. So, project unrelated to anything we're working on. Let's go over here. How big does an office need to be? Office, office, office. 4x4. So we're going to go up here just a little ways, and I'm going to make room for a 4x4 office. We're going to give it an employees-only door. And that's going to be the Warren's office. Coffee Notes Boy, I hope you, I hope you feel better. Let's see, anything happen to the studio or just regular old hard, capture fire twice? Hard to capture fire twice? Oh, no, it was, you know, with everyone dealing with, like... Right now, a lot of the economics are rough because of investors pulling money out of... You know, out of a lot of tech companies, including gaming, that the company Paradox, you know, they laid people off, and one of the things they did is they pulled people from Prison Architect, which is why it's more like, it's not canceled, but it's kind of, we're not sure, because they didn't, it's not like they went out and said, yeah, we let everyone go from this game. It's like, hey, we had to let some people go, you know, this has been delayed, and they didn't give us, like, a new date for it. Okay, so we've got a pair of ovens. That will forever do that. And then a sink. That makes it a functional kitchen. It certainly can have more stuff in it, but that's a functional kitchen. Then we can get the canteen online. And then we still have the shower and the yard to make. My intention is to go out this way and make a yard. Like, we'll probably make a hallway around here somewhere. I don't know. Well, no, because we probably want to have the rooms here, then the hallway, then the yard. Like, whether it's, like, parole rooms or whatever. Probably not the full-on cell blocks. The big key here is early on we're going to be in a really tough space. Because as I build, if I accidentally make an opening, everyone runs, and we get ourselves in a lot of trouble. So this is the canteen. So I have to do a thing where, like, I build out the other space, and I fill stuff in. So we need a serving table, and bench. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So here's the table. Benches. It's a terrible layout. There is no real winning with what I set up here. I hate it all. It's fine. It's fine. It'll just be mashed up and not to climb over each other. We'll make it nicer later. Right now, functional. Later, better. So we need to run power up here, through there, and you'll need to go up there. And then for water...
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
We can go up here. And then that's where our sink is going. And one last thing before we get is fire sprinkler. We want to put that up there. Because kitchens can catch fire. And it's bad. Alright. Let's see, a video showing how Prison Architect 2 is going to be kind of amazing. 3D multi-level is really neat. Yeah, it's just one of those things that, like I said, we don't even know if it's coming out anymore. It was always one of those ones I'm a little bit skeptical about it. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in the aesthetics, but I'm also a little bit worried with the Prison Architect 2 going to, like, the 3D thing. There's a lot of places where, there could be problems with a bunch of it. So we've got all that set up. We've got this set up. We are going to have our chefs running in and out through the main gate. Eventually, that'll be a problem. And they are starting to get the office built. So we still just need the canteen, the shower, and the yard. You think you have this on Epic? I didn't even know it was on Epic. It'd be fine if it is. It's just one of those things like, wait, this is on Epic? Alright. I'm trying to think of how I want to deal with this. Perimeter fences are very expensive. It's been Epic free game of the week multiple times. Gotcha. That's cool. It's a fun game. It's a good game. It's not one of those things like, oh man, it's so sad they stopped, updating it. It's one of those things you're like, okay, but really, they updated it for a long time. And for the record, like, the developers didn't get, like, fired or whatever. The developers who made the game eventually were just like, we're ready to not be working on this project. We want to really be working on something else. So they actually sold the game off to Paradox to take over, because the alternative was it was literally just gonna go away. Like, they wouldn't update anymore. Yeah, no loss. Like, it's one of those things that if you're someone who wants to make a bunch of different games and you've been stuck making just the same game, like keep expanding and expanding, there's definitely a point where you're like, I just want to not do this anymore. And so they've gone on to make other games in the meantime. None other games are even really similar. Okay, so we got the canteen. Alright, so let's try and get with this part. So I'm going to regret this because it's going to cost me a bunch of money. Let's make it 16 out this way, 16 that way, and cut across. And we'll have them enclose that area. Once that's done, we can tear down this wall. I'll do an outdoor shower over here and a yard. And that'll at least be a minimally functional holding cell-based prison. And then what we'll need to do from there is I will absolutely need to get a cell block going. Meanwhile, we can go up here because I've got this all sorted out. So we can go office, do that. You need a chair, filing cabinet, and desk. And even though it doesn't technically matter, I'm still running a wire up there. Okay, so we're going to try and build an outdoor perimeter fence. That way we can get the yard and the shower built real fast. Because once I get that, I get a kickover of $10,000. And then the plan from there is I'm going to make like a separate building wherever. That'll be a fully enclosed cell block. And then once I have that cell block, we attach it to the existing prison. Once it's all enclosed and all that. And there's going to be kind of a phase to that where it's like, build a cell block, knock down the wall between the cell block and the existing prison, build a cell block, knock down the wall between it. And that's how we're going to try and approach growing the prison. But right now, that does mean I don't have a shower or a yard, so people are going to get real crabby here. Just, like, it'll take them a day or two to really kick off. But we will need to deal with that. Because we are getting 9 minimum security prisoners. Most likely, those won't be a big deal. The medium security are more hit and miss. Some medium security prisoners are nothing burgers, and some of them are where you start having problematic prisoners who are going to cause you some grief. Once we got that room set up, our warden will go into this room, and then there's what's called the bureaucracy tab, where I can go in here and I can start training stuff. And that's basically your tech tree. They can be like, hey, let me get extra grants. Hey, let me go ahead and do rehabilitation programs. Hey, let me go ahead and do this kind of stuff. Like a bunch of different benefits and things. Let me get a hold of guns and armor and tasers and all that. That you'll end up wanting and needing all that to keep things going. Now, when the prisoners show up, you'll have a truck that'll drop off, and you'll drop the prisoners here at the entrance. The guards will go collect them and process them one by one. Now, unless something's changed, I believe you can indefinitely leave the prisoners out front, but eventually they'll start having health problems and you risk having all sorts of things go wrong. I don't think they'll just straight up escape, because the ideas are all shackled and everything. But it is a thing you cannot leave them out forever because stuff will go wrong. But it's okay if they sit out there for a little while. Later on, usually what things I'll do... There's no page. Usually what things I'll do is once we're sitting on a bunch of money, I will make a perimeter fence that goes the whole outside perimeter with the gates that open on both ends. That way, to escape, they have to run all the way to the gate. Because right now, if they tunnel, they just go 1, 2, and then they all get out. And with all of them in the holding cell, it means a lot of prisoners all escape at the same time. Which the way you game over in this game is 2 ways you can have it. Well, 3 ways. 1, if you go completely bankrupt, you game over. The second way you game over is if too many prisoners escape in one day, it'll give you a warning and say, hey, no one else is allowed to escape for 7 days or whatever it is. And then if you have another another escape, you lose the game, just straight up. And that's the same if prisoners escape. If you have too many if too many prisoners die. If too many people, it's not even prisoners, it's staff included. If too many people die in your prison in a short period of time, you get a warning that says, hey, you can't let more than this many people die in the next X number of days, or it's a straight up game over. So it is the thing you need to manage. Oh man, that is a lot of prisoners who are all going to be going into one little tiny holding cell. And I do not have a cell block of any form remotely close to ready. So no shanks. I mean, yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, you have to be careful. Some prisoners will attack and kill each other. Especially if you have people who are, like, protective custody kind of prisoners versus, like, supermax. Yep, and 16 tomorrow. Yep, this is the whole thing about the endless intake. It escalates. Take this as a no pause, no stopping intake challenge. Yeah. So, like, I could pause the game, but we are doing endless intake. So the prisoners will keep coming and coming and coming, and we just gotta make it work. Meanwhile, we can go down here. We need showers. So my plan for the showers is this. Put a drain there. It's inside only. We can go ahead and do stone pavers outside. I shouldn't be worrying about that. But, with that, that'll count. And then doors. We'll make it a bamboo door. So that'll be where our showers go. Just like a little outdoor shower area. Because that's one that'll be easy to set up because I don't have to take the time to, like, build walls and foundations and all that. Nothing like the dignity of an open-air shower. Yep. Well, later on, if we survive long enough, I'll start making prison cells that are nicer, that have, like, their own personal shower, their own personal toilet. Because it is one of the ways that you can manage some of your prisoners, is that if you give them perks where they're not crappy, they go in, they get, like, these really nice prison cells and all that, whereas the troublemakers get really crappy cells, it will cause some of your prisoners to be a little less likely to kick off because, you know, they don't want to lose their, like, really, really nice situation. You should be able to hold way more. Usually these can hold a lot of people. Yeah, they're still putting people in. Ah, that prisoner should be getting solitary confinement because they were found with drugs on them and contraband, and I don't have solitary confinement. What's complaining about? Yeah, the thing is experience. Sometimes you can have it where they'll become a informant for you. All right, so rooms, so that's all enclosed. That's good news. We want to go out here. We're going to make that a yard. Must be behind at least one door. That's an enclosed space. We're good there. Do this. We can go large. Door here. Alright, so with that, I need to get the plans for the next one. So there is a planning tool you can do. There's also quick build, so if you want to make basic cells, you don't want to have to plan it all out. You can just slap these down real fast to figure it out. And then have like a luxury cell. So you've got like some diagrams and all that. Honestly, a shared cell wouldn't be the worst. For what we're dealing with right now, going hard on the shared cells may be the play. I'm going to overkill this, which is going to be a problem. Alright, so we've got a bunch of those going. What's it say it's going to make this? I believe it's going to make those out of concrete. So we will plan to go foundations. Concrete. Do that. Do this. And then for our purposes here, I'm going to go ahead and put the big prison cell doors here. So needless to say, there is a major problem with this. This will not be an enclosed space. So the other thing we're going to end up needing to do is get a perimeter wall for that. So these cells cannot be used until I enclose this area. So that's what we're going to have to be careful of. I also need some solitary confinement. So we can go ahead and do this. Because I'm going to probably use the quick build a little bit early on here. Because that's going to be a thing we run into. So padded cells, I don't need padded, I need solitary confinement. It's interesting that their solitary confinements, they give them toilets. I used to not worry about that. Okay, so you've got all that. How did you get in here? You need to do that.
Thank you, Marina Jimenez, for subscribing for 3 months. SMH, they can hold it in.
And thank you, Marina, for the tier 1 sub. Really do appreciate that. Putting our 10 minutes on the clock means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. We've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Yeah, so my hope here is we're about to get that shower and that yard done. Once we get the shower and the yard done, we should get our kick out of $10,000, which you can immediately turn around from there and use that to get ourselves a grant to hopefully enclose this space as fast as possible. Because again, this, if they try and use these, will not be safe. Did you get all your points? I did. We are solidly locked in and good for all that. So we did get that queued up. So I do want to make sure we keep those grants or those research going. All right, we need to make this one a higher priority. It was control left click. Make it a high priority to open that up. Because once that's open, we'll be able to get a thing.
Marinara Menace for gifting a sub to Dunder_Milflin.
Well, and it looks like that one didn't get caught by the by the bot to be a whole group. So thank you so much. Thank you, Marina, so much for the 10 gift subs to the community. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to S_sense.
So 10 gifty subs, that's 100 minutes. So basically you added 1 hour and 40 minutes onto the clock. So thank you so much. That is very, very generous of you. I really do appreciate it. It just did that thing where it's supposed to do all 10 of those as like one little animation. Sometimes Twitch sends the individual gifty subs first. Sometimes it sends the individual gifty subs last. Yep, so throw in an extra hour and some change. Almost 2 hours between all of it.
Thank you,
onto the clock.
Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Dr. Churros.
Yeah, it's not the bot. It's Twitch's API will often sit there and just not work predictably. Let's get some music.
Thank
going.
you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Chic_Let's.
Let's see here. What do I want to do for our music? This will be fine.
Thank you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Tomahawk.
So we want to go log? Oh yeah, for the record, when I do my subathons, it's not that I sit here and do one stream that I do 30 plus hours or some nonsense.
Thank you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Merrick Defend.
I do the style where I go to my end time, I wrap up, the next stream starts extra early and no days off until the timer goes out, and then the timer does pause anytime I'm not live.
Thank you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Lurcus Ignoramus.
Yeah, no, that was like the whole thing. People have found that doing like the 36-hour streams, 24-hour streams,
for gifting a
like
sub to
they actually negatively hurt your
6.
viewership overall. And then on top of all of that, you know, there's lots of health ramifications to worry about. That's just like, yeah, just don't.
Thank you, Marinara Menace, for gifting a sub to Tatted G0 Blin.
But thanks so much for all the gifty subs. I really do appreciate it. Really, really does help. Adding more time on the clock and all that stuff. What is going on?
Thank you, DigiGuy801, for gifting 10 subscriptions to the
See,
channel.
that wouldn't work right. So this is what's supposed to happen, is like then the 10 crabs pop out and all that. But sometimes Twitch puts them in the wrong order, so the bot doesn't realize it's 10 subs coming as a group. Versus the 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. But thank you so much for DigiGuy for the 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Kicking off a hype train, so thank you so much. Adding another hour and 40 minutes on to the clock, and we just got our grant for $10,000. So now we want to go ahead and we have the administrative cell. So we can go and get that. That'll get going real fast. Because I believe I literally just need to go up here, add a second office. And with the second office, we will get an accountant for it and everything. And all that good stuff. Continue part of the Killa cruise? Well, thank you. Yeah, no, it's been fun. Like Killa is fantastic. Alright, so this door we're gonna lock open. Because I do want the prisoners to be able to freely go back and forth between here. To all this stuff with their self-care and whatnot. So with the 17,000, I'm really... So let's leave that alone.
Thank you, Smithles, for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you, Smithles, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 6 months. That's half a year, so thank you so much for that as well. Adding another 10 minutes onto the clock. Gonna keep that timer bumping up again and again. Yeah, so once we get this accountant here, that'll help.
Thank you, Smithles, for gifting 20 subscriptions to the channel.
What are you all doing? So thank you, Smithles, for the 20 gifty subs to the channel. Giving a gifty subs out to a whole lot of people, adding not quite 3 hours, like 2.5 hours or something like that to the clock. As well as 100 biddies from Deep Gift, so I appreciate that as well. Those things that, like, the bits and all that, because that's like $1 in bits, that does add 3, like, basically anything that isn't a sub does add 3 minutes per dollar, regardless whether it's Ko-Fi, Patreon, bits, whatever. So we've got all that. The only thing is, let me know if people Ko-Fi or Patreon, I'll verify it, but I have to add that time manually myself. You do it for the emotes? Hey, they're good emotes. I'm very proud of my emotes. That's another one. We can go ahead and lock these doors open too. There's no need to slow down the prisoners running in and out in those places. These doors have to stay secured. All right. Yeah, so our workers are doing their best. We've got in not even 12 in-game hours, we're going to get our next wave of 16 prisoners. We currently have enough cells to handle 0 prisoners. So that's good, I guess. I don't know. That sounds not great. It's definitely one of those things right at the beginning of the game. You do have that early struggle, and then it's just slap the prison cells up as fast as you can. So the first time you've seen Twitch notify you of a hype train? Yeah. And we're already at a level 8 hype train, so thanks so much for that support. That's very generous of all of you. We are going to need to get some rooms for parole going on here. That'll probably be like our next section, as I might put like a couple of rooms up here for parole and then expand this out there. You get the idea. But we are going to have to constantly be like rebuilding and moving this. There'll also be a point that I will need to go in here and get more construction workers. Normally, when you're not doing with the endless intake, you can just slow burn the amount of prisoners you bring in. And with that slow burn, you can just slowly build up the amount of prisoners, or sorry, the amount of workers and all that you can just very gradually build. The endless intake, as you can see, I have to very aggressively grow the place. Now, we do want to get parole set up as early as possible because we are going to get an endless stream of inmates. Anyone I can parole and get the heck out of my prison gives me more space to deal with other people. Some of these low minimum security ones will also get released really fast. They'll only be here for a day or two and then they go away. The ones like the Super Max and Max and all those tend to be here for a very long time. That you accept they're a near permanent fixture of your prison.
Yay.
And thank you, Sentient Cookie, for 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that as well, adding 3 minutes onto the clock. And if the clock ever gets off, I do have it set up so like I can check how long I streamed each day, compare that against, where we started in the timer and everything that we did. I usually don't worry about that until we start getting to the point where it's like, oh yeah, the timer's getting low enough. We're on our last stream, maybe. That's when I'll usually verify all the numbers so to make sure, like, if anything didn't get counted, it gets added onto the timer. Which, clearly, with almost 29 hours on the clock, is not a concern today. And thank you, She-Wolf, for dropping 300 biddies on the clock, or 300 biddies. I do appreciate that support, adding another 9 minutes to the timer. Thanks so much for that. Pushing us up to 29 hours and a couple of minutes. Is that right? Like I said, I can verify all that after the fact if it doesn't count all of it. Again, the only time it becomes a problem is when we're down to like the last half hour and stuff doesn't get counted because like Twitch API breaks. That's the only place where things get weird. But as long as we're not down to the last wire, I can always go back and verify things very easily. So the concern here is they are not building fast enough.
More time, more support.
And thank you, Luxray, for adding another 3 minutes to the clock. We'll add 2 more workers. I need to be careful about not getting too many workers. It is a thing that you can absolutely wipe yourself out with too many people laboring in your place. And thank you for... I just saw it's like... the hype chest. It looked like the crack that whip was next to the chest. I'm like, why is Twitch telling me to crack that whip? Then I saw, the lineup and all that.
Thank you, Luxray26, for subscribing for 22 months.
And then, so first, thank you very much for the hype train, level 8 at 41% with 42 gifted subs and 600 base. So thank you so much for how ridiculously generous that was. And thank you, Luxray, for the tier 3 sub for 22 months. I don't know why that just popped up. I assume it came up too, because it is a thing that's like, from when your sub automatically renews, it's a certain amount of time before and after that, it'll let you announce it. So you don't, it's not like you have to be there right when it renews to be able to be like, yay, I subbed. Yeah, so we're working hard. This is getting very concerning because we still have 0 prison cells, and we're getting our next wave of 16 prisoners in 6.5 in-game hours. You thought it was on the 3rd? I have no idea. Okay, so you've at least got that started to be set up. That's good. Because we get that, that'll give me another grant so I can at least get the wall around the outside. So rooms, office, do this. Furniture, office chair, desk, filing cabinet. Okay, so once that office is done, we'll get our next $5,000. I'll be able to take a new grant and get a new cut. They are working on getting solitary confinement built. Reform programs are the key to prisoners successfully reintegrating into society. Some offenders will start successful new lives, while others will fall back into old ones and reoffend. Reformed prisoners will bring on an additional cash reward, but some prisoners will reoffend, could return to your prison. Not only will you incur a fine for the failed rehabilitation, but they may also have picked up additional bad habits whilst on the outside. Alright. I need you to start building this wall. Okay. But we already have what we need for the grant. Literally just got to slap those last things in. We get our $5,000. I get that last segment of wall there. And that hopefully, we will be able to get that online. That should give me enough places for my prisoners from today and yesterday in game, and not even remotely enough for the next day after that. So yay. But we do have one prisoner who was, yeah, we had one prisoner released. That one prisoner did serve out there a little bit of a sentence because they were like a minimum prisoner, you know, probably just like drunk and disorderly and got like a night in prison. But we still have 15 more, and we got 16 more coming in, and the super max and max honestly are going to be a problem. Let's just prepare for that in advance and say, here's a couple. I don't have the money. Never mind. I won't be preparing for anything in advance. I'll just say, let me grab a couple more guards, because right now with 2 guards, a good chance a super max prisoner could kill both my guards, which would be bad. Okay, grand completion. All right, cell block A. So that's giving me a bunch of money. So before I forget, let's close off that last little gap up here. They're working on that staff-wise. 2 more guards. And we are currently working on researching the ability to take on a 3rd grant, because that's, you know, quick addition to your money. All that good stuff. So we need to increase our prison capacity to 15. We currently have 0. So that's probably great. That's certainly not something to be stressed about. Solitary confinement should be about completed just about any time. So there's one person sitting out here waiting for solitary confinement. Yeah, so we look at our prisoner. Here, we can see a bunch of information. So biology, you can see like, okay, so this person got in trouble for counterfeit currency, insider trading, false accounting, and false accounting. And all that. It says, moved around a lot while growing up, became quite adept at making friends quickly, but making enemies even quicker. Dangerous with a blade, don't ask him why he's in jail unless you want to irritate him. Sentenced to 2 years for false advertising, which he's already served 1.1 years. He has no reputation to speak of. He has spent almost all of his time in lockdown in the prison because he just left cuffed up. His mood is normal. His condition is none. Grading-wise, we have a decent punishment rate. Apparently has reform rate. That must be through the other prison. fairly high security rate, very poor health rate, and a low work experience rate. Work and training. Apparently, he did some cleaning at the art prison. And misconduct found with logs. So what I think will happen is once you get like the psychologist and all that, you can see their hunger and stuff like that. And then you'll see like pulsing being like hungry or, you know, hygiene or whatever's bothering them. It will give you information on that once you get to that phase. I am happy they're building that wall out first. If they do finish the wall, I can put a door here, knock that down, they can cut through. But you worry about the middle... Are you worried about the ability of the Midwestern United States to encourage reinvestment in the next generation? Am I what? Are you worried about the middle... or the ability of the Midwestern United States to encourage reinvestment in the next generation? That is a very random thing to ask. And I'm going to avoid going into any of that right now, because that's going to really be, like, jumping headfirst into politics. The thing I will say is I do hope we continue to put money towards things like education and science, and that things are a bit tough right now. So we did get 25,000 grant because we have a low recidivism rate of our prisoners, considering we have released one, and apparently they did not recommit their crime immediately. So, go us and our one released prisoner holding up on there. So we'll need visitation rights. We'll need reformation stuff. So prison rights requires, or visitation rights requires a common room. Prison maintenance will require the janitor and all that. The medical ward will be the whole thing. Reform prison initiative. Achieve 100 reform prisoners after release. That's going to take us forever, even though it gives us a bunch of money right away. Staff well-being. We'll do the staff well-being, because that just requires a staff room, and that should be easy to make happen. So, staff room. What's the staff room require? Staff room needs to be 4x4. Cool. So we're going to go over here, brick. We're going to make it a bit wider, so that should be 6 wide. And then we can go in there and give them their couches and all that. Also, it's a weird thing to bring up, you know, politically involved things to, like, a Twitch streamer or YouTuber. It's kind of not a good or reliable source. That's a question you should be probably asking of a subject matter expert. So you're an economist or sociologist or, you know, whatever. Get into more in that area. This is the second stream in 10 minutes of you been in that went politics route. Bots, maybe? Yeah. Well, it's bots or, so you do sometimes people have genuine question that people ask. You do have bots that will try and do stuff. You do have people who, like, one of the things you'll actually have is, I'm not saying that this is what's going on here. You have people try like bait reactionary things. It's not as big as it used to, but for a good while there, a lot of YouTube content that was performing reasonably well was they would pop into random like Twitch chats or whatever, or just live streams, I should say, not necessarily Twitch. But a bunch of random live streams and like ask them something very political or controversial and then kind of record the result and then make a video of a whole, like a montage of a whole bunch of those things. That's a whole thing. And then like to No Name or Oi's credit, there is a lot of stuff happening in the world right now that, you know, some people are scared about, some people are stressed about, some people are curious about. And so there are people genuinely who are looking to reach out to others that they see as like-minded or whatever you want to go with. And just kind of get a feel for what's other thoughts. That there's definitely something where you have those conversations. But yeah, no, that's a thing that happens. And it's not, so for the record, this channel doesn't have a strict no policies thing. I generally will have it where we won't discuss what I'll call like modern or current events. Like we usually won't, like generally I will knock down any like discussion of specific political parties or specific bills or laws or whatever. Because most of the time when you get into that kind of stuff, people hear, you know, party name X and they identify with that party. And they throw a hissy fit because you said something negative about, you know, Team Red versus Blue or whatever. Or, you know, you'll mention something about the other party, a whole bunch of people will start dogpiling on it. And it is one of those things that when you get into that kind of thing, people stop discussing a lot of actual occurrences going on and more what their personal identification is with those individual groups. That's such an American thing. Oh, it's not exclusively American. I mean, it is a problem we have, for the record, but that is a pretty universal human thing where if you associate yourself with a group, that a lot of people are really bad about taking any type of criticism, constructive or otherwise, about with who they identify with. It is a very real problem here in the U.S. Yes, I will agree to that, but it's definitely not a thing exclusive to the U.S. There's a wave of bots that would just randomly ask a question, followed up by advertising how Miami was an amazing place to be. That is a very weird thing. But yeah, so you have a lot of people who can't have healthy discussions about difficult topics. If you get into start mentioning like different political ideologies, different economic strategies, those kind of thing. Yeah, just change the atmosphere of the route. You tend to avoid that. Other channels that specifically discuss those things, you just like to see games have fun. Yeah. It's best not to self-identify. Let people do what they think what they want by you. Well, it's not even that. I mean, there's that. It's just kind of one of those things that like the game we've played a number of times on the channel is Hard Space Shipbreaker. Hard Space Shipbreaker is very directly it's not a parody, not a satire. It's very much telling a story along the idea of the old company towns we had here in the US, where you would be drawn out into the middle of absolute freaking nowhere. You'd be told to work in this, like, you'd take this job working a coal mine, they'd set you up with a house and everything, but you were horrifically indebted to the company, and you had to buy things to the company store, and you'd do so on scrit, so you'd be paid in scrit, which was like effectively monopoly money, only good at that company, and it was effectively death of one. All right, so we've already had our first Supermax person kick off, and they killed a snitch. Where are my guards? Where are my guards? Because I need you to get down here. We should have 4 guards now. Where are the other 2? Yeah, so we had a snitch in the room with the Supermax, and understandably, things escalated immediately. Alright, so it looks like we had 4 people who got involved in the fight. I don't really have a medical ward, so that's going to be really unfortunate for them, where they're all hurt and bleeding a lot. Yep, that's lovely. We're not doing well on our start here, by the way. This is a really not a smooth going start we have for this particular prison. I still don't have my prison cells online. We've already had a murder in our prison, and a whole lot of other stuff. Get me more workers. Give me more guards. You like turtles? Yeah. But yeah, so like I said, so we play that game, and there are some games that thematically, functionally, what the game is about. There's no dodging that conversation. Like, to do so is to ignore the entire point of the game. Like, if you're playing a game that it's one of these games that's, you know, based around the whole company town thing, where you're indebted to the company, and it's effectively, you know, a bait and switch form of like forced indentureship kind of thing, where you sign up thinking you're signing up to something good, only to realize you've been indentured with no realistic escape and all that. And it's not like you can just leave town because you're in the middle of desert or otherwise wilderness, and no one's going to give you a lift someplace because you can't pay them because you got scrit instead of actual real money, and yada yada yada. And so it brings up that discussion, and that's fine. Like, that kind of discussion is totally fine for the channel, you know, as long as it's like relevant to whatever's going on. But it is, you know, it's certainly, one could argue, a political discussion, but it's not a current event where people are going to be all up in arms because, you know, bill whatever that aligns with their political view is whatever. And it's also something that you can look at objectively in the rearview mirror and go, yeah, that thing, that practice, that was objectively terrible. That was a horrifically unethical thing. You're not going to have a whole lot of people these days coming heavily to the defense of forced indentured servitude via company towns. Hopefully not. So that's usually not a big deal. And even then, like, there is the occasional thing where something more in the moment comes up, where we have someone who pops in and goes into a racist rant, or, you know, sexist or transphobic or whatever. You know, someone pops in and has a whole big thing that we make a learning moment of being like, hey, we don't accept that here. Like, not that it becomes this whole big event, but, you know, they've gotten their 2 seconds in the window, we immediately ban them from the channel and they're gone forever. But then, you know, be like, hey, this whole thing. Let's see, there's current proposals in the US to make company towns legal again. They're calling in freedom states. I would be hesitant to believe that as like a real thing. It wouldn't surprise me to find like some like one individual senator in Kentucky or Idaho, or like just like one random senator makes a bill that they truly believe has no future, because that is a tactic that sometimes will be used to grab headlines to make these bills that have no real hope of being a thing. But a lot of times they'll get blown out of proportion as being like, hey, this is a thing that, yeah, they're trying to legalize it. And it's just something to, you know, distract or catch people's attention, make headlines, put a name back on there so you don't forget that this person still exists, and yada yada. But yeah, no, that's and there's a lot of things where they get overconflated. We're not gonna dig into whatever that bill is. But yeah, no, there's a lot of bad things happening, but we don't need to focus on it. Say Congressman proposed a bill to make babies illegal. There's been stuff like that. Second death today. This is not going great. Let me guess. You're another snitch. Oh, no, that death wasn't a murder. That death was an overdose. They snuck stuff past my guards when we searched them, and they overdosed on drugs. And I still don't have a medical center, so I can't treat them. So I got to get the cells up. You all need to slow down. I know we got 16 more of you coming in tomorrow, and I got capacity for 0 of you. Man, this is a rough start we're having here. I've done this challenge before on the channel, but I also did that challenge right after we'd done permadeath warden mode, so I was well practiced and able to go and be like, oh yeah, let's get this, here's how many workers I need, versus I haven't played the game in like 2 years. Oh hell, we'll just go for 20. Get more workers in here to hopefully pick up the pace. And we got gang members here. Yeah, so you're here for a long time because you tortured people. So hopefully they get the solitary confinement done soon. It's missing like 1 or 2 blocks. And that's what's happening, is they're getting a bunch of stuff not quite finished. And that's the staff room we're trying to build. You want to have at least 5 guards on duty. Have at least 5... Oh, without assignments? But I have... There, that'll sort itself out. Judging by RimWorld standards, the pen is not enclosed. No, that's the thing, is we're enclosing this. This pen would be enclosed because it's behind a door multiple times over. Okay, we got 16 more prisoners showing up tomorrow in 12 in-game hours, so we're not doing great in that. We still got a bunch of people standing around. Is there some sort of dinging sound coming from the game? Yes, it's as I'm completing objectives. So like when we got our 5 guards happy, it gave me a little ding sound to be like, yeah, we did it. And there's like 1 or 2 of these that are popping back on and off, so that's just what's occurring. Those will become less frequent as time goes on, because we'll have stuff more established. So what we can do on the short term, because I do need a doctor and I do need parole. Once we get this enclosed, I need to not do anything is what I need to do. I need to wait until this gets constructed. But then we can go ahead and put like a medical wing down here, and probably 1 or 2 parole rooms down here as well, to start trying to parole some of our people. Stop tinging again and again. It's something that, yeah, it's these 2 here where it's have no staff that are exhausted and have the guards. It's those 2 keep popping on and off. That's what all that tinging is those 2 kicking on and off. The streamer needs to have patience. Well, that one I know can annoy people, where it's just like going ting, 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 like again and again. But once we enclose the space, I can put the door here, let them start getting all that sorted. It'll take a little bit to get the water run through here and all that. But that's just one of those. We got the staff room is almost done. I think it's literally them moving this pile of stuff out of here. And with that, then we can get that done. We'll get our $10,000 and those little things will go away. Actually, speaking of that, we'll go ahead and do that. Get that on the roster. We can go here to grants, because we did get the thing that lets me take 1 more grant. So we have a short-term investment that we could do that, and it just gives us money back. We have visitation rights, we have maintenance, we have health and well-being. We already have injured people, so let's get health and well-being on the roster, because I am going to need that. Those that played Power Wish are like happy things. Well, that's the thing. It's one thing when you get like the little ta-ting, yay, I did the thing. But if it was like, ta-ting, you did it, never mind. No, wait, you did it, never mind. No, wait, you did it, never mind. No, wait, you did it. You would eventually rip your hair out. Psych! You didn't actually clean that wheel completely. I just lied to you. Alright, so for the rooms, let's see here. The parole room needs to be 5 by 5, and the medical room I don't believe we have access to yet. Probably going to be not that big, so let's go with plans to make the internal space 5 by 5, so I can have them start putting down the foundations and all that. But I'm going to need to wait to put the door on that. until they're locked up in there and it's ready. Because once they put that, it's going to build that, and if people are out and about, they'll all kick off to try and escape because they'll see it as a path out. We also need an office for our psychologist. Let's go ahead and start another row over here. And we're going to keep escalating our problem by keep stacking up too many projects at once. This should be getting close to done over here so far as the enclosed area. And we do have a lot more people working on construction. We doubled our builders and all that. And they are definitely getting the inside of this going. So hopefully that gets sorted out soon, because once they start getting into individual cells, that should help with a lot of them. Because you actually see, like, this person's upset that they don't have drugs. That one is complaining about how disgusting this room is. We will need a janitor to take care of that, which I can't hire yet. Okay, we'll need the psychiatrist. We can drop them down there. Yeah, so you've got that queued up. So also queue up maintenance and health. Because the worst thing is by the time I get these cell blocks already up, I'm going to end up needing more cell blocks. Which is the problem, is there's always this juggle about being, you have to try and secure the prison while also trying to massively expand it aggressively. And you do eventually hit an equilibrium where you are slowly getting rid of prisoners through parole and, you know, them hitting the end of their sentences for release and the occasional death. That you'll eventually hit that equilibrium where the prisoners, like, the prison stops growing really quickly. Alright, but you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out. So we'll eventually get there. It's gonna be a while. It's looking like I can't really see yet because we don't have lights built outside. We are starting to get this wall closed off. Another thing that'll help is once we get our break room actually functional, what'll happen from there is our people will be able to rest and they will work faster once they're rested. But that doesn't help us in the short term, because I believe they will keep tossing more and more people into that holding cell until such time that, you know, everyone starts murdering each other. And down the road, we'll start doing different schedules, say like, hey, Supermax, you go to the shower. Okay, you're done. Okay, Max, you go to the shower. Okay, you're done. Okay, regular ones, you go to the shower. Okay, you're done. Okay, low set, like low whatever, you go to the shower. Like, rotate the people through that. Oh, cool. So rooms, staff room. So I need a wide sofa and a drink machine. Let's see. There's a drink machine. Okay. That'll get the staff room online in just a moment, which will get us our grant money. And that'll give the people a place to rest so that they can work faster in the time that they're not resting. Which will probably mean a lot of our work will stall for a very brief period of time as like one collective group. As everyone swarms to take their breaks. Yeah, there's just a couple tiles left, and then this perimeter is enclosed, and then we can put the door there. And then once they start getting all this, we'll be good. It'll be really good once they start getting their own rooms. Then next, we've got to get the janitor in here to start cleaning all this place so we don't have the environmental penalty on everybody because they're finding their rooms disgusting. And after we get that sorted, the next thing we'll need to do is get laundry set up so that we can actually get them clean prison uniforms so they don't do, you know, get all upset. There's like 5 or 6 tiles down there. There's one, just a little bit left. And then we'll get some lights outside at some point when I got a second to spare. So that we can actually see at nighttime what's going on. Okay, so you're researching a bank loan in case I need it. You're researching micromanagement. Oh, good. We got another office ready. So the psychiatrist, we can go up here. Rooms, office, do this. Furniture, office chair, desk, filing cabinet. Over here, power, run that up there. Was it a psychiatrist office? Oh, that's a psychiatrist. I need a psychologist. Well, we'll worry about the psychiatrist. Hey, you know what? Get out of here. I'll hire you later. I'm not ready to deal with your stuff. That's so close to being done. That's so close to being done. I've got so many things. Oh, we got the yes. So staff room's officially there. So we will need to do prison maintenance, which is going to be stuff like getting a gardener, getting the janitor, all that kind of stuff. So we gotta get all that online. Here comes the next wave of prisoners. That's a lot of blood on the ground. It's gonna be more. If there's any snitches in this next group, they're going to be absolutely murdered. Look. I'm doing that in preparation. I'm trying real hard to get this built up as fast as we can. Man, if you were all just a little faster, we could have potentially had that built in time to get the medical wing open and parole open. Because if we get at least one parole, I've got a bunch of people coming up for parole. I could potentially get rid of a couple of prisoners. Meanwhile, bureaucracy, psychology is another one that needs to be on that list. I'm really expecting things to escalate very rapidly here. The other thing is this canteen and kitchen and that is probably not going to be adequate for all these cells, but I got to get them enclosed first. We can worry about what's next with that after that. First they need to be inside a cell where they're not all mashed into one room where anyone who's a snitch just falls over dead. Ooh, be fast about this. We can make this work. So priority there, and you are on lock shut for right now. Get over there, get that door built right now. Because with that, I can get the medical online and parole online. And the reason I slammed that door shut is if I didn't do that, we would run the problem of them all trying to make a break for it the moment they do that. You, get this done. Forget this other crap. Build the door. I mean, they're waiting for it to be delivered, and it's probably... It's right there. Get to it. No, get to that. Hurry, they're all gonna get real mad here pretty quick. Because I've locked them all in their room. That's gonna be a very quickly escalating problem. Okay, they got the door. Because the moment that's done, I can pop that open and let them do what they need to do. If I still have them locked in there when that canteen is when it's time to eat, that's where things will start getting real violent. Okay, so this should build the moment you're out of there, just in case. Cool. And with that, you are good to leave. All right, so we'll go here. We've got brick. And now, I'm going to uninstall this door. So we've got the walls there. We will want doors down here. Just regular ones. And we will want rooms parole. And you'll just need a visitor table. And that'll let our people start paroling. And I believe we don't have the medical room unlocked yet. Oh, you're so close. It's those two tiles and that tile there. And once that's done, we can go over here and open that up. And it'll be good. And the first solitary confinement's done. That's good to see. So we can start working their way through that. Yeah, so it's got that tile to build, and then we can open this up and start getting people into those prison cells. All right. Staff-wise, we haven't opened any of the other stuff. How's the bureaucracy going? You're about to unlock bank loans. You're about to unlock my janitors. Put security next on there. And I won't worry about legal quite yet. We got a backlog on research. Because we're actually doing really, really well on money, because we are getting prisoners way earlier and way faster than I would normally be taking them. Which is good for my money intake, but real bad for the management. Please, I'm begging you. Alright, so we need to probably go to their schedule and start adjusting their schedule. Okay, if you are a minimum security prisoner, you get to have more fun than everyone else. So work and free time, minimum security, work and free time here, and work and free time there. And the rest of you, for right now, we'll put you on these. I am going to want to move everyone's schedule around eventually. Yeah, so we're trying to get, like, not as many people rammed into one tiny little space. Meanwhile, ex-law enforcement and snitch. That was who got targeted. Please. Please build this one segment of wall. Build. Okay. Segment of wall is being built. Large door. Actually, do we even want a large door? Let's just tear the wall down. Let's just tear the wall down. Let's not even worry about other stuff there. We can go here to demolish wall and tear that down. Cool, so that's all good there. We've got the perimeter fencing closed. Now they just need to work on this. And then with that, as they get these rooms online, will be good. And then each one of these cells we get online will be 4 prisoners who will then not have to be shoved in that tiny little room. Did we get research done? Yeah, so we got maintenance. So cleaning, groundskeeper, prison labor. I require a foreman, which is another office. I actually happen to have an office. Congratulations on your office. Get researching. Alright, so parole is about to come online. Cool, so programs. Parole hearing. We'll put 4 on the schedule for right now. Start trying to parole people as quickly as we can. Cool, so they've got that wired up, so let's go ahead and start running everything here. Okay, so I went this side. So water, 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 water. Yep. Because the worst thing is as fast as this gets built, I need to get the next one queued up. Because all that just got this cell block online. That'll help us a bunch. But that's the shared block. I'm gonna need a bigger canteen. I'm gonna need a bunch of other things. There's our note we don't care about. The notes are kind of cool just to look at, but once you've seen them, they're not super important. All right, so let's plan to just make the next section right back here. And we'll get the perimeter in here first. And once I get that perimeter all set up, I'm going to go ahead and toss some more stuff in there. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Meanwhile, rooms, let's just accept solitary confinement is going to need a quick build, solitary cell. Solitary confinement's gonna need to have an expansion. Just call it a hunch. Alright, so we got a parole hearing started. Meanwhile, you're working on medical. We'll get education on the roster. I'll just plan on getting that, and then that'll be everything the ward needs. We'll need the land expansion. We're working on getting our janitors online. And little by little, we've got everyone getting in here. You're getting mad because you haven't had enough sleep. That's because there's not enough beds there. We are getting them into their own rooms. We're trying to go as fast as we can on that. Okay. And you see there's all these reformation programs here that'll all help. Some of them will straight up get your prisoners, like they might have like the volatile trait. And then after a bunch of therapy, they might lose the volatile trait and that kind of stuff. But it is a thing that takes a lot of work to get people sorted out. That generally the idea is you get reformation programs and your lower risk prisoners, those improve the rehabilitation chance, which gets you a chance of getting a little extra bump in money when they get released. For your really dangerous prisoners, well, it's like there's no guarantees. There's some prisoners you'll just never be able to get to not be absolutely unmanageable. But with some of your prisoners, you can sit there and slowly get them to be less and less awful of a problem. We'll lock both those doors open. And they're working really fast at trying to get all that going on. Our power is okay for now. We probably need to get our capacitor. Up to those on. Let's see. Somewhere in here. We are gonna need, where are you at? We could do a search. Metal detector. Because that means when they go and they steal knives from the canteen and kitchen and all that and whatnot, we can start catching them before they arm up their bedrooms. Slowly, we're getting the prisoners back here. As fast as those workers can try and get those cells online. And it's 4 prisoners to a cell, so that'll help a lot. Meanwhile, let's see if we can't go in here to the schedules and see what we can make happen. To try and as much as possible keep prisoners separated out in groups. Okay, so alright, so we've staggered that. Alright, so let's plan to adjust things. Okay, so you get up really early. Then you have 4 hours of work time. Then you eat. Then you yard. Then more work time. And then you eat again. And then you go back to sleep. So basically, minimum security, that's our early crew. Then you pop in. We'll let you overlap them a lot. Because those ones are usually not too bad. So get that going on. You'll have your yard, with your yard time will slightly overlap. And again, work free time. You'll slightly overlap here. I also just realized I gave you way more time than you needed for this. Set 1 hour lockup at the end of the day. And then here's where things will get a little bit different. So you still go there. You sleep a little bit later. Now, we don't want them to overlap too much with the max here. Yeah, so you're 2 hours later, so you're 2 hours later, so you're 2 hours later. I'm basically trying to, as best we can, prevent overlap between the minimum sec and the high sec. You have your lockdown at this time. All right. Oh, wait. There we go. Cool. That's a good fit. 3 bunks per cell. Yes, I could expand there. Right now, we're trying to get those there. If you put way too many things, and then Super Max doesn't get to work. Super Max, you don't get to have that anything. You are lockup. You get your yard time later than everyone else, and you get locked up here. Like, Super Max is a whole big thing. Protective custody, we will have even earlier than everyone else. So that you are on your own schedule by yourselves. All right, so we've got everyone assign their own stuff. Also, not move everyone all at once. Yeah, we're working getting everyone slowly set up because we're still building the cells now. Like, most of them are still in here. How are we doing on a bunch of these things? So we have researched health. So we want to go down here to rooms. Where's medical? infirmary. So you can go here. You need a medical bed and some doctors. You got some janitors running around, taking care of all that. They got a lot of work to do. Another death today. Overdosed. Not going amazingly on team not having my prisoners die. We are going to shakedown, which basically a shakedown will lock everyone in their cells, and the guards are going to run around and search everyone and everything. Just because you search something doesn't guarantee you will find it, though, as a heads up. But it's been a while since we've done a shakedown, considering this is the first one we've done in the run. So there's a very good chance some people managed to smuggle some knives and drugs and all that sort of stuff. With everyone kind of crowded, we do want to try and deal with that. It also gives us a chance that people are starting to try and tunnel from the toilets and all that. I want to deal with that. Getting a rep as a party prison already. We should make bets about how many prisoners died today. Oh, that'd just take too long to do. Because we would set it up and I'd say like 1, 2, 3, 4 or more. But then you want to give the poll long, or like the thing long enough to run. And if you let it run during the day, then someone, it behooves you to wait till right at the end of the prediction to jump in at the last second. Because obviously you see two people die right away, and you wait to have that happen and then vote for like 4 or more or whatever. Okay, so we have a gardener. I don't really need them, but that satisfies that grant. So let's go look at our grants. Cell block B, that's a big grant, and we'll say crack down on drugs, because that's usually a gimme that you're dealing with searching people and all that. You'll find them. Congratulations, you have your reinstalling prison sim. Yep. Then close the bet after have the day. Then close the bet after have the day. So what I would need to do is, so you set the way the predictions work is you say I want to start a prediction and you have 5 minutes to enter. Realistically, what I would need to do is I would tool cleanup. What I would realistically do for that one is we would start the prediction and we would pause the game until the prediction's done. And so it just means every single day we would be waiting 5 minutes. So yeah, it's a neat idea, but I think in practice, I feel like it'd just be a big hassle. All right, so we don't have that many or so. Chainsaw, excuse me. Did you short it to 2 minutes? Right, but with stuff like mobile stream delay, you'll have over a minute before people even see it. Generally speaking, I won't do predictions below 5 minutes very often, because between stream delay and all the other stuff, it just means a whole lot of people see, and it's basically already done by that. It's fine. It's just, unfortunately, the reality. It would be very disruptive of the game, is the way I look at it. How does one smuggle a chainsaw? Oh, that's easy. They just bring it in. They use those the full body metal detectors, and they just hold it a little bit in front of them. I remember that was the whole thing. They were comparing like regular old traditional metal detectors versus those like screen ones where you walk through like the poles and all that. And they were showing like what the metal detectors saw versus what actually went through. And they did have that where a guy just like held like a rifle ahead of them by like the butt of the rifle. And for the metal detector, it didn't detect anything on like the 3D scan one. Now, obviously, anyone paying attention would see it. But they're like, you know what does work? A plain old boring metal detector. But hey, you don't get a whole lot of money that way. I've got 14 people waiting for their turn in solitary confinement. Okay. So that'll be another one. That'll be for our psychologist's office, as well as our another parole room. Sounds like you need more isolation cells. We're making them. We are actively making more solitary confinement cells. That is a thing currently being worked on. Make them faster. I wish so much. Okay. Cell block C. Visitation rights. We'll get those going. Grant completion. Cool. We'll do short-term investment. That's when you don't really do anything. You just put it there, you wait a while, and you get money back. The big thing we're going to run into is I'm going to need to grow that canteen. And that's going to require a whole lot of things. I'm also going to need to expand our area, which is also going to be a whole thing. Ooh, toilet. So surprisingly, that's their default one. I was like, you know what? Honestly, like, money's not hurting me. Like, that's the one thing about this run. Is usually you can ride pretty fast and loose on your money because you are bringing in so many prisoners so quickly that you just basically get money constantly. But it's just one of those things. All right, let's get even more. Just because. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we just added 10 more workers onto our staff. Because we're about to get 16 more prisoners. Oh boy, I'm definitely ready for that. Meanwhile... So I was trying to remember... Oh, let's look at bureaucracy. Yeah, so we're researching prison labor. We can go in here and just all the things. All the things. We're not hurting for any of those things. All the things. Just all of it. So let's go here. And I'm going to do... Quick build on the office, staff, chief of security. Consider equipping some of your more mischievous prisoners with a tracking belt. We keep track of them through the security room. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Alright, so we have 2 prisoners that feel they are treated well, 5 prisoners with serious complaints, 14 prisoners that are shackled in their cells or solitary confinement, 21 prisoners that are suppressed, compliant. 1 prisoner has been killed recently, and 27 prisoners who are upset about being searched while they didn't do anything wrong. Basically, where I'm like, you know what? Deal with it. Also, we need to do quick build. We will need another office. Alright, so we've almost got that enclosed. Then we'll tear down this wall, and then we're going to start building a bunch more cells. So what I'm going to want to do here is I do want to mix up the cells where I'll have like shared cells that aren't as nice, some just regular one-on-one cells that aren't as nice, and then some like really bougie cells. Because what that will naturally do is it will start to get some of your people to get over there and help that guard. Are you good? You get out of your system? Yeah, so a lot of people want to see family, have recreation, that their needs are being unmet. We can kind of help with some of that. Let's go ahead. Get some phones. That'll let them call family. That'll help a little bit. They will also call to have people smuggle stuff in. That's just stuff you deal with. That everything, like, basically meeting their needs almost always creates a pro and a con. That you meet their need for recreation, and maybe they can get a hold of things they can use as weapons. You give them rehabilitation stuff where they can do like the janitor's closet to clean that kind of stuff. But in return, what they can end up doing is they can use that to basically get chemicals to make poisons and all that to, try and harm each other. And it's still worth doing a lot of those things because it has a lot of useful mitigation effects. But it is those things that you gotta also be careful. That's the reason why I'm putting a lot of my stuff that you can get a bunch of chemicals and all that towards the front. Here's the next batch of prisoners. I need this last 2 section of wall that we can tear that down, and I'm gonna get another chunk of cells down here. A recent high-profile gang case has implicated one of our minor security prisoners as a high-ranking gang leader. They've remained under the radar, but now everyone knows who they are. So basically, one of our minimum security or minimum sec prisoners just became like a max, super max prisoner. Is ultimately what that means. As you're on 24 hours of no internet except 1 bar by cell phone. Please send help. I'm sorry to hear that. Poor Luxury has been stuck without internet a while and finally got internet today. It's not fun when the internet just straight up goes down. Alright, once we get to nighttime, I'm going to put the door there. We'll get a psychologist office and our parole room. Keep those paroles rolling in. Yeah, the farmer isn't needed yet. Okay, I think you're going to get that last piece of security wall there. We tear that one down, and we start building out another wing. It is interesting that they're keeping some of them in the holding... Oh, because they're waiting for solitary confinement. That's why they're all sitting there. You have to run your stream in audio only and it buffers a lot. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've run into a situation where we just straight up didn't have internet, but every time it's happened, it's been real rough. That is one of the things that does worry me a lot as a content creator now. Those are things that didn't have to sweat too much. But now that it's my main income kind of thing, if I have the internet out for a week, that's just a week worth of pay I don't get. Because if I'm not live, people aren't dropping bits, people aren't watching ads, people aren't subbing, people aren't doing any of those things. Alright, you're working on that still. The workers are doing their best, they're working as fast as they can. Here comes the flood. All the workers rushing in to do the work all at the same time. Starlink will save us all. I've not heard great things. Yeah, so we're gonna go through and this wall is just gonna come down as one big go. I'm curious what's happening here that's still not done yet. And same with this one. Take that light out. It's a lot of workers attacking that wall. I did hire 30 workers just so we could keep up. Alright, so we're going to pause for a moment. because we need a quick build. So we've got our shared cells, we've got that going. So right now we're just gonna dump a bunch of basic cells. These are the no frill cells, bare minimum. Get a block of those going. It'll need to go in here, foundations, concrete, scoop up that way, and then we'll go there to doors. Cool. So we got the crap cells. Now I'll go a quick block to improved cells. So these are the nicer cells, and we're doing this with intent because it is a mechanic in the game that as your prisoners like are well behaved, they get the ability to be moved into the better cells, and that's a very desirable thing for your prisoners. So it doesn't fully stop problems, but sometimes it will keep some prisoners from continuing to escalate because they don't want to lose their bougie cell and go back to the tiny little block, especially if they're going to be here for a long time. So we do want to try and get ourselves different quality of cells as a incentive for our prisoners to not be completely unmanageable. Alright, so I canceled that because it looks basically like it's done. Dismantle that. We can go here. I'm just going to go ahead and do what we've been doing for the rest. I don't normally run the toilets in there, but that's fine. Rooms, solitary. And we can go here to... clone. All right. And I'll take care of that. Does this game have power generation? Yep. I got it right there. You can also add like solar panels and all that, and you can teach prisoners to, like, basically you can have prisoners learn various skills. Okay. So I'm dealing with where, for whatever reason, some of these got stuck. It's fine. Then go clone, grab this, drop you there, go here, do this, walls. I don't know why you're locked open. Rooms, and we would do dormitory. All right, so that'll help get all that going. When you hit nighttime, we put the double doors there. We get that going. In the meantime, stop being locked open. You can go quick build, custom, clone. Objects, toilet. Water. Okay, so we got a big expansion happening. Right now, we actually are able to handle the entire capacity of prisoners by 3. But when tomorrow shows up and we get 16 more prisoners, that won't be true anymore. We will fall behind once more on our prisoner capacity. How much is it? So it's $20,000 to expand in any of the directions. That's fine. Because what's going to need to happen here is very soon we're going to need to expand our canteen and all that. Most likely the way I'm going to approach that is we'll probably expand up this way, make our yard over here, and then just grow this canteen out here. We are going to run into more and more problems as this continues to escalate and grow. Now, ideally, I also want to separate our prisoners out. We do have gangs turned on, and the gangs will continue to grow and become more and more of a problem as they recruit within our prison, and we have to deal with it. One death today. Okay. You're just volatile. And yeah, so just randomly 2 prisoners kicked off against each other. Not any reason to target each other. Just kicked off. We're sending that guard, and we're sending some backup. That's fine. So we are getting to the point where pretty soon we'll end up having deployment available. Once we have deployment, I can say, hey, during this hour of the day, guards hang out here. During that hour of the day, guards hang out there. And we can do a lot of stuff to manage that so that our guards are able to handle a lot of stuff. So you're still waiting for your office. We don't need that. We are working on our lawyer. I mean, we have the money. We'll go ahead and train those. Tax relief is nice, but really expensive. You know what? We'll get the tax relief. It's fine. Okay. So they are working on increasing our capacity. Now, again, the problem is we are increasing our cell capacity, but we are not really making any meaningful progress on increasing, like, the canteen. We're not increasing the capacity of our showers or any of these other things. And you can imagine, as we get more and more and more people, eventually that's going to be a major problem. Like, the game doesn't show you all the... Yeah, no, you have to go here and choose those things to display. Speaking of which... Yep, so metal detector found a knife. Someone tried to steal it from the kitchen. That's why we put the metal detector there. Alright. But yeah, so we will end up needing to just get more and more just like flat out high capacity, like cells kind of thing. But the goal is I'm trying to make incentives so that we can hopefully get some of the prisoners to chillax a little bit. And as we meet more and more of the prisoners' needs, you'll never get it where they won't just kick off. There are some prisoners who just will. You can give them everything they want in their lives, and they're still just going to kick off occasionally. There's a reason they ended up in prison. But then you'll have a bunch that if you basically give them their basic needs and all that, and you don't put them in situations that are high risk that piss them off or whatever, they will eventually just kind of mind their own business and leave you alone, so you don't have to babysit them with a bunch of guards running around everywhere. Alright, so we are going to need the visitor, so we're going to need the visitor rights, so we are going to need to have, visitation. I forgot about visitation. We are not well set up for visitation, that's what I gotta say. Okay, well, we're still paroling people. Visitation might have to go way up here. I think realistically, where we can get the people to come in. We've got, like, the bisected visitation area. The prisoners can get in one side, the guests can get in the other, but not both ways. And we'll get all that. So, with this, we're probably going to be spending all of our money to enclose the outer perimeter. All right. We've only got one more, like, a couple more people in the holding cell waiting for solitary confinement. So that's good news. We've almost got our solitary stuff caught up. That'll help lower the tensions. The more people you have locked up in solitary confinement, the more generally angry people get. Let's see, what are the orange blobs? Yeah, these are dirty police uniforms. We could dismantle those. Alright, so with that, we want to go down here. And get ourselves some doors. Rooms. We want to get a second parole room. And then we want this to be the psychologist's office. Because the psychologist can actually potentially get people to de-escalate as well. The psychiatrist's office. Okay, so you have people addicted to drugs. All right, some more programs. So we could start kitchen safety. We can start pharmaceutical treatment of drug addiction. So you require psychology. You need a psychologist in an office. So I need a psychologist's office. Okay, that's fair. Or psychiatrist, whatever. Alright, so we need a desk, chair, wide sofa, and filing cabinet. Okay. So there's the desk. There's the chair. We need a wide sofa. I need a filing cabinet. I thought there was other things in here that give bonuses to it. Okay. Alright, so once we get that, we'll be in good order there. We did get a fine because one of the people we released did reoffend and is now back in our prison. Or will be back in our prison in the morning, whatever. Alright, so getting all those cells built. I will need a common room. I am trying to enclose all this outer space. I don't think we can get the whole way around the other side, can we? Probably not. Yeah, so we want to enclose this space because then I can tear down some of this wall here. And I can put like a common room down here, satisfy that. You know what? I might just put the visitation room in here and the families are just going to have to take the chances of running right through the middle of the thing. Seeing psych evaluations can help you better segregate the population. That's not really how this one necessarily works. So you can use it again, like if someone's volatile, that sometimes you can counter some of those things. Having the drug therapy will also help because they'll basically they can lose, I should say, not guaranteed. They can lose the negatives of a drug addiction, which is where they basically have a need for it and they'll just keep getting more and more angry as they withdraw. The good news, we actually have a decent number of people paroling at any given time. Oh, where was logistics? That's right. So we can get some people working on the kitchen. So that means our first of our prisoners are going to have an actual job in the prison. That can help with the recidivism rate, lower it down, because the prisoners that end up working will gain skills and all that stuff. Maybe that was a mod. Maybe that. Let's see. They have personality traits aside from their criminal history when you get the shrink. Well, yeah, no, they have the personality traits, and the shrink can help that. But usually you already know what those are. Like, you'll just go to a personnel, say, volatile. There are some that you can discover, but you can discover them through a ton of means. You can have them go through the shrink, interactions with your people. You can have informants will also give you the information. All right. Okay, so with that, the behavioral therapy requires a psychology. We'll add that onto the list. That's a common room there. Yeah, it's the meeting room. The 3 strikes is the common room. The 3 strikes training is the meeting room. Reform prisoner. Yeah, that's all meeting room stuff. Okay. Behavioral therapy requires a psychologist in an office. That's a psychiatrist's office. So get that out of here. So I need the psychologist. We can worry about all of that, because I'll make the psychologist office somewhere inside the enclosed perimeter, and let them do that. Is it just a plain office with a psychologist in it? I believe so. That was always the one where psychologist versus psychiatrist. And I was like, I'm missing something. But confidential informants are such a cool mechanic of the game. Always felt sad when one of your good informants served their sentence. Yeah. And I don't think we got the... Oh, you can recruit that informant. Okay, so we're working on our people with drug addictions. That's what this is all about over here. We need to get the visitation and all that online. That's partly what I'm doing here, is I plan to put the common room down there. This area won't be very useful right now. There's not enough space. But that'll help, because all those little things you do will help. So you look at all our people and how pissed off and all that they're usually. This was at like 5 heat arrows. It was like saying, hey, your people are basically on the edge of just snapping. And now it's all starting to diminish a great deal. And a big part of that is we are meeting a lot of their needs and getting that all fixed up. So yeah, so you're still working on all that. Yeah, so we got our parole times. You can see there's all of these cool things you can do. All of them will help, so the behavioral therapy can get different people to not escalate. Conflict resolution, the 3 strikes training and all that can help. Reform prisoner consultation can also help. Yeah, so we got 2 time slots for kitchen safety training. We're gonna need to expand the kitchen capabilities. Yep, and we got our first prisoner in here working. Scrubbing them trays. All right. Yeah, dividing our men like our various security to all use rooms at different times is definitely helping, because one, we're not having as many snitches get caught up with Supermax and all that. But it's also one of those things that we're helping out with that in addition to it, by just the fact that by having everyone take turns, like taking the shower and all that, it does keep you from having way too many prisoners in one place. Because that's one of the dangers. If you have a lot of prisoners in the same room at the same time, there's a much higher frequency that they do, like, you know, someone will run into someone else and they do escalate. Alright, here comes the next wave of prisoners. Are we ready for them? No, we're not. I can handle 10 prisoners and we're getting 16. But we're already building our next 2 cell blocks. We already have 30 workers who are costing us a small fortune to keep them in place. But that's just the way we gotta live with it. Let me get one more guard just because. How goes our research? We have basically finished all of the maintenance research in the game. I don't really need any of these right now, that's fine. We are working on our security stuff. Okay, so prison labor is approved. We can do farming and all that. That is something I'd like to do for reformation programs later. Right now, we need to get, you know, the common room, the visitation, more cells, all those things done before we worry about some more of the reformation programs that will be very nice to reduce our recidivism rate, but you need the availability. We also want to get the psychologist's office as another thing. Yep, there's another $2,800 because we brought in our next batch of prisoners we're not ready for. I need to get laundry and all that going as well, because that'll be another problem. Hey, we cured someone's addiction. Love to see it. Alright, well, we had a snitch and they went after him. And so now all of our max security prisoners as one big collective unit got roughed up. We are definitely going to need an armory in this one. Ooh, they almost murdered one of my workers. Like, poor workman over here just narrowly avoid dying. And I'm pretty sure we are going to take advantage of having snipers. Because that's just going to be part of managing how many prisoners we're going to have. And the fact that we're slowly going to be building up our roster of Supermax prisoners, which is certainly not ideal. Alright, so they're still building those cells. With all these cells on, I think that might push us into the point where we'll have our Cell Block C grant done, which will give us an extra 20,000. We're going to do a shakedown this in-game night.
For subscribing for 14 months.
Hey, Lauren, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Adding 10 more minutes on the clock. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've had yourself a good day and all that stuff. And thank you again so much for that support. 14 months you've been supporting the channel. Back in a long time, so thank you. It's okay, as long as we keep a nice trend of 1 or 2 people dying a day, not enough to get us in legal trouble. That's just managing our prison population. And recruiting informants. So with the informants, what that lets us do is if we want to get information about what's going on in our prison, we can call the informants into our security office And basically, they'll give us a bunch of information of what's going on, like if a bunch of people are targeting someone, or, you know, if they're planning some move, like a bunch of information about it, people trying to, you know, planning escapes, those kind of things. What is your deal, man? You've been in my prison for 3 days, and you've already stacked a murder charge on your sentence. I'm gonna need you to slow your roll. Just a little bit. Okay, we build another office, we can get ourselves a lawyer. We want that. There's not more to add to that. We will want a lawyer. The lawyer can basically get you 1 get out of jail free card. Well, 2 actually. That when things go sideways, you can do a research that lets you like legally maneuver. Do we need more supermax cells? We need more cells. Just there doesn't need to be a quantifier on it. We need more cells. Yeah, so a lot of them want recreation. That's what the common room's going to help out with, because then they'll be able to watch TV, listen to the radio. We'll have a bunch more reformation programs we can do. Meanwhile, our doctors are trying their absolute best to treat everyone. I'm going to need another doctor. The doctors are running around everywhere, trying to treat people as fast as they can. But, you know, everyone's violently murdering and all that. Can we hire all the workers? We have 30 workers for a prison. That's literally, for every 2 prisoners, there is a regular construction worker. For every 4 prisoners is a security guard. So as far as, like, staff to prisoners, we actually have a almost unheard of ratio. Because if you look at most prisons in reality, it ends up being something like 1 to 30 or 1 to 50 prisoners to like guard ratio in real life and all that. Like, it's really not many people keeping track of like how many prisoners they are, and it probably varies country to country. But there's a reason why so many prisons, like if things escalate, they get so bad, because about all the guards can do is just lock the doors and just stay out of Dodge. Yeah, people want to, like, religious stuff, people want their common rooms, people want visitation. I'm trying. I got 30 workers here working their tails off, which is a very large number of workers for prison this size. And they're doing their best. But I need you all to not murder each other for 2 seconds, because you're just slowing everything down. Because I need to get at least 4 more of those cells built. Okay. Eventually, we'll want to do deployment schedules and all that. The deployment schedules with what we're doing is going to be pretty hard. And the reason it's going to be pretty hard is just the fact that I do have everyone's schedule rotated, so I do kind of always have people doing stuff everywhere around the prison at all times. Maybe let's plan the schedule around where the supermax are going to be. So we'll make sure we always have at least 2 guards with the supermax. Let's see, they've done shows that mentally and emotionally there is very little difference between long-term impact, the effects of being a prisoner or a guard. Oh yeah, no, it's pretty terrible. Okay, so during this time slot, I want to keep 2 guards in each of these areas. And those ones will go away. Cool. Because like I said, I'm kind of trying to treat it as we want to just keep the guards around the max and super max as much as possible. And honestly, I'm going to let the normal ones and this minimum security mostly get left alone. Because they're nowhere near as big a concern. Then go here. So time slot 2. That's going to be over the night. And time slot 2 was here, and here, and there. Oh, I see. This UI has always been pretty bad. And go this slot. Cool. So time slot 2. And once that's enclosed, I'll be able to put them there. As I mentioned, once we start getting everyone to sleep, we will want to do a shakedown. Because we haven't done that in a while. We got a lot of Supermax people. We got people who are now working in the kitchen and all that, which means access to weapons. And so we do want to try and deal with that. As soon as we don't see like free time kind of stuff here, I'm gonna jump on that. All right, so deployment here. So we have the overnight guards. So we have 2 guards in each of our cell blocks once we hit the overnight time. And then, like I said, we're going to have it so, like, when they're in the canteen, we have 2 guards hovering over them in the canteen. I may even go and sit there and later on put an armed guard to follow them around. We will also have the canines that we will, I'll have them running through the cell blocks a lot. But in the meantime, the workers are doing their best. It just takes time. You got a blade that's a prison guard, and it's definitely affected him. Sometimes he'll just lose his temper over the silliest things. Never seen him get violent, but he'll just scream and rage for a minute. Oh yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like in those kind of situations, it's like it doesn't even need to be like the prison guards or anything. You hear about where they've got the people who deal with like moderation for like all the content that gets reported on places like Facebook, and how many of them end up with like pretty nasty mental health problems after a while. When you're just confronted with the worst like going on constantly, you know, in prison also like having to be on edge at all times because you never know when someone's gonna like kick off and all that. Like it's a form of trauma and everything that needs to be managed. Like the human psyche is not well designed to handle being under those types of pressures for extended periods of time. Alright, so once again, another Supermax prisoner game beating the crap out of. We need to get the, we're going to go for the security certifications next, because I'm going to want to get our people body armor and tasers. Because the tasers actually do really good job of slowing down a lot of things before they escalate too much. Because instead of having to like wallop someone to the club until they stop moving, you instead can give them a little zap. And then they stop for a while. Sometimes they could shrug off the taser, though. We're naturally social and empathetic animals, so our interactions with others can affect us deeply, even though we pretend they don't. Yep. And that can be good, bad, or otherwise. When you have a lot of negative interactions, it can really, really screw you up. It's one of the reasons why we have so many like anti-bullying things kind of going on, is we realize that you can literally stunt a child's developmental growth because of things like bullying, that it can really screw you up, you know, for life, that it takes a lot of time to try and undo the damage. And I'm happy we've reached a point that we stopped having the, okay, person who's the victim of bullying, you gotta be the better person. It's like, no. The bully should be the one who has to shape up. Like, they're the ones who should be subjected to having to, like, change their ways. Not just asking people to grit their teeth and go, alright, shakedown time, because we have everyone there. All sectors. You know, our friend turned down a nice-paying job at Dell years ago, because the job was reading everyone in the company's personal email with the goal of preventing corporate espionage, but he couldn't deal with the breach of privacy. Oh yeah, and I hadn't heard of that, like that kind of a role. It makes sense that those roles exist, but yeah, there's definitely some stuff that goes on that's pretty dodgy. Nothing to that level. One of the projects I got involved with that we ultimately recommended the company not proceed farther and killed the project, is I worked for a company that was doing what's referred to as association management systems. The big long story short is you have groups like, you know, Boy Scouts of America, Canadian Scouts, Society of Mechanical Engineers, like all these different associations out there, and they have lots and lots of stuff they've got to track. You know, they got to track their dues, they got to track their inventory, they got to track legal documents, they got to keep track of, you know, what offices they're renting and all the bureaucracy around it. Being nonprofits, there's a heck of a lot of paperwork they got to track with all that to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do and in good legal standings. Blah, 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 blah. It's a heck of a lot of things they got to manage. So needless to say, we were making a product to help them manage all those things. But one of the things they wanted to do was a lot of those associations will give out stuff to potential members, other members, to get people excited and more likely to engage with the association. And so we were trying to come up with a way to help figure out the people who were supporters, detractors, and neutral. And so, i.e., people were sending stuff to because they would actually help you bring in more members. People who maybe not send stuff probably won't matter one way or the other. And then detractors who it's like, hey, this person kind of sucks for your association, that they're actually kind of hurting your association. And it's not that they would kick them out or anything, like we didn't advise. It was on the positive goal of saying, hey, this person is very outspokenly positive about your association, they market for you. Like, they're not an employee of your association, they're literally just saying, hey, these people are good, you should join them. Like giving them the free stuff to give out or whatever perks they wanted to give out. And so we were going and we were scraping all this data because at the time there were no laws against it. Everything was kind of open and out there to be scraped. And so we go like their LinkedIn, the association systems themselves, Facebook, Twitter, and a lot of those weren't as relevant and all that. Yep. And we were scraping this, expecting to get just like a little bit of useful data and being able to like kind of figure some stuff out. And then we realized how much we could figure out about people. And that's when we were like, hey, we are advising that this project not proceed any farther. Because if this isn't illegal, it really, really needs to be. Which at the time, like I said, it wasn't really illegal unless you got like creative interpretation of law. And it was definitely one of those things that we were testing on our own profiles going, oh man. Because this is before the days that like Facebook and a bunch of them were building these like holistic profiles to know everything about you and, you know, where you went to school, who you knew, like all those kind of things that they collect data for now. Like this is before a lot of that. And it was it was creepy what we could learn. And it was definitely one of those things that even in its infancy, we're like, this is not okay. This project needs to die. Which, to the business's credit, they're like, yeah, this isn't something we want to pursue farther. It's like, yeah, could we do that? Browsers didn't have an incognito mode? Nope, that was before incognito and privacy browser mode and all that. Even then, incognito mode doesn't do nearly as much as you'd want. Like, it does help. It's better than nothing. But, like, your ISPs track a lot of your traffic, and they do share it with the people they sell their data to and all that. And so it doesn't matter if your browser's in incognito mode. If your ISP is just passing all that information directly on to whoever they're going to have marketing to you, because they don't need to know that you're logged in as this person or whatever on your computer. They know what household that ISP is associated with, and they can just be like, yeah, it's that house. That house is the one who's looking up timeshares. Start timeshare advertising them into oblivion. Okay, so we're going to make a pretty big common room here. Because we need to get that done. Ooh, I have one change I need to make here. And we need to do it now. That's just got a regular old staff door on the other side there. So let's go ahead and put an actual secure door between there before some staff member gets their keys stolen. But yeah, no, it was wild. Like I said, to the credit of that company, we never imagined how much information. We were figuring we'd be able to pull out, like, hey, you're a member of the association and you said something nice on LinkedIn. You were on Facebook and you said something nice about the association on Facebook. That's the kind of data we were expecting to actually be able to grab easily. But it was the fact that we went, oh yeah, we can find that. Oh yeah, we can find if you know someone else in the association. Oh yeah, and we can find out if they spoke on, like, positive, negative behalf. Oh yeah, and we found out you can have, like, this network of knowing all these people. Like, you could just... The speed at which you could spiderweb that information to figure out really, really personal details about people was just so fast. Alright. So we're getting the common room built. That's going along. And yeah. So it's warning me that the prisoners are starting to get stir crazy because they all have nothing to do. Yeah, so the new cells are being built. We're very, very slowly getting that number to go up. Because all these ones that have like the grid highlight here, those are cells I've got queued that don't actually exist yet. Like, they're incomplete. I cannot yet put a prisoner inside of them. So of this new cell block, I've got like 5-6 cells made here. They're working on it. Those should be online soon. Where are you going at, Ellison? Where are you going, Ellison? Oh. Why is that door held open? Stop blocking the door. That's the problem, is there's so many workers going through there that they keep opening the door and letting the prisoners out. Alright, this door is off limits. You used the door irresponsibly and now you can't have it. I said no to the door. Get out of the door. Do you have to stand in the doorway where more prisoners are going to try and make a break for it? My God, whatever you're doing, get out of the door. I literally said lock shut. They're not supposed to go through the door, but they're going through the door so frequently that there's not an opportunity for the door to actually finish closing. There, finally. The door is finally closed, so the hemorrhaging of prisoners can stop. That was the reason it's like, I need a second door here. That's the reason whenever you have an exterior door, you always want them double layered, is stuff like that. Alright, well they are getting all that online. Do we get fined for prisoner escape? So surprisingly, I don't believe you do. What you can have, though, is if too many prisoners escape, you can get a warning that says, hey, if any more escape within this many days, it's just straight up game over. And, like, it's just literally, if you have that many over, you get arrested and thrown in your own prison. That you're seen as criminally negligent. Okay, so rooms. Finally gonna get a common room going here. That'll help a lot. So, common room here. Okay, so common room can get a whole lot of goodies in it. So, we want to go in here. We can have a pool table. We want... Okay, so pool table's the only requirement here. Some other things we want is you can have like the Alcoholics Anonymous kind of group meet in here. So you want to accommodate that. We will get a couple computer stations. You can put a radio here, television there. Put a couch and a sofa over here. So it's interesting, we didn't used to have video call booth. That thing's huge. So I saw that there was like other game things. We can add a snack machine. We got table tennis, foosball. So basically, we're getting a lot of entertainment stuff shoved in there. That should help. That should help manage some of the salty moods. Okay, so now with this, I can allow this door to not be locked anymore. Because now I get a double door system here. So both those doors have to be held open for a long period of time for anything to happen. Usually you don't have to worry about that. Cool, so we got someone successfully paroled. Love to see it. We got 5 in solitary, 4 in lockdown, and 5 who need medical attention. Yeah, so once they get that, that'll be pretty good. How is our food going? Are we getting nearly enough food? I'm worried about that.
Oh, hankering for education, are we?
When will the inmates learn it's not good for the player to escape so often? Counter argument. I've locked them all inside. I think they're okay with it. I think they are not particularly worried about it. So knowledge is not the problem. I think it's just a matter of the fact that, you know, it's a me problem and not a them problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and add some some things to do outside here. Can add that over here.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Got a recycling bin over there. Got a water fountain. Basically, I'm adding some stuff for them to do recreationally to try and mitigate their desire to keep breaking out on me. I'm sorry, that's not true. It doesn't help with breaking out. But try to keep them from killing each other as much. Now, one downside that you don't necessarily notice as much, as time goes on, because you keep paroling and releasing your minimum security prisoners, because most of them are going to have much shorter sentences, what will end up happening is your prison will gradually shift percentage-wise of being more and more max and super max, because honestly, most of your super max are here forever. Like, all things considered, for as long as they're going to be here, your prison will be resolved long before they have served out their sentence. Okay, so with that, we could start considering other hearings or other things. So behavioral therapy still requires that office. So the Alcoholics Anonymous, we can add that. Behavioral therapy is an office. Spiritual guidance is the chapel. Flower therapy is a flower garden. That's a meeting room. Meeting room. 3 strikes is common room. Okay, so we got a couple things. If you just want to show that off, go search that person. Search them while you're here. Because that guy was like, hey man, I got a crowbar. You want a crowbar? I'll trade you a crowbar. You can actually spot that. You could see them flashing stuff to each other to try and trade with each other. So Jarvis here was trying to get rid of the crowbar. I don't think they got the exchange off, but clearly they got that crowbar on them. Yup. Our canteen massively needs to be increased in size. Alright, meanwhile, how are we doing? We can get a second pharmaceutical treatment of people with addictions going. The kitchen safety training is going fine. The alcoholics therapy group should be going along. A parole hearing is going fine. The 3 strikes, that's got time on the schedule. A lot of these all require other stuff I don't have yet. So we do want to get ourselves a meeting room and a psychiatrist's office. It honestly might be in my best interest to shove that down here for right now. Or psychologist's office. What's this going on? Nothing I need to worry about. Okay, that's what's going on. Alright, so let's go here to the office. That will... yeah, psychiatrist's office. That's fine. So I get that set up. Other things we need to do is we will need visitation. We already have parole. We have the glass cell. We have reception. Security is later. All of these other ones would be nice to have. There's the meeting room. I'm going to shove those both down here. And I need to figure out where the heck I'm putting visitation. Realistically, what I'm probably going to do is make this go up over this way, and this will be just our staff area. And, you know, get all this brought in. And the visitation's probably going to be up here somewhere. On the other hand, the other thing I could do is if we can get far enough ahead on the cells, we could take away this room here and convert that into visitation. Realistically, the yard's got to move and the canteen's got to grow. That's gonna be a mid to near term thing. Meanwhile, I can go to power. And so everyone's doing recreation. So we're getting that sorted out. We definitely need to get visitation going. They're going to start getting real dangerous if I don't get that sorted. We are getting the more prisoner rooms. Okay, so we're going to need more prisoner cells. These are going to be like the real bougie cells. And then most of the rest of the cells they make are going to be crappy little ones. So yeah, so these cells, they got their own shower, they've got their own toilets, they got their own computer and radio and television. These are ultimate bougie cells, where it's basically, in a lot of ways, nicer than a lot of apartments people get. The difference being you can leave your apartment and they may not. But yeah, so once we get that, we'll probably get more like dormitory style here. I have got to get this canteen expanded. I'm pretty sure some of our people are not actually getting their food. Staff. 2 more cooks. And this needs to increase in size. We'll wait. Yeah, so I need to expand the perimeter here, move the yard over there. We'll expand this, get like 3 serving tables and a bunch more benches, because I very genuinely think we have people who are not getting to eat, which will cause them to get very murdery. It's honestly one of the worst things you do is have your prisoners go hungry. Alright. Getting really close to getting that going. We actually have enough cells for literally the next full in day. Like, guard needs help. Staff. Okay, we got more guards going on. So 1, 2, 3, 4 regular guards. Did we actually build the lawyer's office? We did. There's the lawyer's office. Good lawyer. Let's get one more doctor while we're doing all of this. So we can actually get armed guards now. So tasers, body armors, guard towers. We just about ran ourselves out of money. Other expenses a day. What do you mean, other expenses? Reoffending fines. That's fine. So, we're pretty close to exhausting all our money. That's bad. So hopefully get those cells built and all that. Alright. How quickly are your prisoners getting paroled? Not super fast. So the way parole works in this game is, I believe, once your prisoner has served half their sentence, they're eligible for parole. And then they go to a parole hearing. And the game basically rolls the dice and said, did you succeed in your parole hearing? And there's stuff that weights it to have better and worse odds of succeeding. And if they succeed, they get paroled immediately and they leave. If they fail, they go back to just being a normal prisoner. I think they can come up for parole again, but I believe it takes a while. Usually you don't get that many people to parole too fast. You can get it to a point where you get a good couple hearings every single day, but you get the idea. And there's stuff you can do to influence, like, what level of requirement they have to hit to be eligible for parole. You can also have it where you get that. All right, we're gonna do a shakedown, all sectors. Yeah, so that's yard deployment. So we found a tunnel. Okay, we've got this, so we need to go here and say remove tunnels. The good news, they had just started their tunnel. That's part of the reason I do shakedowns fairly regularly. It's just one of the ways you have to go to manage a lot of these. Oh, my max people were not scheduled yet to go to sleep. You know what? We're already pissing everyone off. There's no not doing that, so that's fine. Stick to it. Yeah, so we got drugs, we got poison, we got screwdrivers, we got, I think that's a baton. Why am I getting prisoners right now? Oh, is the backlog of the vehicles that far behind? I'm only now getting yesterday's prisoners, or the earlier game day's prisoners, that we're just building so much so fast that we can't get everyone through the process. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. I can't stop the building, so I'm not gonna. No, it's not the deliveries being pulled. Hey, look, it's another page. I mean, it doesn't help that you have trucks delivering a singular shower head. I feel like that's the real problem here. Oh, overdosed? Yeah, it's whatever. I'm working on it, but, like, I can only do so many things. Ow! We just got a double prisoners reoffending fine. Okay, that hurts. I'm trying to remember what has to happen for it to, where you're considered bankrupt. If I recall correctly, they gave you a warning being like, hey, you got 1 day to get your finances straightened out, or else it's all over. Which, I mean, I could just take a loan if that happens. Approve. Just gonna prove all the ones who are like, I want to be put to a different security rating. You know what? Why not? So we're almost done shaking down the whole prison. Everyone's angry. A whole lot of people are injured. There's apparently a light there for some reason. Okay. We're into the situation where like locked that one in place. So quick build, basic sell. I'll just have to wait. Yeah, because it does seem like... So, like, this one's stuck locked open. I don't know why that happens. But it's really annoying, because then it seems like they will just never build it. I'm going to wait to see if we just see our workers not working, and once we get to that point, then I'll worry about it. So we're gonna get some money. All right, so we got our prisoner intake. Cool, so it's really fast before things get bad. There. We got that cell being built again. We'll just leave the rest alone, and like if I see a point that like literally we just don't have people working. And thank you for the follow. On the stream. All those workers are at the door. Yeah. All right. And we're moving a bunch of prisoners around. Cool, so our short-term investment's about to come in. Which that's the one where we just gave them, like, money, and then they give me money back a bit more later. It's a one-time deal. But I wasn't ready to take on more stuff. Yeah, we just now got our prisoners from the previous day in. That's how much construction and all that happened, is I don't even have yesterday's prisoners processed yet. Alright. Well, hopefully get the meeting room and the psychologist's office together soon. Oh, yeah, can I switch what room you are? Cool, we finished one of the grants. Which grant? Okay, we finished the short-term investment grant, so grants. Holy crap, we gotta get some of this stuff done. We need security procedures. Okay. We need to assign 3 guards to a patrol route. And then we finish that grant. So you can go here, say... blue patrol route, boom. Good enough. Assign guards, 1, 2, 3. Go to right now, please. Come on, get 3 on there. If we get 3 guards on that schedule, then we're good. Are you... There we go. Cool, so we finished the grant, and now we're going to take that patrol route and we're going to get rid of it. And we can go right back here and say, hey, government security. Cool. So with that, we have our next grant going. We are training. We need to get the dogs. Yeah, so get the dogs next. What does the guard number on the top mean? 0 out of 20? It means 0 out of 20 of my guards are not currently busy. So right now we have 20 guards, but most of them are in the middle of something, which has to do with like the prisoners coming in and all that. So we did get ourselves a nice little bump in our influx of money. That's good. One thing we can probably do is we could probably add a cleaning room here. To give more people some jobs, let's wait. Let's wait. I need to get visitation online so that we can get that grant knocked out, and that'll help a lot of people with their family need. So they stop complaining about that. We'll want to get a chapel at some point so the spiritual people among our prison have that outlet. Right, once they get this office built, we will unzone that one to kick our psychologist down here. And then once our psychologist is down here, we'll start doing behavioral therapy, which will also help. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, I went off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Hey,
I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. Not really. All right, we are back to it. Sorry about that. Just wanted to grab like two little bites to eat, grab my drink, use the restroom, stretch my legs. Been going for almost 11 hours. You know how it is. I'm not loving that heat up here. That is a pretty big problem. That our people are pretty royally pissed off. Food stream. We have got to get that taser rollout going soon. Oh good, the office is right. Alright, so the way we're gonna solve this office problem is then go right up here and say, hey, you know how you have that office there? It's not really an office anymore. So if you just reassign right down here. Where are you? Where is our psychologist? Yeah, it's the gang members here starting to get decent enough numbers or getting bold enough to fight back. What do you think you're doing? Here, I'll help you make that decision. So you can grab whatever you want to steal from there, and we'll search you immediately. Ah, the psychologist. Well, don't kill my chef. They're literally the ones that feed you. Yeah, you quite literally don't bite the hand that feeds you. If there's any hand you do not bite, it's that one. Where is my psychologist? Oh, there you are. So as soon as you're done teaching, we want to drop you into this office. Because if we do that, we can get you doing behavioral therapy. I am just hearing that kick off again and again and again. The little warning saying, hey, some people just kicking off in a fight right now. Cool, so you got your office, so we can go rooms. And we'll redesignate this an office. We're still building all this out. So all my workers are getting stuck on this door. But with that, we can go down here. So, programs. So we have behavioral therapy. So it's a reform prison. That's a meeting room. We don't have that built yet. 3 strikes. That's a classroom. Conflict resolution. That's a meeting room. Behavioral therapy. We've got that. No equipment. All right, so let's see. What do you actually need to be able? You need a wide sofa. Yeah, it's fine. Yes, as soon as I get that couch in there, we can do behavioral therapy, and it will start to take people that are violent and volatile in that. And some of them will lose that negative and stop escalating quite as aggressively. Excuse you. You clearly are smuggling stuff from that office. You can at least try to make it slightly low-key. Versus painfully obvious going into a room you have no business being. So again, early prisoner release. We currently have 3 more prisoners than we have rooms for. Okay. Funny how they kill the chef, you instantly hire a new one. The new one asks what happened to the last chef. Well, I mean, his body was still there, so you know, there's not much questions to be asked. It's just known what happened to the last chef. We are getting a lot of people with gang signs on them. I am kind of scared to go to intelligence, gangs. Yeah, so I've got a couple gang members, not that many, so I could. Oh yeah, so you got. I mean, I thought there was way more. They must just be getting in trouble a lot more, which happens. All right, so the meeting room is almost done. The office is done. The common room is done. I need to expand up here, and I already know I don't have enough money to make the thing. Close the door? No, I'm deliberately leaving the door open. Because if I take away the door, it's no longer considered an office. They'll still go over, even if because I need them to go in that room. The prisoners have to have access, or they can't do their psychology thing. Your prisoners are going to constantly smuggle stuff. Ultimately, what I'll usually do later is I'll put metal detectors in each of the cell blocks to set off as they go in with like pens or whatever else they manage to snag. I also need to get the remote control doors, because that'll stop this garbage. Where are you going? I know exactly what happened. Okay, so we want to go to deployment. So we want to make sure. No, we can change that from that to staff only. Because that prisoner went out here and one of the guards ended up letting him out there. And then he made a break for it. Okay, we did lose 2 guards because we had a supermax prisoner who's dangerous get loose. Just keep making things. All right, did you get your stuff sorted? What do you mean no? All right. Psychologist's office. We have the psychologist's office. Session requires 2 hours. It needs a leather sofa, wide sofa brown. We'll add that too. Alright, we're trying to get all that sorted out. I just need them to keep building. Build faster. It's okay. We're just hitting an equilibrium on our prisoners by like having a couple die every day, a couple get paroled every day, more workers. So we're actually having problems where we keep hitting negative balance so far as like the rate we're making money. I have 30 workers. 30 workers is a silly high amount of workers for a prison in this game. So it is one of those things that we are just running into problems. Yeah, I know they want spiritual guidance. If they would back up. So what needs to happen is this needs to be solved. Where are you going? Okay, so dismantle that door. We're closing that off. So that they stop doing this crap. Because that's what happening is happening here. Everyone's getting stuck on that door. And then not doing other things. So if we put a stop to this, we can make our lives so much easier. So urgent, construct that wall. Be fast before all the prisoners start making a run for it because they see the door is like stuck open for too long. I said urgent. I want you to do it now, please. Yeah, it's set to construct it. Yeah, so I need to expand that, and that's the problem, is for the expansion I need a lot of money to build the perimeter up here. It's just going to take time. Who's escalating where? I'm not actually seeing the fight. Okay, cool. They're finally building the wall there. Why is the chief or you inside there? That's not a safe place for you. Cool. Perimeter's done. So now they'll just go to that main area where I usually have guards running in and out anyways. So that should make that way faster. It was just everyone getting stuck on that door was basically killing our rate of building stuff. Oh, we got the meeting room done. All right, so let's see. Workshop, carpentry, found education, behavioral therapy. We'll try that again. Conflict resolution, that's a meeting room. 3 strikes training, that's a classroom. Prisoner reformed consultation, that's a meeting room. Alright, so we got that all sorted out as best we can. Cool. So we're going to start doing our behavioral therapy very, very aggressively. So the contracts we have is just get the more prison cells online, which we're working on. In the meantime, I am going to go ahead and spend 6,000. Let's just go with this right now. We can worry about trying to expand over there later. That's not true. I want to do that now. And the reason I want to do that now is I will need to have visitation. There's got to be a way for the visitors to get into the building. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and just perimeter wall this right now. Was this like RimWorld but Prison World? No, so I can't remember. Doesn't Prison Architect predate RimWorld? I'm pretty sure it does. That RimWorld is partially inspired by Prison Architect, if I remember correctly. Alright, so for right now, this might be a mistake. We're taking apart our holding cell. And we're going to make this into a visitor's room. Who's breaking what where needs to be dealt with. Oh. Get you in solitary. Yeah, so you're getting the last of that built, and that'll be our nice cells. But yeah, now there are similarities in the art style. That's the main inspiration I had just mentioned. Oh, do we have a lot of storage? I actually don't have a storage area. So rooms right now, storage. There's definitely inspirations between the two games. But like I said, this is I'm pretty sure this predates RimWorld. And I believe RimWorld explicitly said it was inspired in the design of its characters from this game. Prison Architects, October 15. Interesting. So I have that backwards. Oh wait, are you talking about release? Like, because this was early access. Was that the initial release for early access or the release? Oh, they're definitely. I don't imagine they're using the same engine. Like I said, it could be wrong and have it backwards. But yeah, no, mechanically the game works very, like, not very like RimWorld at all. Yeah, or at least they're not sure about the beta. Yeah, I know one was inspired by the other. So far as, like, the art style. That's really about as far as it goes. Yeah, and they both were very long form early access. They both spent a long time in early access. Yeah, so once I get that enclosed, we're going to move the yard up here. We can go and get our chapel over here. We will need to expand our number of cells yet again. I don't know why those are taking forever to actually build, but that's fine. Yeah, so open this up. We'll get in our cell block. We have to expand the canteen. The yard's got to move. Because right now that canteen is woefully inadequate. A recent high-profile gang case has implicated one of your minimum security prisoners, a high-ranking gang leader. They've remained under the radar, but now everyone knows who they are. Okay. Ah, sweet. One of our grants completed. I don't know which one, and I don't really care. Visitation. Visitation's the one that just completed. Cool. So let's grab ourselves another grant. Prisoner acclimation. So work the kitchen, laundry, and cleaning cupboard. That's not a bad one because I do need the laundry. So let's go ahead and get that ticked. Because that gives me another 10,000. So we can put the laundry up here or something like that. Let's see, can you increase the size of the map? Yeah, so if you look at these borders, it says for $20,000 I can buy more land. The map does get pretty big to a point where you will eventually get to the point where the game starts, you know, if you're going to fill it, the game will start chugging because of number of prisoners you're managing. Oh, right, that's still going to be instant. It's alright, so we'll put laundry over here somewhere. Unless, how big does laundry need to be? They got the cleaning cupboard. The laundry actually doesn't seem to have a room requirement size. So what I could do here, concrete building. That'll be big enough. We can do that. Add a door to it. And then that'll be our cleaning cupboard, so we can hire people. We can make it so our prisoners will work at cleaning. Meanwhile, we need to go to our deployment and go to staff only. That's staff only area. that staff-only area. And the rest of that should be fine for anyone to go there. It's basically making it staff-only for areas that I don't want the prisoners to go to clean. Room was in early access for 5 years before the release date, 2013. Your brain hurts. You cannot compute anymore. Yeah, no, both these games have been around for a very, very long time. And why does this one place not have lights? Okay, we're 4 cells away from finishing our cell block C, which will give us another, was it $20,000, $30,000. One thing we also need to do is rooms. We'll need to get the kennel online. So 5x5 needs to be surrounded by doors and whatever. In this particular case, what we're going to go ahead and do is they don't need full-on whatever. We'll just go ahead and... One, two, three. Yes, it's gonna be one tile taller than that room. So get all that. We'll do a fence, gate. It'll be guards because we are dealing with the kennel. And they need dog crates. We will add a pair of dog dishes. And all that. And you want how many? We'll put 4 dogs out. We get deployment. We'll want patrols. Blue patrols. Assign a dog handler. So I'm doing here is I'm making it so the dog handlers will just peek into these rooms for just enough. Dogs, if they're close enough to inmates that have stuff, have a chance of smelling what's on them. And so, like, if they're carrying smelly drugs or stuff like that, contraband, the dog will detect it. And usually I just handle that by having the dogs just patrol the cells constantly. We'll definitely need more dog handlers. Right now I can't afford it. So they're gonna just pop in every once in a while and check these. It's fine. As our prison continues to grow and grow and grow, we'll need more and more. Okay, cool. You hope you sleep? Yeah, so I do sleep. Thank you so much, dude. You love this game but never got far into it? Yeah, we're doing a challenge run. But yeah, so let me go ahead and do a shout out for Snoot. What? Why is typing bad? There we go. Shout out for Snoot, who is another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a lot of Valheim lately, but has also done like Project Zomboid and RimWorld, a whole bunch of stuff. Definitely a channel I recommend checking out. Good times over there. Do you not? Oh, they're still putting the lights in. But yeah, I should have done a shakedown last night, but we didn't. But yeah, no, it's so the way I do my subathons is I go till my normal end time. That's a hard cutoff, and I stop there and I stop the timer, and then I start my next stream very early compared to normal, and you know I will just not take days off that. Definitely a good thing. Your prison's far ahead of where you got. So I'm also playing in a challenge mode where if you look at this, I have no control over my intake of prisoners. They just keep coming. Eventually we will lose because I'm going to just keep getting more and more super max prisoners until there's no keeping it under control. But yeah, no, it's a fun game. It's weird because it's like a resource management like other ones that should be considered enclosed. All right, well, I don't know why that's not considered closed. I've done that before. Like, it's literally counted as a wall. Is there one tile missing? Surrounded by doors and walls. This whole thing... Oh, I see. I see a problem here. Go down to kennel. There we go. What is this, watermelon juice? Yeah, it's basically not watermelon juice, but it's like flavored water. All right, so we've got them going. The cleaning cupboard should be ready, so we can go over here, go to cleaning cupboard. There we go. Assign there. Go to logistics. So I got 3 people who can work on cleaning. We got a couple people able to work over there. So that's good news. Getting people working helps. We've almost got the outer perimeter over here, so we could tear down this wall and make room over here. I do need a chapel. I do need a laundry room. The laundry room probably being the higher priority. And all that. I also need to get more armed guards. What's going on with our deployment? I see. And I don't have enough dogs to keep in all those. But basically, I want my dogs constantly running past the prisoners, watching for, like, if they smell anything on them. All right, so we need 2 armed guard patrols. So we'll need to go here and expand this. And put ourselves a jail door here. Man, McEvoy kicks off in a fight all the time. There's... Oh, okay, so we got a super dangerous prisoner here. Yeah, deadly. Has a random chance of basically one-tapping whoever responds. So he did end up killing one of our guards because he got the dice roll where he instant killed them. Please don't hurt the dog. The dog deserves to not deal with your garbage. The dog is goodest boy and or goodest girl. And does not need to be subjected to your wrath. Alright, so as soon as this piece of wall gets built, we can shred down this wall. We'll get the laundromat built. We are going to need to get another cell block going. We will need to move the yard over here, expand this canteen out, which is going to be weird with that wall here, but that is what it is. I might just do like this weird funky wiggle on the canteen because I need more food. We are not going to be able to keep our prisoners fed. Okay, cool. So I got that down. This wall needs to go so we can utilize that space. We'll get the yard moved up here. We'll move all the junk out of the yard. We'll start building this out to get the canteen sorted. So one thing I could do to help with this, perimeter wall here and there, because then I can tear this spot down and expand the canteen in a way I don't have to worry about prisoners attempting to make a break for it. Alright, we got another prisoner causing us grief. Okay, let's check on our bureaucracy. Taser rollout, let's get that moving. Because if we do the taser rollout and I get a classroom built and the armory built, we can start training our random guards to use tasers. And that means when they get into a fight like that, instead of... I'm not... How are you doing that? There's multiple feet of concrete between you and the outside. What is everyone's deal? We got a lot of people who are very angry right now. Okay, so what is the immediate problem? Needs. None of those are actually in really terrible shape. We do have some hungry people, which is certainly a problem. But there isn't any of those that's like, this is drastically a problem. So it's gonna be a pretty big laundry room we're gonna put up here. How are we doing on power, by the way? Oh, we're not good, is how we're doing on power. As you get higher and higher on it, you have your chance your power failing as you get higher and higher percentage. So we're gonna over spec our power for a little bit. We do have our entire infirmary is full of people needing treatment. Love to see it. Not really. You are treating behavioral therapy to Casper here. Casper has apparently been involved in 3 separate instances of manslaughter and has 41 years they're here. Their experience here is they've attacked a prisoner, they've caused serious injury, they've attacked staff, they've destroyed stuff. They are trying to get through behavioral therapy because if so, they have a much less tendency to kick off in violence. That person apparently smuggled a chainsaw in here, as you do. Why would you break the serving table? Why would you attack the food? Why would you commit such an egregious sin? One way to get everyone else to hate you in a prison in real life. Be the one who prevents food from being served. You will have no friends. Many will despise your very existence. Okay, we're moving all the stuff out of this area. Up here. Normally by now, I would have the prison separate out into different segments, so I keep my most dangerous prisoners in one area and a bunch of the not as dangerous ones in different areas. Alright, keep moving everything we can over here in preparation of expanding our canteen. Okay. Now, once we get that wall segment up, we tear down this, and we're just going to expand the canteen to take up that whole area. It's going to be a really big canteen, which is good, because it'll let us better deliver things there. Oh, man. Okay. So, quick pause. All right. We need more, yes. Okay, so, custom... clone, grab this entire cell block, and again, that we just need more cells. Because with the never-ending prisoners coming in, we currently have 104 prisoners, and we have room for 98. So 6 prisoners, I am going to need you to stop existing. If you could do me a solid and stop existing in a way that I am not legally culpable for, I would much appreciate that. So if like one or two of you wants to escape, maybe one gets murdered, that'd be swell. You know, one or two gets parole, maybe someone gets released. These would be good things. All right. Cool, so that room's built. So rooms. This will be the armory. Okay, so things for the armory. We need a table. Cool. We need a weapons rack and guard lockers. Fair enough. I'm gonna need those. Okay. So, we need to get a classroom going soon, because a classroom we can use for farther reformation of our prisoners, and then I can teach my people how to use tasers. And the tasers do... Oh, thank goodness. Alright, so we got $20,000 for... I don't know which grant. Cell block C, maybe? Alright, cell block D grant. So that's another 10,000 advance. That's good. I need to get ourselves 2 armed guards on patrol. We have to wait for that. The armed guards, I like to put them at choke points and just have them hold the fort. That way, if things kick off, you get the idea. It's pretty straightforward, the purpose of guards holding shotguns in a prison. I know I need to build a chapel. We will get there. I'm building as fast as I can. Oh, you need power in that room. Speaking of which, you'll need power up here. Water. Yeah, no, I played a lot of Prison Architect back then. They got all the achievements and all that, which I don't recall the achievements being super hard in this game. It's been a long time, so I might be forgetting some like really awful achievement. I remember the most tedious one is there's a bunch of hidden pictures that you can find. Like when people get into a fight, they'll drop a picture on the ground. You can click on it to get like a little like flavor picture of like what's going on in your prison, all that. And they're fun, but like some of them require very specific conditions and only RNG show up and can be pretty uncommon. Some of them happen super often, like if you get a fight in the canteen, you almost always had the picture drop. I don't think I've seen any of those in a long time, so I wonder if they either got rid of them or made it a setting. I'm observing a problem. So that problem over here is that I have mountains and mountains and mountains of dishes here, and they are not clean. So we need more people working this stuff. My kitchen's also going to need to grow, and when that happens, I genuinely don't know how I'm facilitating that. I mean, your punishment rating. Yeah, so the likely chance of this person reoffending when they leave is 81%, so they're reoffending. That's just the reality. 81% are not good odds if we want them to not do that thing. Cool, I believe that... Oh, no, it's the arm thing. The only reason you asked is you brought a 1 liter of watermelon juice. It was 100% watermelon juice, but it tastes too thick, and it was like not fresh watermelon juice. I've been craving watermelon. Yeah, it's just like a flavored water thing of watermelon. It's not like actually pure anything. It tastes good, but it's definitely not like proper watermelon. All right, so we got a bunch of prisoners who want a spiritual guide. We'll get there. All right, so that's 2 of them. Okay, so we have patrols. This one right here, right there. Armed guards. Oh, come on. There we go. Now I just gotta wait for the assignments to happen at the same time, and we are good. We need more dog handlers. And grant done. Okay. So, we can do the max security, which is... Basically, we'll need CCTV. That's okay. We can get on that. As far as... So that's reformed prisoners, bakery, farming, criminally insane, like I don't want to touch at all. That's a long one. Yeah, we'll go for max sec. Because things are just going to get worse and worse and worse. Yeah, so we're unlocking our body armor and our tasers and all that. Which is already done. And I need to get CCTV, which means I need to get my actual security force. I'm going to put that inside here. That way we can take advantage of our informants. Because if you walk them outside, it could be a mess. So security needs to be 4x4. Cool. And we'll go here, doors, large prison door, and they can get that going. How's our power? Power's fine. Can you assign priorities to tasks? You can go to a task, and I can alt left click on it, so I can go to that wire, or sorry, control left click on it, and I can make that task high priority, but there isn't like a priority 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just this thing is high priority individually. It's okay. Like, it works. Not exactly great, but it does work. Okay, so get rid of that yard. That yard's done. We need to go over here and demolish this wall. And that wall. Okay, and we go here and go rooms. Where's laundry? Laundry room. The crowd in that canteen. Yeah, that's the reason I'm working on expanding the canteen as well. Alright, so, to satisfy this to be functional, I need the laundry machine, laundry basket, and an ironing board. So, laundry machine. Laundry baskets, I remember you need a whole heck of a lot of those. And then the ironing boards, we can go here. And these require direct power. And they also use a heck of a lot of water. And then logistics. I can assign 22 prisoners to laundry. Cool, so that was another grant done. Alright, so this is probably the one where I'm going to go ahead and say education initiative. It's a long one to finish, but it does give us a decent amount of upfront kickback money. Yeah, we have got to get that canteen larger. Dumping them all in that close is gonna get things more. We also need to get a second or third canteen. Like, maybe we expand this way next, and I put a canteen up here as well. to just divide the people out so they're not all piling into one little room over here. Because that's the big killer right now, is that canteen is going to be a problem. Okay, expand that canteen that big. Staff. 2 more cooks. Doors on both sides. Yeah, it's honestly not a bad idea. It'll allow people to cut through and avoid the metal detectors when they go to the kitchen. Honestly, I do not have any contraband management here, so that's not as important. The big problem we have is I still don't have the cells for the new prisoners, and that's going to bite us in the foot. But we've got the 30 workers. They're doing the best they can. How are my staff? We've got all you. I can have way more armed guards. One thing you do have to watch is you do actually take a danger risk. Like your people will be angrier if you have more armed guards. So it is the thing that if you just really, really, really escalate the number of guards you have to a ridiculous amount, you just need to accept you are going to need to use them to manage all your really angry prisoners. Let's also go here. Do we have the snipers unlocked? Non-lethal sniper. There we go. Hello. Yeah, so we'll put up some sniper areas strategically to deal with that. So if I remember correctly, it was what, sniper tower or something like that? Yeah, guard tower. We put one right there to manage this whole corridor here. I put one here because that's a big open area. And I think that's the only time I'm going to worry about right now. Later on, we'll want to put more towards the perimeter. So staff. That way when things kick off, you know, things won't go well for people who cause too big of problems. Oh, before we get shakedown. All sectors. It's been a little while. A lot of people are clearly going to have smuggled drugs and tools and will be tunneling and all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, we can also go over here to quick build, solitary cell. Call it a hunch. Oh, yeah, so all of our people are now going to simultaneously go get their bulletproof vests and all that. Or not bulletproof, stab-resistant vests. And their stun batons, which is good. It's worth them doing. But that's a lot of money that's all going to get spent at the same time. It's a worthy investment, though, because it will protect my guards pretty well in a fight. And then the stun batons are really good at de-escalating fights with certain, like, if you've got a particularly tough person, having 2 or 3 people hitting with a stun baton will knock them out much faster than, like, slowly bludgeoning them with nightsticks. We're definitely going to need to expand very soon. I'm pretty sure we can fit the classroom up here. We can put, like, the classroom, the chapel, there's like a library. There's a couple other things we can put up here. All sorts of stuff to help out. These rooms will help with the prisoners we got coming in. I am going to need to expand one of these tiles very soon. I'm leaning towards this way. Because, like, again, if I put a canteen up on this end and one down on this end, it should divide the prisoners up not evenly. Like this one, that canteen will be the closest, so they'll go there. This one, those ones will go to that canteen. This one, those will go here. This one, who knows where it'll go. It doesn't matter. The point is that they're not all trying to go to the same place. Yes, we need to build a classroom that can facilitate 20 desks. Let's check our grant programs. So, kitchen safety. We can add another shift on there because there's enough people interested it's worthwhile. We've got tons of people going to behavioral therapy. I would need more office space to handle that. We got tons of people who are getting pharmaceutical treatment for drug addiction. We have Alcoholics Anonymous has got going on. We have plenty of people working on parole. Conflict resolution has people going on. 3 strikes. Reform prison consultation is going well. None of these other ones I can do right now. Oh man, the 3 strikes training in the classroom has a ton of interest. Okay, yeah, so we definitely need the classroom. Because those reformation programs are a great way of de-escalating a lot of your prisoners. The really like super hard supermax ones it doesn't usually help with. But a lot of your like middling, you know, some like they occasionally kick off, but they're not super dangerous ones that are just a constant maintenance nightmare. It helps keep a lot of them from being a problem. So that way you can worry about keeping an eye on like the 5 or 6 really troublesome prisoners, and all those ones in the middle you can keep them kind of managed. Here's another problem. All of that, and that's the only shower in the whole place. But see, what are the things in the logistics? Yeah, so logistics, that's like, that's where I assigned 3 people to be working in the cleaning area. I assigned 4 people to working in my kitchen, and 22 in there. And that's because the size of the room dictates the limit how many can work there. So it's basically your prisoners able to work in your prison. And they get paid money. That's actually one of the nice things about having like snack machines and the general like the little store in your prison. It does actually work out really well where you can use that as a means of they get money to do all these jobs to make your life easier for managing the prison, and then you get the money back by having them buy stuff from the store. It's never that much amount of money. It's not that big a deal either way. So I am saying we're at that point where I toss a couple more guards onto the roster. The shakedown's just taking too long. The workers are desperately trying to bring everything online. Okay, the laundry mat is getting sorted out. That's bad. You normally want the lockdown to be over well before people wake up. And that is not what has occurred here. I do think we should still follow through with it to catch if anyone's got any tunnels and all that. That's a lot of phones in the shakedown. Oh yeah. They smuggle lots. There's ways you can mitigate smuggling a lot more. Not having an exterior perimeter anywhere near where prisoners can get to will really help. So everyone is getting really, really angry because they've been searched even though they didn't do anything. And that's part of why everyone is kicking off right now. But with those stun batons, that should help knock people down. Yeah, no, the workers are stuck on the door because the guards have to open it, and the guards are busy searching everything. They're down to that last room, though, so they should be done soon. Once I get this this room built down here, I can get these things that remotely open and close the doors, so I can have one guard sit here at the table and manage all these doors without running around. Alright, so we have 4 fewer cells than I need. And we're getting 16 more people. This is great. We are building the new cells, but you know, they're doing their best. There's so much laundry to be done. Okay, well, laundry's getting sorted out now. So that's good news. Large amounts of contraband. 128 pieces of contraband were found in the last day. Why is literally everyone right there? What do you know about that I don't? That is like literally... Oh, wait, they were searching those rooms. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I just like, I'm looking down here seeing like 20 guards strolling as one massive group of like, what do you know that I don't? Anyone want to be a confidential informant? You could get out of solitary confinement early. That's fine. Let's see, where the prisoners go if there's no holding cell? They stand in there until they start starving to death. But the good news is as my people are going to solitary confinement and losing access to their cell, we're just rotating people through the cells. If you're the last one who got in trouble, you get to sit there shackled doing nothing. Technically, they can use the toilet. Yep, you're not wrong. There's just the constant sound of the dogs getting into stuff with prisoners and prisoners kicking off and all that. We're working on it. Yeah, so a lot of them want clean clothes. A lot of them, that's what they're complaining about is their clothes. There's a couple complaining about food. We are actively working on both those. Like right now, we actually have people. Oh man, all the machines are going at the same time. What are you doing? Why is there a toilet still there? Get that out of there. Just everyone's in visitation. There's just a toilet in the corner. Guys, it's like, hey man, look, when you gotta go, it's only weird if you look in my direction. That's all you gotta do is not look my way, and it doesn't have to be weird. Yes, the workers are doing their best to get those prison cells online. Do we have the power? Yeah, we're only at about half the power utilization. And they're working on getting that laundry taken care of as fast as they can. This is going to be the security room. Once we get the security room online... Ooh, actually, 1 second. Deployment. That's what I thought. Staff only. Before someone's like, I need to go clean the armory. Let me out of the armory. And then immediately runs off the map. Because you just let them out of the prison. It does happen. Well, we got one of the really dangerous ones that can one-tap people. Because he took a person like from near full life to dead instantly. New guard time. It happens. That's the danger of the Supermax. They got those really, really nasty buffs that take a lot of hits to knock down, and then sometimes they just one-shot your people. Yeah, I got 15 people who are currently shackled in their cells. And what that actually is, I think it's the 15 that don't have a place to go yet that I need to deal with. We're working on it. I'm trying to go as fast as we can. We got 30 workers after it. And we're not really turning that much of a daily profit. It's all the grants keeping us up. And the problem is eventually those grants start to run dry. I know you don't have prison cells. It is what it is. Have you tried committing less crime? Just giving the visitors the true prison dorm experience. Yeah. I just need those parole hearings to keep happening. Every paroled prisoner is like another available room. They're working on it. Yeah, no, they're all making their time there. And solitary's coming along. We got plenty of them going into solitary. Yeah, I got 2 who are currently in solitary. 11 are waiting for their turn in solitary confinement. Which that's just a matter of the guards are doing their best to run back and forth to take care of it. This is one problem we have, is this is a bottleneck here, and we're just having everyone slam into that bottleneck and not be able to go anywhere. So let's try and alleviate that by opening that up over on that side. And then this side can also be opened up. So we can go over here. We had a death. We'll deal with that in a moment. What's your deal? Ah, Snitch X law enforcement and gang member? Yeah, you were doomed from the start. There was no chance everyone in that prison was going to be targeting you. The only way you were surviving is if I had a separate wing that could hold you by yourself, which in a prison where we're not doing, never-ending intake, that's a doable thing. But we're struggling just to keep rooms for everyone. So any of those luxuries, like actually separating out your prison population to keep them safe, that would be lovely, but kind of a dream that we won't have. Alright, security's almost built. I don't really know why you're all... Oh, you're searching that room from the person who got in a fight. Yeah, so the towers are up, and that'll have a suppressive effect on all the people immediately around that. They'll be less likely to kick off and cause trouble. You killed the dog? What kind of monster are you? Not going great. There's a slowly building body count. If too many people die in one day, we get a warning that if anyone else dies, like it's usually a small number. It's like if 2 or 3 more people die over the next 5 days, you just game over. And usually if you've hit that point where you've got that kind of a situation, it's bad. Now granted, sometimes if things are way out of control to the point you're like, I can't manage it anymore, you can deliberately cause a massive body count and then just lock up the last couple people secured for a couple days. It's a high-risk strategy, though. But it can be a way of reducing your roster. Okay, so I'm giving multiple routes in and out of this place, and the reason I'm doing that is they were all bottlenecking right here, because they do kind of like push past each other, and that should help alleviate that a little bit. I need you to get those prison cells online, man. Like, I've got all of these buildings that are more or less done, just with missing that last piece. It's not murder, it's alternative reformation. Yeah, that's what we can go with. Yeah, just putting down those last little bricks. Yeah, so it's missing a couple tiles of brick there. And that's missing a couple tiles of brick there and there. It's because the workers are heavily working up here as well. That's a thing keeping them busy. Oh, the flooring? Yep. It's just taking them time. They'll get there. A big part of it is the fact that this canteen is up here. Everyone just getting stuck, running in and out of this place on top of each other. It's breaking a lot of things that's going to need to get resolved. But I'm hoping that making alternate routes should help. I've got 20 prisoners waiting in solitary confinement. Yeah, so you can see how slowly they're moving through here because they're just getting stuck all over each other. Slight adjustment to what we can do here to help alleviate some of this stuff. Large security door there. Perimeter wall here and here. Now we can tear down that out to put this on the inside perimeter, because then they don't got to walk out and around, and that should help a little bit. Offices don't have way in? Yeah, and that's the thing. We'll open this up. The people who go to these offices, they only go to the staff room and all that. So I don't really need them to have access to a lot of places. Okay, so with that, we can go here. Dismantle all of this. And so now we've basically moved all that to the interior. So this is the only way in and out of the exterior of the property beyond tunneling or whatever. Oh good, that finally got built. And now they're putting the actual furniture in there. Thank you. So as I get the furniture in there, it will make those cells count. Yep, and we got that all sorted out, so that's good news there. And honestly, for that matter, with the staff room... Why do I have that? That doesn't need to be there. That serves no purpose. Get that out of here. Is it interesting seeing people come back to Prison Architect 1 now that they pushed the second game back a couple months? Oh, I didn't take it as like some big reason to come back. This is something we did a long time ago on the channel, and it's like, all right, this is a game we could do that'll be like, you know, one or two streams at the absolute most. I think right now on Twitch you have a lot of people jumping into games that, you know, might be considered stale or whatever. Because we're in that whole situation where, yeah, there's some like little updates coming out, but there's not a lot of really big games holding on to people. Like we have 2 Point Museum, but that's starting to have been out for a little while. That we're starting to see a little bit of people starting to bounce in that. Max space utilization and crowd control out the door. What? But yeah, so like you've had a lot of people hopping into some of these games that were pretty big once upon a time, you know, revisiting them. Like there's a lot of people going back and checking out Subnautica, a lot of people doing Raft, and a bunch of these games that, you know, they checked out ages ago. You know, they're good games that just, you know, they haven't done anything in a long time because they're finished products. All right. I was actually expecting this whole thing to start falling apart by now. Because usually there's a point where the rate you're getting prisoners starts to get out of hand, and those supermax ones, as you're slowly getting more and more of them, they become more and more unmanageable. Like the fact that I still don't have my classroom online is a problem. Let's see, is there a way to build an external door that only workers can use? Yes and no. You can build it, but the prisoners can steal a worker's key and then use it themselves. So the more entryways, like right now, if they steal a guard's key, they can go through these doors. You don't have as many guards, and guards are armed, and they will defend themselves. These staff doors, the prisoners can go for those, but they have to take out a staff member. But it's like any staff member, and most of the staff members can't defend themselves, so they're more vulnerable. Yep, so we're picking up all the furniture for the rooms. Those cells are coming online real fast. Well, they will be. Guys are getting toilets and all that. Cool, we got another reformed prisoner bonus. Really need those cells done. Strider, go sleepy? Will you sleep, Strider? It's good having you. Thank you again for hanging out and all that. They are... Why is only that cook working? Like, clearly there's a whole stack of dirty trays here. There's 5 of you standing around watching. All of these are sitting around. And you're just all like, nah, not my problem. Jerry over there can take care of it. One thing we should do is get the paths that let you move faster between the buildings for our workers. The problem is they gotta build them. So it's a catch-22. Do you allocate the time to make it so things move faster in general, but it takes a bunch of time to do it? Or do you keep working on the thing to get things stable now, knowing that might be a lost cause and how fast you need to be moving? Yeah, they're in there getting work done. That's all we need. We got those couple of patches there for you to deal with. Hey, is that a finished cell? Yeah, we're getting our first actual cells online in that block. just in time to need a lot more than that. But if we're lucky, we got a bunch of people who can parole this incoming day, and one is getting released. So that should knock down the number a couple. And then inevitably, someone's gonna die. See if we can get any informants out of this. Nope. A lot of people waiting for solitary confinement. How's the kitchen managing? It's okay. I wouldn't say it's good, it's okay. It needs to be bigger, but I need room for that, and we're juggling. The good news is, at least for needs, we don't have a lot of people who are like starving. It's family's the big thing. There's a lot of people who need visitation time. And it's just not happening at a decent rate. So that'll help. That'll be 2 more visitor table. I didn't notice I could fit those. Okay, it looks actually like we'll have even more people up for parole. That's promising. I need to get people out of here. But yeah, so I got 36 families who want to visit, but they can't because there's not enough schedule time for them. Any more bureaucracy we should be grabbing? Not really. I know I shouldn't be starting this till other projects are done. But I need the guards and all that to be able to get their classrooms. We're gonna queue up yet another project we don't have time for. Because that's gonna be our classroom. Because the classroom, I can start training my guards to use tasers, and that'll really help reduce the escalation of a lot of stuff that will be able to stun people before it turns to deaths. 1 more prison cell and every one of our people will have a cell to be in. Yay! Just in time for our next wave of prisoners in 3 hours. Cool, we officially have enough cells for everybody. Just in time for 16 more prisoners to ruin it all. Okay, so we did expand the prison, because there's just no room for another cell block out here. And I'm just going to have to try and make enough money to be able to expand out here and get more cell blocks. We'll need to get a new canteen that covers some of this area back here. Probably a second yard. Probably a second common room. Probably all these things. But they're working as hard and as fast as they can. Good dog. They were making a tunnel and the dog found it. Let's see, why are there 2... Let's see. Why do the top 2 cells have a gray overlay? These ones? They're still under construction. So it's just basically saying this isn't finished yet. Because what I did is I copied these and pasted it, and it's saying, "Hey, this is here." Like they're making progress. They're getting close to done, but they won't ungray until it's done. All right, so needs. So yeah, family's the biggest need right now. Pretty much, I need to keep getting the recreation stuff going, or not recreation, this stuff going. If we get that set up with the doors, the automatic door things, which should be, we can get the servos. So that's the servo for that door and that door. So that way we're all ready for it when we get there. Yeah, that should work. So the moment I get down here and I get the door controls, one of my guards could go there and manage those two doors, and then we don't have to worry about our people getting stuck on them constantly. Let's see, does the shower room need a drain? No, so it's got a drain here, and I'm just letting this part fill up. But yeah, there's a drain to keep it from flooding the outside area. Alright, looks like the last couple of cells on this block are getting finished, so that's good news. And then this one's coming along. And then we're going to just have barely gotten ahead of the population for about 30 seconds. Just in time to start the next thing where I'm not ready for it. Because I don't know where I'm going to get the money to go out all this way. All the way out here and secure more fence. Why are you killing the dogs? To be fair, the sniper sandbag shot him. Holy crap. Character, legendary. This prisoner is a legendary of the criminal underworld and has numerous skills and abilities that make them very dangerous. They are extremely strong. They hit very hard. They're extremely tough. They can take a lot of damage. They're extremely volatile. They're liable to kick off without warning. They're stoical. They don't get suppressed when locked in solitary confinement. They're extremely deadly. They're very likely to kill someone with one hit. They're fearless. They are not intimidated by the sight of armed guards and are less likely to surrender. They're an expert fighter. They have skilled defensive moves and can disarm an opponent and even take the weapon away from them. Yeah, screw that guy. Alright, so rooms. Okay, so with that, it is time to expand this operation. Alright, and just like that, that canteen is going to be massively better. So canteen's done, that cell block's done, this cell block's under work. This is us not having enough cells here in a moment. And that's just the life we live. There's another death down here. Why did you kill the psychiatrist? Hey, don't worry, psychiatrist, an opening has just become available. She told you you're a jerk, so you killed her. I mean, fair enough. That's not a very good psychiatrist, so that's how they approached it. Definitely a fraudulent medical license on that one. Cool. Alright, so lock that open so this person can get out. Alright, so rooms. Security. So we need a desk, chair, and filing cabinet. Are the required things for it to function. Chair. Desk. Filing cabinet, but we're not done yet because we have the CCTV cameras, the door control systems, and the phone taps. Because with that, we can manage that front door and not have to have the guards deal with it anymore. And the cameras, I'm not even prepared to deal with, but with the cameras set up, we can get a bunch... Oh, it's going to require me that for my grant. Start with that. Grand completion. And we have another death today. Once again, someone has murdered a dog. The dogs deserve better than this. The dogs deserve so much better than this. Alright, grants. Because I need money. Sell block D. Thank you. Now's where things are going to get bad. So that's 9,000. 10,000. Next expansion needs to get to work. It's going to take a while, and I don't have the capacity to deal with that. Yeah, so we got all that done. That's done. The security's done. They're working on the classroom. And on top of that, we're gonna go ahead and get the chapel built as well. Just trying to manage as many needs as possible to hopefully keep everyone from murdering each other for as long as we can. Because we are managing to mostly keep the hostility to a minimum. But did you need to assign people to security room? No, so the problem is they don't have these installed yet. That's actually what they're working on now, is they are bringing the all the equipment for it. Once I do that, they'll automatically, like, if people are available, they'll automatically put people on it. Oh, I have another thing. Prisoner manufacturing can be a good one. Restaurant screen. Reformed prisoner initiative. That's another one of those ones you sit on for all eternity, but it does give us some money. And we'll just live with that. Because they're starting to run out of the grants that you can knock out nice and quick. Oh, yeah, thank you. Early release. Please. Our prisoners are missing their families. Look. I'm trying. Alright, so, rooms. Classroom. 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 Okay, so it needs to have 20 desks in it. So I need to have an office desk, and we need school desks. This is definitely conductive of a good learning environment. Just really claustrophobic classroom. Okay, and as soon as we have the equipment in there, we could start putting everyone up for, like, taser training. We could start doing the general education and all those kind of things. And that'll be good. Then we can get the chapel going so that the spiritual people in our prison can, you know, have that as an outlet as well, so they be less murdery. Almost killed that guard. Oh, they're going after the chief of security. They need help. Get on it. Well, that was the whole thing. Alright. So lovely. They did manage to kill some guards. Okay, so you still need the power run through here. Oh, there's one piece of cable missing. Meanwhile, that's going to be a problem soon, so let's just plan to max out this generator. Now, for those who don't know, Prison Architect's a bit weird. If you put more than one power generation source in the same cable, it kills all the power on that wire. So you end up having to have a bunch of separate networks. It's actually one of the things I find a little annoying, but it is what it is. Hook up our CCTV. Missing cameras. Wiring. Meanwhile, we can go to you. Connect. And so we can listen into their phone calls to see if they ask for contraband and all that. And they can manage those doors, you know, directly. Good news, someone's about to get a promotion. So the chief of security did get away, by the way. Did a little running around while the guard chased the thing, and eventually the guard was the one who got hit. I'm surprised to see putting lights in versus other stuff, but that's whatever. Alright, so this will be another shakedown night. Did we hook the last two cameras? No, they're not installed yet. I have to wait till they're installed. As soon as you get that last piece of cable here. As you get that piece, those doors can be automated and you won't need to have guards constantly help you out. Is there a limit how many cameras? Yes and no. So you can connect as many as you'd like on it, but I believe it can only monitor like 8 at a time. So if you put like 16, it will randomly pop through the various cameras. So it'll only be watching some of them some of the time kind of thing. Recruit informant. I love that I recruited them as an informant, and they immediately kicked off. So they're going right back in solitary. Oh, before I forget, deploy staff only. I definitely don't want to let the people into my security room where we have a bunch of equipment. Oh no, wait, that one's fine. That's not the armory, that's the other one. Yeah, because I want to say, I think it'll tell you what they can find contraband-wise. Yeah, so they can find stuff like stun batons in there, so that is a concern. But when we use informants, they have to be able to get in there. How long is it for a year in Prison Architect? I don't remember. It's not an actual year. I actually don't remember what, like, the year-to-day rate is. When you have prisoners who got like 30, 40 years on, you just consider them lifers though, because it takes a long time. Like once you start having Supermax show up for time for release, you know you've had an unreasonably long run. Okay, so we can now go to our programs. Let's see. All these seem to still be good. I'm gonna keep that queued up for the common room, even though there's no one available. Let's see. Staff programs. We will have guard taser training. Yeah, so we need to make a training room for the staff for those. We can worry about that later. So we'll start working on getting people tasers. Foundational education. 3 strikes training. And the general education we don't need to worry about until we get later. Yeah, so we spotted that one in camera and that took care of that. There are a couple cells short from being able to accept the next round of prisoners. Let's see, 5 days a year. Googled it, but you don't believe you can change the time of year's date. Yeah, no, I don't believe you can. But still, if you think of someone who's got like a 30-year sentence, that's 150 days. That's a long time, considering this whole stream we've probably gone through 30 days. Maybe not even. Because we're getting 16 prisoners a day. We're losing between parole and early release, or parole, release, and death, and escapes. We're probably losing around 4 a day, and we're only sitting at 138. Now, if only chat could, I mean, Prison Architect wheels ones, if you had like crowd control kind of functionality, you could almost instantly kill a prison. Like, there would be just too much strength behind it. Like the prison can screw you if you just get unlucky with stuff, even as is. Unlock those open. Just slowing everything down with that. So pretty soon this should be online, and that again will be the chapel. Yep, so you got all these working. So yeah, so now I don't have to have a guard working these doors. When they walk up, the door will just open for them, as long as there's a guard over there. Okay. Yep, so we're getting more of that area built out there. We're just gonna struggle with the prisoners. So I could have had a holding cell. The downside is they will tend to kill each other in the holding cell because they can just cut loose. Alright, so you got people starting to get their guard training for tasers. Let's see, why does only one counter have that? It's because we just built these and there hasn't been a chance for them to cook the food for the other ones. They'll start cooking food a little bit before it's time for the prisoners to eat. And we can go down here. That should be all the cameras hooked up. Let's see, is that enough that we have to switch? Yeah, so if you look at that, with how many cables there are, I mean, the person just walked away. All but one of those was lit up red, and there's the one that was dark. And so it's basically they could watch all but at one camera at the same time, and so it'll rotate out which camera they're not watching. Yeah, so it should happen is over time, we should see that camera flip between the different ones on which ones they're watching and which ones are not. Or they'll just not care about it. Yeah, because it does switch. I'm just curious why they're really focused on that one not being covered. Maybe because there's no prison. Oh, it's because there's probably no prisoners up there, so they're deciding to deprioritize it. It's fine. Alright, so a whole lot of people finished their taser training and got tasers. So we got the education thing, we need to expand the number of things, and we need to have more people reformed. 63 prisoners are desperate to talk to their families. I want to help you, because it'll make you not be nearly as impossible to deal with. But also, unfortunately, I just don't have the space that can make it happen. They're Magmore phone booths, that'll help a little bit. It's not as good as people visiting in person. But we gotta do something to manage it. Oh, look at them. They're finally actually cleaning all those trays. Which says something, because this whole place is a disaster. Are the workers trapped in the new area? They will be once it's done. That we could, and it's not a big deal, because then I assigned them to take part of that wall, and they all beeline to it. This whole backside is missing, though. They're going to be working on that for a little while. That scale of a project is not going to be quick. And as much as I wanted to delay just immediately building a bunch more rooms, we're going to be behind again, so I'm going to have to build more rooms and then start working on the next canteen or whatever. I'm honestly surprised they're not running into needs where people are just straight up losing it from starving, that our food need is being met. It's genuinely surprising this canteen has managed to work that long. All right. Yeah, so we're 6 cells short, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. We just got to get this perimeter done. We rip down that wall, and honestly, I'm gonna grab a bunch of these blocks and just make more of them. Let's see, how hard is it to build a new area, then remodel it? A new area, then remodel it. Are you asking, is it harder for me to build a new area than remodel it? Remodeling the prison can be a little bit of a pain. It's kind of those things you just gut the building and you redo it. But building a new area is easy. We just go like this, custom, clone. I can just snag this whole thing and then plunk that down and they'll start working on it. Remodeling it, you know, I have to kind of gut the building first and I'm using it. And so that's kind of a pain thing. Let's see, could the visitation fit in the empty corner? Yeah, I could potentially put more visitation. I was planning on building like some of the other rooms up here, like the library and all that. I keep hoping that as I expanded this, it'll work. It's also possible we move the showers, like make 2 separate smaller showers over here. Get rid of that shower and expand visitation, because I could probably fit 3 more tables in there, which would mean 3 more families in simultaneously. But I need to get the showers built over here, and, you know, I need to get a lot of that stuff done. But that's the nature of the never-ending intake. You never have the time to do all the things you need to do, so you gotta juggle, okay, what thing I need is the thing I can go without the longest. And things will continue to escalate, and more people will get violent, and more problems will crop up. I know they're missing their family. I could potentially make a giant visitation area. The downside of that is then they gotta walk in, go the whole way around up there. That wouldn't be the end of the world, because I'm not making a door over here. That wouldn't be the end of the world. Because we are definitely falling behind on the visitation thing. Yeah, let's do it. That's honestly not a bad idea. A really big visitation space. People are gonna die in this room. That is the reality. People are gonna die in this room. It's way far away from where everyone else is. And occasionally when you have visitation, people get mad at the people visiting. It does happen. Because sometimes it's like their lawyer, their parole officer. Sometimes it's like their ex. Let's see. So this challenge is kind of like Product Zomboid situation. You will lose. It's just a matter of time. Not necessarily. You can actually reach a point where things do hit an equilibrium. Once you get to the point that you are having somewhere in the area of like 15, 16 prisoners leave your prison at a time, things start to stabilize. It does become harder that you end up with more and more max and supermax as opposed to other prisoners. But you do hit a point where you can start to manage it. But that's a pretty difficult thing to do. And considering I haven't played the game in like 2 years, I'm not anticipating pulling that off. Because usually a prison has to be pretty big by then. And I haven't tried to do it with gangs turned on, because by that point the gangs are going to start being big enough that they can start causing problems. Because what'll end up happening is you'll have like the gangs move as a large group and go to the yard and not let any prisoners that are not part of the gang in. Bad dog. Bad dog, stop it. Naughty. Naughty dog. No, bad dog. Actually, legendary printer, good job, dog. Killed the owner and the dog was like, absolutely the heck no. This man dies. This man dies today. There will be no mercy, there will be no surrender. It's fine. You're escaping? Escaping where? An incident facility has highlighted potential issues with security checks when it comes to family visitation prisons. Until then, properly viewed for the next 10-12 hours, remove all visitation rooms from your prison. Okay. Hey, prisoners, you know how you've all been complaining about, like, the fact you really want to have visitors? Get the heck out. There's no more visitation. The mayor has spoken. They said something hard on crime, ruthless, like dehumanizing something. Well, on the other hand, we are actively working on that. Didn't we just start building a giant room? Yeah, the good news is that'll be over by the time the room's done. It's a temporary thing where they're like, okay, for a period of time. Oh, 93 hours. So we're talking like a full-on, what would be like the equivalent of an in-game year. No visitation for what's effectively an in-game year. Blake here. Blake, that's our very last person who gets to talk to their family in person. Well, that's going to keep getting built, and we'll just plan for that to be visitation whenever it gets to it. That's fine. We're tearing down this wall. You're not a very good sniper. What? Why is everyone like... Are these like just stuck open? What's going on here? Okay, so we're getting to that point where so many people are going in and out. It's causing weird things to happen. So we're going to go ahead and this is going to cost me a small fortune. We can go to down here. Where's the road gate? Where is the road? Yeah, road gate. Basically, we're adding another layer so they stop triggering us trying to escape, because that's what's happening right now. Is they're triggering as escaping because the front doors are staying open so much they're being treated as not closing at all. And that is triggering off more and more fights because they're just running back and forth, so it's just doing that. And we're having too many deaths. We're getting pretty close to that one where we risk potentially... Yeah, that's Blake has some contraband on them. Okay, so with that, we're just gonna go over here. Quick build, custom, clone. We're going real big. Just massively expand the prison. That has to stop. I need that to stop. We are going to lose because it's just considering. Because like I said, the problem is so many people are cutting through here. These doors are taking so long to close. The prisoners are acting like it's a free path to get out. Yeah, everyone's getting super pissed about the family thing. But hey, we're just reducing the prison population. We're making room because they don't have enough room to keep them in as is. It is what it is. They want spiritual guidance. That'll help. Not really, but it'll be something. Okay, so you need an altar, pews, and a prayer mat. So there's the altar. That's fine. Good enough for me. And power in here. Okay, so that'll be where we can get spiritual guidance. Another thing that can help mitigate stuff. Is there anything we can build or do to change the mood? So basically, the problem we had is we should have been managing the visitation a while back, and because we let that escalate, and we just got unlucky about the event that the mayor hit us with, that we are kind of dealing with that negative outcome. Think of it as like a high psychic drone kind of situation where you can try and use things that just generally keep them happy to counter the negative, but it is those things that I've let that get bad enough that it needed to be solved a while ago. So we're already dealing with a pretty significant negative mood modifier that we should not have had nearly as long as we've had. And now we're kind of facing the consequences of that neglect. We can't give them drugs, but if they do take their own drugs, it does, I believe it'll mitigate things. But yeah. Alright, so we're gonna actually put a paving stone row right there. Speed up the rate that they can beeline out this far. Because that should help them get to building over here quicker. Normally when I'm not doing, and I say normally as if I played this in a lot, when I played it a lot in the past, I would take the time to make the different rooms have different floors. So there was one of these rooms that was an automatic, but yeah. So it looks like it has like the mosaic tile because it just happened to be what that room was set with because I used the prefab room. I would take the time to make some rooms like hardwood floor, some rooms whatever. You know, make it look like a proper place where not everything is just concrete all around. Make like the kitchen, or make this area all tile. Like I did in here, where I made the shower have cobblestone ground. Alright, let's add 5 more guards. Couple more handlers there. 2 more janitors and a gardener. Snipers, we should be fine. The cooks are fine so far as their number. Yeah, so good as they are getting this all built. The bad news is they're not getting any of that built. But if we get this walled off, it should help with a lot of the ones where they, you know, it marks them as trying to escape. That's the reason why we're not getting that alert, is because they're working on all of this over here. It is having that advantage of just the fact that all their work is right here, so they're not cutting back and through that door, keeping it open too much. Reminds me of a new book, Will of the Many. They should be glad it's not like that. They put people into comas on special tables and steal their life force. Yeah, that'll be our evil run in Anomaly kind of thing. Did you actually get the one down here? Let's get you to plug that in, because if I get that in, then I can wire up the door controller before whenever the powers run down here. Yeah, because with that, even if those doors are open, these doors also have to be open. Because each one of those layers of doors, you have to have all those doors open simultaneously for a while before the prisoners will see it as a path to run out. Meanwhile, how are the programs going? Yeah, so we've got our kitchen and stuff going there. Foundational education is working on it. Behavioral therapy. I've got the schedule full up as much as I can, and that's going fine. We are doing the pharmaceutical. The Alcoholics Anonymous group is going well. Parole hearings. We appear to be hitting our limit on this. Yeah, so that's as many parole hearings as I could do in a day, so that should help out. Conflict resolution, I'm not sure what's happening with that. 3 strikes doesn't have anyone there. 3 strikes training. Oh, I need to take 1 off behavioral. And that should sort that out soon enough. Reformed prisoner thing, we don't have those rooms available. You don't have anyone qualified. We'll have a room for that soon. Getting really, really close to the cutoff where... Oh, it's not gonna let me connect it till... Okay, so that's be... Oh, no, it's there. It's because it's off the edge of the map. It's not showing the wire. That's fine. You gotta be really, really careful. We only need like 1 or 2 more dead. I don't know the exact amount before it's going to trigger being like, hey, yesterday was a dark day in the prison. You know, don't let more than 3 people die over the next 5 days or go to jail. Okay. Let's see, so they go to prison for 10 years, lose 10. It's like being in for 20. Yeah. So it's one of these things that happens in here, is if you look at some of these ones in the record, let's find one of the ones who actually murdered someone in my prison. So yeah, this person murdered someone in my prison. So if you look at their record here, so they did both these grievously harmed before they got here. This murder was in my prison, so they would have been here for 25 years total. But now, because they murdered someone while in prison, they got an extra 25 years added to their sentence. And that's where it's kind of talking, you end up with prisoners that are kind of lifers, that you get those supermax prisoners that kick off and kill people very easily. And they do continuously just keep ending up getting those occasional kills in that just extends their sentence longer and longer. And in the base game, there's no dying of old age or something like that. So it is a thing that once they get to a certain extent, it's like, yeah, this is just a forever prisoner. There was a setting, we didn't turn it on, where the prisoners age up, and the idea is as the prisoners get older, they are less energetic and less likely to kick off. I've never messed with that setting before. It was news to me. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, though. You are supposed to eventually lose from that. All right, so we are going to do a shakedown. We'll try and deal with that. So with that said, what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to pause real fast. I got to use the restroom fast, so I'll be right back here in a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hey. Well, that's just mean. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're a alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Alright. Yeah, and that's a real old clip. You can tell because, like, I'm using push to talk. My mic doesn't have the proper noise, like, suppression or any of that kind of stuff. I had, like, a little bit of an echo sound on it. Real old clip. The worst thing about that whole thing is, so, that was Shrike, was the leader of the colony at that point. He's the one who punched the warhead. He survived with, like, all sorts of massive injuries. He ended up killing, like, 2 animals and 3 other colonists in that blast or whatever. And so it's like, how the heck are you at ground zero, literally standing on it, the one who got through it, but like everybody else who was like in the very edges of the explosion, the ones who died? I'm gonna need more solitary confinement. We got 14 people waiting for it. Alright. There's not much for me to do at the moment other than, like, fast forward a little bit. Use his fists of steel to protect his vital organs. I mean, you could actually make the argument because everyone else was outside. There was no debris between Shrike and the blast. So yeah, it just got kind of burned or whatever. While everyone else had, you know, whatever the building was made at thrown at them. And it was actually the shrapnel that was the danger, not the blast itself. But that never necessarily means that much. How does that clock still have almost 26 hours on it? That's about what we started the stream with. It's because you're all generous and very supportive, that's how. Oh, we had a death today. Yeah, another legendary prisoner. One tapped the guard. So they've almost finished enclosing that outer area. Meanwhile, we have the transfers. Approve all the requested transfers to different security kind of things. There is so much contraband. Holy crap. The legendary prisoner is a problem, is what the legendary prisoner is. Did you at least kill the legendary prisoner? Parole hearing failed. Yep. Yeah, so you can see the danger of legendary prisoners, like how fast they went through 2 of the dogs and 2 of my guards in like no time at all. Yeah, and this is that legendary prisoner again, broke free again, and just killed another one. That's the same prisoner who has gone through 5 different guards in the time it's taking us to like try and patch them up. Legendary prisoners are rough. That's where you get, you know, an armed guard. Let's see, is there a campaign with an ending or endless soapbox? There is a campaign, and you can go through it. I would definitely say, though, the campaign is literally just to teach. It's basically a tutorial for a campaign. That guy is just killing all of our people. "32 awaiting solitary confinement." Yeah, that's because when you do a shakedown, everyone found a certain contraband gets marked as being put into solitary. So it's just you get a really, really large number of people who need to go into solitary all in the same time frame. But canceled that tile because you're struggling with it. Reset you to do that tile again. Yeah, getting the power there. Yes, that was rough. The sheer number of people that one legendary prisoner killed. That's those prisoners you put like 4 armed people with shotguns outside the room. You wait till they kick off and just authorize lethal force and be like, "Look, man, we can't keep you. You're just gonna kill everybody." There's a certain point you gotta just cut those losses. Oh, good. We have a returning prisoner. Yeah, so we're probably getting pretty close to the point we'll likely risk the game over soon. Because as you can see, we're starting to get some more legendary prisoners we can't handle. We're also falling really far behind on the number of cells I need. The tension to my prisoner is basically completely up to the moon right now. So this is going to be probably a pretty bloody day. All things considered, it's probably going to be a bloody day because people are going to keep kicking off. And whether it's guards or prisoners, people are going to die. And very likely, if we run into that, it'll become something where we'll get that warning that, hey, if anyone else dies, we're going to try and hold it down. But that maximum tension and not enough cells is gonna be something that's gonna hurt us real bad. I'm hearing a dog just go to town. Well, it was. There's a grant for basically minimally feeding your prisoners the worst possible food for like multiple days, which just drives everyone up the wall. There's a couple grants like that are just like, hey, what if you just set your whole place on fire for a little while and just tried to ride to the other side? So they are getting those all built, but I have a feeling this is gonna get real messy long before that. What? Just forget that corner. There, just let that corner be alone. You just keep going back and forth there and getting stuck. Doesn't even matter what that corner is, it's not worth it. Yeah, so right now I've got almost 30 prisoners who don't have cells. And that's going to consider them as locked down, which is going to piss off a lot of people that I have just such a large percentage of my population in solitary lockdown. They used to be one of the broken strategies people used to do in the past. They make these tiny little prisons that like every single room was basically a solitary confinement, and then just have an abundance of armed guards, and just basically use the suppressive effect of the armed guards to keep all but the most violent people locked down, and then the few that were troublemakers, you know, would be dealt with violently. They did make it so it's really not a viable strategy anymore because of both the armed guards and the and like the whole lockdown thing escalating the prisoners that everyone would just start kicking off at the same time. It just get too much to manage that you'd be constantly dealing with the prisoners and accidentally killing them. And with losing conditions, you'll just lose. I'm surprised you haven't had more fighting yet. This is the one who's been killing all my staff. This Pennock down here. Yeah, because I need 44 more prison cells to catch up. Which also means I need enough food and enough entertainment and enough doing all that. I'm not allowed to let my prisoners talk to their families for another 63 in-game hours. Gonna be bad. At least I got the spiritual guidance going, helping. We should also get like the animal therapy and some of the other things going when we can. But actually, was animal therapy the meeting room? Okay, that's fine. Because all those things can help get some of your people to calm down and all that. All of this, that canteen is not going to handle. How does the feed all the prisoners to do work? Yeah, so this is just kind of a way of seeing that how you're doing on that per day. So basically, the green tall line means they're fed, the green short line means they're actively eating, and the red line means they have not eaten yet. But it's not super reliable because, like, if you're having them eat in shifts kind of thing, you know, you basically have to look at the end of the day, did it mostly fill up? That said, well, they do have the food. They're definitely struggling to keep those shelves stocked with food. I mostly just go by, if I go to their needs, is that food gauge mostly full? Or mostly cleared? Because basically, red is bad, orange is not great, yellow is whatever, and all that. So you're mostly looking for, like, this family one is really bad, and hygiene is really bad too. Which is just not enough showers, is what that means. You have shower schedule right. You definitely don't actually have a tunnel up there. Is there not enough shower time? That's what I'm thinking might be the problem. Is because the showers are back there. Let's try extending it. All right. Let's see. All right, Custodius of Gaming. Thank you so much for the thank you very much for tuning in, and you have yourself good sleep, and thank you for the follow and all that. Stay hydrated, doing what I can. So what I'm low-key kind of sitting here doing right now is I'm kind of hoping, because like this is clearly escalating to the point it's gonna start coming to an end. So I'm kind of low-key hoping that we can ride this out for a little while longer until this comes to an end where things just escalate out of control. Because it feels like those things that where things are at now. Realistically, I probably have maybe another hour playtime at the most before the whole thing starts catching fire. Can we build faster? Get the money? So the problem is the more and more people we hire, the harder and harder it will be to maintain our budget. We can hire more people. Let's go for 5 more workers, because what I've done in the past that's gotten me in trouble is I overhire, and while you've got the grants bringing in money, that can really be good, but then the grants start to dry up, and then you just have no money to speak of because your staff has you completely underwater. Now, realistically, when you're playing, you don't usually have to worry nearly as much as I am. Because realistically, when you're normally playing, you're not on the endless people coming in. And so if things start to fall behind, you just stop allowing prisoners to come in. And you can kind of like just gradually grow your prison. Versus this is very aggressive growth. Where's the visitor table? Sounds like CS2 with government subsidies. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. These grants, you get a lot of them, and there's way more now than there used to be. Also, you can see as they're queuing up to put the furniture in, it's a whole lot of money disappearing real fast. Because that copy is not great about giving you the actual cost of things. Just dealing with it. And I don't even have the pipes or anything put in yet. Alright. Pennock has gotten out, has killed 3, 4. And is now unconscious. That's that one legendary prisoner is just individually disassembling my entire prison. Just trying to get all the stuff hooked up. Just trying to hook everything up real fast. So we are bringing the prison cells online real fast. Like I said, I'm fully expecting us to suddenly have a lot of problems hit at once. Like, we overwhelm the canteen, we overwhelm the kitchen, we overwhelm like the ability to do laundry. That there's not enough recreational stuff. The prisoners start getting angry about that. This visitation thing is gonna really hurt us in the long run. The good news is that we can ride to the other side of the visitation thing. I can just plop down the room designation and start playing catch up on that. That Pennock person, though, every chance they get out of that room and they're not shackled, they're just murdering everybody. Alright. And we got more prisoners coming in. Everything's trying to go as fast as they can. But we're starting to get more cells online. Starting. We've only got, like, in the entire area we're building, we got like 4 or 5 of them up now. But that's one of the things that is kind of cool that you'll get in your runs. As time goes on, you'll start kind of learning the like the prisoners that are particularly dangerous and particularly difficult in your prison. They'd be like, oh yeah, Pennock, man, I gotta watch out for that one. That guy's trouble. That's fine. Like, we've got the showers there. Yeah, a lot of them, hygiene is becoming a real problem. Which all of these ones do have showers in their own room, so they don't even need them. These ones, on the other hand, need showers. So we'll definitely need to get that sorted. I'm trying to wait real fast until we get all that stuff. Like till we get these rooms built out. Because we're still struggling with the number of that. Are the room showers connected? All these ones are. They'll be blinking with a little water thing there if they're not. This is still under construction, so this side is not connected yet. But all the ones over here are good. I could probably do. We'll see if we have the money. Get 2 more shower sets up here. Oh, that's not where I want it. I hear the tasers singing. Shower. Where are you at? There you are. That's actually one of the other reasons why when I'm not doing this type of a challenge run, I do actually like to give most of my prisoners fairly well-equipped cells. Not even because like, this is good for making them happy and all that. It's like, no. It makes it so I don't need to like build as many of these other ancillary rooms. Like, I actually will stop building the shower rooms entirely because they'll be sorted out with that. water. I might just go ahead and go a little long tonight. I mean, we're going to because I delayed the ad as long as I could, but I kind of would like to keep pushing this until the whole thing goes up in flames. You know, kind of have the satisfaction of like we did the run. Because I really don't want to hop back in, play for like 1 hour, and then have everything go. Oh, that's a 5th death today. It's somewhere around 7 or 8 deaths that you have that in a day and you get the warning. And once you get the warning, it's real hard to keep things from going sideways. Man, I got so many prisoners up for parole. Like, our parole room has maximum coverage going on. Yeah, there's no more room in that. I need another common room to facilitate. Yeah, I've got 8 parole things going on per day. That's fine. We're working at it. Spiritual guidance. Okay, weirdly won't let me queue up a second one, that's fine. Alright. We've also got events turned on, so we're pretty lucky we haven't had, like, there's events where the mayor will say, like, hey, you're not allowed to do this and make a severe penalty, or you can have the perimeter fence collapse. If we have a perimeter fence collapse, the run's over, because we'll have, like, 30, 40 people run out of this place all at once. But it is one of those things that, like, I can't do anything about it yet because I need to basically make another layer of exterior perimeter fence, which means expanding out here. You know, like 33 in-game hours, so we get the visitation back. Yep. And that'll start mitigating a lot of the mood problems. Penalties for death in the last 24 hours. Yep. Prisoner coverage plans, finance, reformation. So the average punishment is high, the average reform grade is high, the work experience is terrible, the security grade is high, and the health is low. Mostly because of all of the bullets and tasing and walloping on the head. Because they're pretty difficult to manage. Just blinking red constantly that there's not enough cells for everybody. We're 32 cells short of what I need. How's the power? Doing good for so far. We're only at about half. This'll definitely spike it up like a good 10-20%. It probably won't be until we go and try to build a workshop or something that it'll really escalate. Grant completion. Which grant? We didn't reform. Oh, I got 200 prison cells. Wait. I have enough cells. I don't understand. So I actually have enough cells now, it's saying. What? It's saying I have enough cells for the prisoners, But it's also saying it's unable to assign a prisoner to a cell. I don't have anything like... No, you only get death row if you actually choose it. Like, if you do the research for death row. So, prisoners. I don't really understand. Why are you having an issue? Unable to be assigned to a cell. Who? Who is unable to be assigned to a cell? Show me the individual who currently cannot be assigned to a cell. Okay, lock that door open. Lock this door open. Lock that door open. I know the prisoners are filthy. I'm actively working on it. At this very moment, I'm expanding things. Something's weird here. So you don't have any of the pipe here yet. Oh, I see. They got all the toilets in there, but none of the pipes have gotten there. They're still working on it as best they can. Meanwhile, let's go to rooms. And we go storage. I'm going to go expand all that over there. Just so you can keep putting that down to help out. They'll get those going. Let's see, can we use the old visitor room as a parole room? We could probably get one more, because that has to be 5x5 with a gap. Well, maybe 2. We could get that there. I'm not super worried, I don't think, about that. Let's see what our programs say for the parole people right now. Yeah, so we're getting 8 at a time. And parole-wise, I've got 16 up. Usually what happens is a lot of your minimum security people parole out pretty early on or get released really early on. And then most of your like super max and all that, you just don't get to parole them most of the time. It's pretty rare. So I think we should be okay with that. Right now I just want them to keep working on what they got going on here. And I also want to make that into a visitor room and that into a visitor room on the short term as soon as we're allowed to catch up that family need. Because we had, how many families? 83 families want a visit, so we got a backlog to deal with on those families. Yeah, I'm assuming it was someone who was like waiting to go into solitary or something, got confused. Yeah, so that kind of threw me off that was so angry for a while and then suddenly got sorted out. So things have stabilized temporarily. Set up delivery area. It's basically complaining that my delivery area is not big enough. Because there's so much stuff being brought in to make this that it's just kind of going. So we're ahead on cells? Yes, by actually a large margin. Now the problem is all those cells are missing power and water because they haven't run it all, and we're still getting the showers online. We then need to get the canteen online because I fully expect that to be inadequate as the number builds up. It'd be 30,000 to expand this way. And same up here. 20,000 to go that way. So definitely want to expand more when it comes down to it. Could it be that we haven't received the prisoners for the day? Well, we'll get the 16. I actually don't know. I'm kind of wondering if we've unintentionally broken things by having such a backlog of trying to drop stuff up that I might have multiple days worth of prisoners just queued up in the you know, row of vehicles trying to drop off things. Which I'm curious how that'll work. It almost feels like the prisoner drop-off should work like the ambulance, where it takes the other lane, so it can't be blocked. So like prisoner drop-off and ambulance come in here, and then your regular delivery of goods is the only thing. Well, and trash is the only thing that goes there. The game will just drop off 75 prisoners in one day. Well, that's what I'm wondering, if we finish getting all this stuff for this delivered, if suddenly I'm gonna have like 4 or 5 of just prisoner buses roll up in there. We'll see. Speed that back up. Yeah, and we actually have the last couple people are getting through solitary confinement too. I'm also worried because one of the things you can run into, and I haven't run into this run yet, is if your backlog of construction stuff gets bad enough. Oh, we had a random death. Who died? Is it Penek? Nope. It is a new legendary prisoner that we don't know the details about. Cool, so you killed one of my guards. Have a good time. Yeah, the legendary prisoners are what really do you in, because so many of them will take like multiple taser shots to take down, and they'll like one-tap your guards and all that. And you get 2 or 3 of those kicking off, and suddenly they just knock through your entire police force, and they go on a rampage, which can then trigger, there's an event called Riot, which you then call in the riot police and all that. And usually the body count goes up real fast once that happens. And then, like I said, you'll take a bunch of penalties, like all people in solitary and lockup will be a penalty, your armed guards will cause a penalty, number of deaths you've had recently will be a penalty. You could use some extra money by opening death row. Sir, right now, I'm trying to just not have my prisoners kill me by everything going sideways. Death row can wait. Because that's net new prisoners and another process I gotta deal with. And whenever you go and have someone execute death row, to increase the number of prisoners on cleaning duty, I have to make a another / larger cleaning room. Where did Pennington go? Pennington stole stuff. Search the prisoner. He had keys. So 3 dead today. So congratulations, new dog handlers. Welcome to the team. Yeah, so Pennington grabbed one of the security guys' keys and was going for the door, and I told him to search it. It does stop them when that happens. Oh, hey. They ended up killing one of the gang members. How are we doing on our gang recruitment problem? Boiling point? Gangs. Okay, so the gangs are starting to build up. We've got about 8 of the red gang, 7 of the blue gang, and 4 of the green. And a parole officer was just murdered. I don't think that's gonna work for your parole chances, friend. I'm pretty sure that ruined your parole chance. I like how the parole lawyer is just like, you know what, we can probably manage this. All right, well, one of our staff members just got murdered. Cool. Yeah, no, legendary prisoners, the whole gimmick is they can one-tap. That's the thing. There's a thing deadly where they walk up and they can one-tap you, and you cannot get the equivalent on your guards. So very genuinely, legendary prisoners are just stronger than your guards. Even with tasers and armor and everything else, doesn't matter. You can still get one-tapped. Yeah, look at all the prisoners. 3 buses of prisoners rolling up. Hey, look, we suddenly have 209 prisoners. That the prison cells I just finished building were actually inadequate. Yeah, you're more like, well, yeah, and the dogs unfortunately get in trouble a lot because they're faster than your guards, so they do manage to close the gap and reach the prisoner first, which is good for actually stopping the prisoner from getting away. But it usually means the dog is fighting on its own for a few seconds while the guard catches up. We're gonna need to shake down soon, or we're gonna have a tunnel go, and then things are gonna get real bad. A recent hype, it's fine. So basically, one of my low level people's actually thing. All right, so Pennock, the guy who's been causing me grief, so was in here for perjury, and since there has committed more than 3 murders, so now their sentence is 279 years. Is there dog armor? No. All right, well, it's time to get things messy. We are... increasing our police presence. Why is Pennock in reception? It's a different Pennock. I believe they called it a long-term customer. Yeah, these are the people that just got dropped off. They haven't been issued to a cell yet. So very, very much contraband. Just nothing but contraband. Wouldn't be easy to build dorms? Yeah, well, the problem with the dorms is then when you go into a room, it's 4-on-1 when the things kick off. I do have some dorms. There is arguments to be made for making like the single dorm rooms with 1 double bed. I've done, like, the times I've done this in the past, the dorms escalate really fast. Especially if you end up with like 2 legendary prisoners in 1 dorm. Because a lot of times when one person kicks off in a dorm room, the whole dorm room goes with them. Especially if they're tunneling. If they're tunneling, everyone, you know, kicks off the moment you find the tunnel. It's a catch-22. You can build the rooms faster, but the danger when things get bad goes up faster too. I don't think there's like... wouldn't say that this is the more correct or that's the more correct or anything like that. I think it'd be just different strategies. And I haven't done this in long enough to really test to be like, this is the better strategy or that's the better strategy, here's that kind of thing. It's been years since I played Prison Architect. Alright, well, we've had our first death for the day. And that would be good old Pennock kicking off. Sunrise, Pennock has to murder someone. And the escalation keeps going and going and going. But it's okay. We just have 16 more prisoners showing up soon. The good news, I can open visitation very, very soon. And that is going to genuinely help some. Oh. Second death. Who was the second death? Got a prison guard who died. It's 24 more prisoners every day. Should be 16. No, it's 24. I don't know when that switched. There's the third death, which is a random worker who's just minding his business, getting murdered. And we got our fourth death. Another worker minding their own business. Here comes the next 24 prisoners. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Literally increasing the population of the prison by about 10% per day. We've completed our security review of the visitation process, and visitation rooms can now be re-added in the prison if you choose. I'm re-adding visitation. These people are all gonna murder each other if I don't. Alright, a whole lot of families come by. Don't worry about what's going on here. It's fine. What do you mean I'm at maximum danger rating? This place is busy? Yep. And we're still building other prison rooms. Alright, so we got the money. Get to work. We've got to grow the prison yet again. Are people still staying fed? I mean, they're doing okay. It's all right. Right now, it's still family's the biggest thing. Safety is another one that's building up because people keep dying. So understandably, people are a little concerned. They have some minor grievances. You know, I'm going to try something I haven't done in a long time. So I can put a canteen in the kitchen. Before everyone starts starving and everything goes sideways. I make almost 20,000 a day just from the prisoner intake. It's not enough though. Why is that one? Okay, it's just one happens to not have the pipe. Okay, things are starting to de-escalate. I don't imagine it's going to stay that way. Because I keep having to replace dead staff. all the prisoners saying, we need cells to be in. And you know what? Fair enough, but also not a thing that's... Okay, we just had someone else die. I've got all these showers I missed. Just forget it. We're not going to do a clean thing. We're just cutting across this. Forget it. I don't have the time to build it well. So the next death. Okay, we got another legendary prisoner. Reducing our cumulative number of guards. Making them all retrain on the daily. Okay. So we got a lot of building to do. First, that's another guard that just died. Oh, nope, never mind. That's a snitch that just died. Alright, and bear with me, because I just got my headset beeping being like, yo, my battery's getting low. All right. Yeah, no, I'm really surprised we haven't done that. Do they unironically use super randomized pattern carpets in rooms above pubs for that reason? Weird. Like, you keep hearing the tasers popping off again and again. That's... Oh. I believe... Isn't Chris one of the, like, the devs? That's, like, their person? But, another legendary prisoner from the looks of it. So, while they're min security right now... There we go. That's all we needed. Another snitch has died. We're getting right onto that fence. Is that like 5 legendary prisoners? We're probably more than that, but 5 who have kicked off. How's that family need coming along? Probably slowly right now, because we did open this day. I mean, it is going down, but nowhere near as fast as I'd like. We do have the families wanting to visit. It's just slowly ticking away at it. It's just gonna take them time getting in here. Alright, how are grants all going? Cell block E. Yes, please and thank you. I need that grant money. I've got a lot more building to do. So you are dealing with... Oh, that's yet another, legendary prisoner I wasn't aware of. We've got at least 7 legendary prisoners running around now. Now, granted, it seems like Pennock's the real bad one, that I don't know what's going on with them, but they seem to be triggering at the drop of a dime and just murdering people. Where the other ones seem to just be mostly chill, but when something goes off, they make corpses happen. All right. Yeah, we've got more people who need to be handled. Have we managed to get anyone through like the basic foundational education? I don't think so. We probably don't have anyone ready for Gen Ed. No.
Thank you Penny Liaoi for subscribing for 5 months. Rual Chaos, I love this game. Used to play it a million years ago.
Hey, Penny Meowie, how's it going? And thank you for the 3 months of tier 1 subs you just got right all at one time. Alright, so shout out for Penny. For those who don't know, Penny Meowie, absolutely fantastic content creator as well. I shouldn't say as well. Fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of retro games, has played a lot of Project Zomboid, a lot of good stuff over there, so definitely go check them out. Good times. Yeah, no, we haven't been playing this in ages. There's like, you know what? It hasn't been updated in forever. The sequel, whether or not it's even happening, is up in the air. But, we used to do a couple of challenge runs here on the rare occasion, like the Permadeath Warden mode and the Never-Ending Intake, which is what we're doing right now. And I think we're up to 7 or 8 legendary prisoners. So I'm going a little long expecting our imminent death when they all kick off and a riot goes. You're doing something fun, backing up everything useful on your computer. Spoiler, it's not fun. Yep. You've just reinstalled the game to do a run later today. Yeah. So the whole thing here, so we're trying to grow because we're getting, what are we up to, 24 prisoners a day now? Alright, so I think I am going to go with what people mentioned earlier. Let's go ahead and dismantle these ones. And this visitation room is gone. And we're going to make that into more parole rooms. Because our giant visitation room is catching up with that. And I need to get these people out of my prison. So it's 5 by 5. It's just... It's slightly too small to fit 2 in. I'm going to do that one for right now. But we do need more. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I will need to make another patrol or parole room somewhere, probably. Because we are running into... I mean, that's still... We're getting... 27? 27 if my math is right? No. 4 times 3, 12. 12 patrol sessions per day. So hopefully that's going to catch up. Because usually found you want at least half of that number. Otherwise you just fall way behind. Can't see how close we are to closing that and then ready to tear down that wall. And I'm literally just going to copy all of these blocks and do that again as best we can. Well, I won't be able to. I'll grab one of these blocks, drop it down there, and then do the next one until we can't do that. They're behaving so weird about the sequel? Yeah, well, I think what happened was Paradox, because I want to say Paradox is the one who's doing it. They had their layoffs, and I think what happened is they pulled a lot of resources off of Prison Architect, and I don't think they're ready to call it dead, but it's been deprioritized is my guess. Which means most likely it's dead. Because it's usually how that plays out when that happens. That said, I'm curious. Like, it would be nice if they have it. We've not seen a lot of how Paradox handles stuff like this. This is kind of the first time they've run into a major instance where they cut resources. Alright, so getting that giant area there to be a ridiculous canteen, kitchen, and all that to try and solve that. I can't tell if you're actually enclosed, because it looks like you're actually enclosed. But if there's a single tile of this wall missing and I open up that other wall, it's basically game over when like 50 people go bolting out of here all at one group. Now it looks like we're good. Alright, so this wall's coming down. Okay, yeah, we're good. Because I'm getting another 24 people here. And I'm not ready for it. We don't have enough for the last 24 people who showed up. Alright, so we got Richardson is just on a rampage, just murdered 2 dogs. Hate it. Yeah, last year, indefinite delay. Yeah, that's the thing. They didn't officially call it canceled, but they basically were like, we're not working on it. Is kind of the way it came across. So, most likely it's gone. Usually when you get that verbiage, that's the end of whatever the thing was. Alright. And I'm gonna be real lazy in how I wire this one up because we're growing too fast, and I cannot take the time to do things properly. One second. I know that'll work. Never done it that way. It probably won't. Okay, so who died and why? I've already missed who the corpse was. Oh, here you are. Stop killing the dogs. They deserve better than this. Oh, is that Pennock out? That sounds like Pennock got out. Yep, there's our buddy Pennock. Every time he wakes up, there's just a pile of corpses. Wait, did you actually kill Pennock? We're free! We're free from the murderer! Every time that guy got out, it was like immediately like 4 or 5 people died. Sniper was like, I've had it with this guy. The downside is we're only midday and we're already seven bodies for the day. So that's not good. We're right at that fence. I don't know the exact count when you get the phone call. It's like, yo, you're about to lose. Because we do have game-ending conditions on. Hey, sorry, man. Didn't mean to lock you in. And it's definitely somewhere around 7, 8, 9 that, like, in that ballpark, that's when you get the call saying, hey, if you let more than, like, 3 people die in the next 5 days, you go to your own prison. Okay, so we're trying to expand as aggressively as possible. Another thing we're going to do... Don't look at it, chat. The gap is 1 wider than it's supposed to be. I don't have time to recorrect all of that. We just live in this. This is our existence now. I hear tasers going. That should help people get around a bit better. You think you can go on death row for over 10 kills? Yeah, so that's just not the way the game works. Every time they murder one of your people, they usually get 25 years. There is death row in the game. That said, I do appreciate that the game took death row very seriously and didn't just make it kind of like a character of it where it's just execute as fast as possible kind of thing. So they kind of did the whole thing where it's like, you get someone on death row, they get to have their like 3 different hearings where they can plead insanity, they can plead whatever, they get their like 3 different things to try and protect themselves from getting there, and a lot of times they'll win. And all that does, for the record, when they do win, it just means they become like a max, super max prisoner, and you're stuck with them for like a lifetime term kind of thing. So you do, if you get death row, you get real dangerous people up down the road from it. But if you do manage to, like, they do fail to, you know, appeal their sentence, you basically have to shut down the entire prison, put it all in lockdown when it comes time for the execution. And they don't do, like, this big, like, spark animation, like, silly things. It kind of has this, like, somber music. And you flip a switch and it just goes dead. But honestly, having the whole prison have to go into lockdown during that time is a big deal. Ooh, are we starting to get enough gang members there that they're starting to take control? Yeah, so we got our gangs are. Oh man. So Red Gang is in full-on recruitment mode now. They've jumped up to 18 members. That's a problem. That's a real big problem for us. That they're gradually taking over the prison. When they get enough people, they can take an actual pass at. Yeah, and so that's like literally Green here went to go recruit in that room. And succeeded. What are you? What's going on? Okay. So, the difficulty is usually the way you fight the gangs to keep that going is you separate the gangs out, so you get all people in the Red Gang and you put them in their own section and minimize their interaction with others. And the reason you do that is that prevents them from being able to recruit more. So as people like get, you know, paroled from the prison and all that stuff, you can kind of whittle down their numbers. And then the other thing you would do is in a lot of the areas they end up at, you'd turn in there, you know, you just have a very strong guard presence. That way they don't try anything because you can kind of meet them numbers for numbers and you have equipment. Unfortunately, I can't do those things. Alright, looks like someone tried to make a break for it and got in a fight with the worker. And the more and more Red gets more members, they're also more likely to escalate violence against the rest of the people here. Because that misconduct works in their favor and reputation. That other prisoners who are there long term see them as like a dangerous group to not oppose, as well as someone that they might want to join up with because, you know, the guards are actually afraid of them and yada yada. Like, if you want to stay safe, you gotta be part of the gang. And there is bumpkus I can do about that. Like that is some heartburn that we just gotta deal with. But yeah, so you can see that this gang has already just got 20 more people in it. They have 2 officers who are recruiting. This gang doesn't have any officers. The Green Gang does have an officer, so they could also start recruiting. But if you look at it, this one's only got 13 misconduct, 6 misconduct, and they're at 75. So what's interesting is we don't have a gang trait or anything like that. Alright, informants. So the informants will give me lots of information about what's going on. Okay, we're gonna bring Alexander in and have them come in here, and they should give me significant amount additional information. Now, the downside is this does potentially put them at risk of being revealed that they are one of my informants. But it's also one of those things that in doing this, I can get a lot more information while they're in my security room. Yeah, that is a terrifying person up there. Yeah, so you can see our prison's getting pretty nasty who's in here. Yeah, so all the stuff highlighted in red is stuff that Casper knows about that we got. So we got basically mostly contraband, is what I'm seeing. Most of the other stuff is stuff I already know. So you can go back to your room. I'm surprised we didn't get an alert for 9 murders in our prison that, you know, the end game warning. I gotta be right on that fence. It can't be much more than that. Right, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna do that and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. We also have the dynamic reputations on, so as they do successfully kill people and all that, and work out, do all sorts of stuff, they can get tougher. It can also go where they get less awful, but we are not accomplishing the things to make that happen. And we're gonna get ourselves another 24 prisoners we don't have space for. I'm working on it, but, you know, the stacking body count is not helping my workers. Let's see, so each of those new blocks of 32 houses, we're going to need one of them every day. Well, not, okay, so not really, because we are getting rid of prisoners as well as they parole and release. But yeah, no, it's, the prison has to grow really, really fast. And it doesn't help that we keep having these people kill our workers. Trying to keep an eye on the gangs to see as it escalates. Yep, there goes the recruiters. The recruiters are building up. They have a 3rd officer. It's interesting to watch this, by the way. I haven't watched the gang build up before in a long time. Because usually when I ran with gangs, I wasn't doing the infinite intake. Can you fire the officers? No. So officers isn't like my police officers. When you deal with a gang, the way a lot of the structures are, you'll have whoever's in charge. For the most part, they will actually stay out of things, but they will have officers underneath them And so what ends up happening is the gang leader passes off their information to the officers, being like, hey, this is our goal. This is what we want to work on. Keep it on the down low. And then those officers will go out to whoever else is underneath them to then send those people out to get themselves in trouble. That way, the person who's in charge of the gang is kind of fully removed from whatever nefarious things are happening. Yeah, so this is showing that the gang has enough people in here that they can start forcing the people who want to use this area to basically effectively pay tribute to the gang, or will just flat out not work them, say you can't have this. And the gangs will do that. They will effectively take control of territory in your prison. And if there's enough of them, they actually will take it so that, like, they won't, like, they'll take control of that room, and I won't be allowed to change that room until I force them out. Is that why the showers aren't working? No, I'm not sure what that is. All right, so the gang's just picking up one more member, little by little. The scary thing is that the rate they're recruiting, they will outnumber my my security force in not too long. And when the gang outnumbers your security, that's really bad. And even worse, if I go in here, say like we have Green. Green's the one in charge of the gang. If I turn around and I put the person in charge in solitary confinement so they can't give out orders, usually at that point, the whole gang escalates to like maximum hostility until you let them out. They will effectively, in a lot of ways, hold your prisoner hostage, or hold your prison hostage by just trashing the place and causing mayhem until you let their leader go. The gangs get wild in prisons. There's a lot of guards who they will work with the gang just because working against it is a thing. When I say working with, I don't mean like breaking the rules and all that. It's just more in their interest to... Oh, we don't want to do it in that order. It's more in their interest to be like, okay, let's negotiate with the gang and try and make this happen, because you're stuck with that person. They're not going anywhere. And they can make your life absolute hell. Okay, so power. Wait, did I not have the fridges there? Where's my fridges? So this is probably the point that we're going to really push our power grid. I really wish they made it so you could see the sprinklers at the same time as this. I'm gonna assume they're there. If I'm off, we'll just make a mess out of it. So I did guess right with those pipes. And then for these... Oh. Did you take down one of my armed guards? You got a shotgun? Holy crap, man. Well, you kill one armed guard, you get 3. Okay, so we get that kitchen online, and then we'll get that. Yep, so you've got almost 100 misconduct. You've got 25 members. The other gangs stand no chance. Red Gang solidly controls this place. There's also a good chance, given the opportunity, the Red Gang will go after some of the other gang's members. It all depends. We don't know what their gang's objectives are. Because it is a thing that actually changes in the game, that they might decide that they want to just get out of the prison. They might want to eliminate the other gangs. They might want to siege territory. Like, there's lots of stuff. We have so many injured people here that are not getting taken care of in time. Oh, good. We're actually getting our prison cells online. That's good news. Oh, and there's another dead body. Oh, snitch. It's not the place to be the snitch. Not the prison to be the snitch. This prison is really in a bad place. That gang is going to completely destroy us. And I'm just seeing it coming and going, I can't even get enough cells. Let alone manage my population and separate them out. I can't even get enough cells to separate everyone. And a lot of these gang members are bunking with not gang members, which gives them lots of recruiting opportunity. All right, we're gonna do another shakedown. Soon as they go from 8 lockdown, we're gonna do our shakedown, because I'm getting real worried those gang members are probably arming themselves up with whatever they can get a hold of. They've been picking off my guards, and we haven't been finding all the things that my guards had. Which means a good chance there's a bunch of them running around with stun batons and keys and all sorts of stuff. Such as that key card right there. Yep, lots of weapons. You are finding a lot of things I don't want you to have. The other problem is the prison's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's going to become also a problem in just how much more we got to manage with it. Is more guards the solution? I mean, it'll... So the problem is that won't help prevent the recruitment. It can help when they escalate. But the recruitment is going to keep going unabated. So that could delay them escalating. As a real possibility. But I need to get the cells sorted, because once these come in, then we're back to not having enough cells pretty soon. I need to get this canteen online before people start starving. Yeah, because food is there. I still don't really get what's going on with all these showers struggling. Yikes, that's a lot of things found. Yeah, that was the reason I need to search again. I'm honestly surprising we haven't seen more tunnels. Like, usually it's like every other time I'm dealing with a handful of tunnels to deal with. And I think we've only had like 2, maybe 3, because we caught one just started. We got one that actually had like a good distance down here when that was our south edge. But it's really been very mild on the tunneling side of things. Starved to death. Did I mention I need to deal with food? That's why I'm trying to prioritize getting this and then the rooms I have no choice but to build going. Because this is going to be a giant kitchen with multiple canteens attached to it to just try and mitigate that. Because this is not adequate over here. Oh, hey. There was a very, very small start to a tunnel here. Alright, they kicked off. We managed to shut them down immediately. I also just realized I have almost 80 people waiting for solitary confinement. That's going to be its own problem. So... expand solitary confinement. Got people kicking off left and right. Luckily, everyone's taser trained, so doing that. Even said solitary confinement, we build Arkham City and just release all the inmates into it. Well, what's going to happen is the inmates are going to release themselves at some point. And, oh my god, you're up to 26. Stop recruiting so effectively. Leave the dogs alone. They deserve better. Hey, look, the buses of prisoners have arrived. My favorite. $27. $28. They're recruiting so fast. There is no stopping this. What's the current needs look like? Family's still hurting pretty bad. Hygiene's still hurting pretty bad. We're not as bad as we were, but we are working on it. The good news is we are getting through the whole roster of families visiting, so that's really helpful. The bad news is I've already got this block built, and that's not enough cells to handle what we've got here. Prisoners are apparently unhappy with how little free time they have in their daily schedules. The guards have been hearing whispers that if things don't change soon, the prisoners are going to start causing some damage. Start? What is the start? Please explain by what you mean with start causing this some damage. I'm pretty sure they're murdering people at a pretty steady rate here in this prison right now. $29. Every time I look, they've got one more member. They are going to outpace my rate I could reasonably have guards. Because I do have to pay for my guards, and they don't have to pay for their gang members. I'm genuinely surprised we haven't triggered Riot yet. When you end up having, like, people kick off and, like, you end up with 4 or 5 of them kicking off, it'll become a riot event. And when rioting happens, like, it's a whole thing where you get ominous music and they will not stop going off until you manage to get them all incapacitated, either by having them surrender, killing them, or, you know, knocking them unconscious. Alright, so the kitchen is officially technically functional. So with that, we need to go down here to start getting the canteen set up. And I deliberately didn't label it as a canteen yet because it would start sending people there. And that would be really bad with no food being there. Oh, to heck with it. Rooms. Canteen. Do it. Get power in there. Power in here. Grab you. We can actually be really lazy about this. Quick build, customize, clone. Okay. Customize clone again, because I accidentally right-clicked trying to cancel stuff. Alright, that'll be fine. Okay, so get the first canteen online. We got a small army of prisoners who can work on that. How is our power looking with all that? Bad. Okay, we just had someone else die. I don't really know where, but okay. Any escapes yet? We had escapes early on. We had like 3-4 of them when a pathing issue happened. Right now, we're dealing with the Red Gang is very quickly overrunning the prison. They're recruiting very aggressively, and there is nothing I can do about it because we are just trying to keep up. Oh man, we're up to 31. And we're just struggling to even keep the number of cells because we're doing infinite intake, so they just keep coming and they just keep coming and they just keep coming and they just keep coming. If you're ready, great. If you're not ready, that's pretty unfortunate actually, because that's not going to change literally anything about what's about to happen. Getting 24 prisoners every day. We had our first prisoners starve to death because my canteen and kitchen weren't up to it, and we're working on that. That's what this is all about. Oh, thank goodness some people are actually paroling. That was 4 solid paroles. I'll just take it as they're very, very motivated parolees. That they're like, no, really, I will do literally anything. Please get me out of this place. Like, this place is where you go to die. I need to not be here. It also looks like blue and green are starting to recruit as well. Red definitely is solidly in control. Yep, and there we go. Another dead guard. They're all popping off of those tasers, doing their best. But there's just way too many people there. Please get these. If we don't get food in here, people will start starving, and they will get very murdery when that happens. Yeah, I am not capitulating with their free time thing. That's just, I got other problems. Alright, meanwhile, let's get the other one started. And go here. Custom, clone. Okay, so I have the 2 new canteens going up. We've got our new showers. We've managed to narrowly get the prison cells back ahead, even though half of them don't have water and all that, because we're building as fast as we can. Okay. I'm assuming we're basically done with bureaucracy for the time being. Just take it. I shouldn't be doing those, but I'm just like, just take it. This is just gonna be waiting. Okay. I'm expecting an escalation if you didn't catch what's going on here. So we have increased our entire security force and our workforce to try and get things going faster. That is going to be a massive cut into our wages, unfortunately, or our revenue, unfortunately. But I'm also sitting here being like, look, gang, finish it off. I really need to be wrapped up like an hour ago so I can, you know, start the next day at a reasonable, not even a reasonable hour. Basically, I start early, so I'm being honest about the whole streamathon and, you know, starting early kind of thing. But it's just, I'm definitely in that thing where it's like, okay, this is clearly going up, you know, like in hell in a handbasket soon. Like this is gonna escalate and pop off and be a disaster anytime now. And I don't want to start like the next stream and we play for like 30 minutes and the whole thing catches fire, because I don't see this as a game I'm going to do like 8 or 9 runs of. Like, I love Prison Architect, but it's not relevant anymore. Like, people don't... When I say relevant, people are not searching for it on Twitch anymore. Like, it's not had an update in literal years. The sequel seems like it's been canceled. It's just, unfortunately, like, you'll have people who pop in there, your existing audience, who want to see it and all that. But I definitely don't want to do like 8, 9 streams of it. That's part of the reason I did this challenge, is usually it can kill you pretty quick. Oh yeah, no, I'm happy to have played it, for the record. I'm very glad we played it. It's just not one of those ones I think I can get away with like for 3-4 streams. It'll just be one of those things that like we'll just watch the viewership slowly decline. Lock that door open. There's no reason for me to close it. How are our needs going now? The Warden Challenge is cool? Yeah, that one's fun. The problem with that one is it is much slower. Let's expand that area. When I get my next payout, we're going to need to frame that out so I can get the next block of cells up here. Like, that's the thing that's going to get me, is these 24 prisoners per day is starting to build up real fast. Meanwhile, let me do this. Shout out Allison Adventures. For those that don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of Project Zomboid over there, so definitely a good place if you like Project Zomboid. Okay, cool. We got the next cell block is getting ready to come online. So that should put us in good shape to potentially receive the next set of prisoners. But yeah, so definitely check out Alice Adventures. Really good time if you're into Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. Good time in general, but, you know, playing Project Zomboid, it's a place you can find Project Zomboid. Are you having a good subathon? I am. Considering I'm pretty sure our timer is still over what I started with the first day. And this stream is already 14 hours in, and it needs to end soon. Did you get the plus thing? Yes, the plus is locked in. We should be good in the plus program. I got 10 bucks to my name. We're doing good. That'll be fine. When we get the one good thing about getting this many prisoners is we're basically making $20,000 a day just on the intake. Plus, you do actually get paid a little bit every day for every single prisoner you have. So, we should be okay there. We are slowly working through our really, really long list of people that need to go to solitary confinement. Alright, so let's see how well the gangs do here. Another day of them recruiting. Oh. First death of the day. It is again someone murdered a dog. The poor dogs. All right. It's a shame that this covers where the death counter is, so I can't really watch both of them. Yeah, I mean, the red gang is actually pretty evenly spread out in the prison. We got recurring things. I was like, oh, red isn't recruit anymore, but it was sleep time. Yep. And there we go, there's another recruit. Yeah, so, funnily enough, so red is getting all the crappy cells. And the reason why red is getting all the crappy cells is because red is causing so much trouble that they don't get to go in the better cells. Now, it said the only one who seems to be getting any of the nice blue, like the big cells, is the blue group. And that's just because they have so few members, they're basically lying low and just trying to stay out of it. Meanwhile, green actually doesn't have hardly any cells dedicated to itself despite having some more members. They must be splitting cells here. Ooh. They're planning something. Gang business. They're making a move on something. Okay, they've stripped off their clothes. They're going and showing their tats. They're ready to get down for business. They don't have a current objective shown, but you can see that they had their officer talk to other people. It looks like they're going to be seizing control of the room here. Which means more than likely they're going to approach everyone and basically tell them to get the heck out. And so all the other prisoners are no longer going to have access to this room unless they pay the gang to be here. It also looks like... Oh, wait, gang fight. Gang fight is broken out. Okay. Alright, so what's the final count? We didn't lose any of... Actually, I think we may have lost one handler. We came out pretty okay. It looks like they made a move on the green gang when they went into the area. They lost one member. I didn't see... Yes, there was a gang fight here. And Red Gang lost one member. And I think they actually just killed a bunch of random other prisoners that happened to be in there while the gang went up. Well, the gang fight kicked off. Like, there's just people caught in the middle of it. But yeah, so Green Gang managed to get 2 kills. Red Gang managed to get 3 kills total. Now, Red Gang is up to 4 officers recruiting, so again, that recruitment is going to keep escalating. Oh yeah, and the gangs can also make a move on your security. If they have enough people, they can breach your security and arm themselves. That's really what I'm expecting to happen here. Is you see how things are continuing to escalate right now? I'm expecting these to escalate to the point that they just absolutely hose this poor prison. And I don't, like I said, I don't normally you sequester them, and that's how you deal with it. Alright, so they killed another one of my guards. They killed another dog. And you're just hearing tasers out in the distance going off constantly. And they got another member. 146 misconduct. It looks like Green Gang is also recruiting aggressively now too. They got their second officer. They're way behind against Red. Alright, that's another... Well, that's a snitch. Snitch just got in the wrong place, wrong time. Your power station is overloaded. Look. That's gonna have to be a later problem. I'm not building anything more. Actually, that's a lie. I'm building more of these. Okay, when you make the next grid up here, or the next area up here, I'm gonna have to give it its own power grid. We're gonna drop that down speed-wise. And we're gonna have to search people again. This is liable to get really messy this in-game night. Because the gangs are starting to realize I don't have enough to keep them from causing too much trouble. Oh, that's 11 kills. Oh, no, the gang's making a move. The leader of one of the gangs in the prison is currently being punished. It's your choice how to proceed, but all of their gang members are going to cause a lot of trouble while the punishment's in place. Staff. Replace the dead guard. Replace the canine unit. Oh, good. 0 deaths today. I appreciate that. Hey, either of you gang members want to be a... Okay. I guess neither of you want to be an informant. I was like, either of you gang members want to be an informant? Want to tell me what your guards are up to right now? I was going to do a shakedown. It's too late now. It won't be done nearly in time. How many prisoners you can't see because of the timer? 274 prisoners is what we currently have in the prison. The thing is, it's the endless going in, so we haven't had the chance to like holistically set up the place. And as a result of that, we have gangs out of control now. And there's no really getting it under control. Alright, we already have 2 dead today. The sun hasn't even come up yet, and there's 2 already out here. One of them's a dog handler, so new employee. Alright, everyone's starting to get up, so this will be lovely. They're getting the next expansion ready. And the taser's popping off again and again, as it does every morning. It's how you know the sun came up. Like, when you're on a farm, you hear the rooster. When you're in Prison Architect, you hear the tasers. Same basic thing. Got third death today. There's this guy running around with this chainsaw just wrecking everybody. Okay, we got the one of the chainsaw sorted. There's the next wave of 24 prisoners. They built that perimeter wall real quick. Well, yeah, I've got like 50 of them because it's the only way I've been able to keep up. I think the chainsaw? Well, I brought it with him. You know, he walked in with it. We thought to ask him about him, but you know, he seemed really upset when we did, so we just, you know, decided to leave him alone. Alright, so we're peeling that down so I can start getting the next blocks of cells built. I don't have the money. Where are you going? What are you doing? Alright, I don't know what you're doing, but you just fell over, so that's okay. It's his emotional support chainsaw? I know, it just makes him feel safe. Who am I to stand between a man and his chainsaw? And another dog was murdered. "37 members. Time to build power." I'm working on it. Okay, so you can go up here. That'll be the room we put power in. Because the problem is money right now. I keep upping my staff, and that's not helping. That is looking like pretty close to riot territory right there. That is begging for riot. We got a ton of people. Okay, they did split up. It very much looked like they were gonna kick off and start a proper riot. Ooh, that is a lot of gang members bunched up. I know they're there for their meal, but that is red solidly having more people in that room than green, with their leader nonetheless. Another dog, because it's always the dog. Poor dogs. Yeah, so get the power online, and then I need to slap down like 4 more sections of prison area, because that's already all built. And the next in-game day, we can handle 1 in-game day worth of intake. The second in-game day is going to overrun us. How are our needs? What need is hurting the most? Family. I can't help you with that. Look, you've got visitation. It's got space. Another prisoner dead. Another prisoner dead. Another guard dead. Another prison. Well, that one overdosed. That one was like, to heck with this. I don't want to be here. This whole thing's coming apart. I have to wait for it to actually be built. That's fine. At least the deaths. So the problem is if you have too many deaths in one day or too many escapes, you'll get a notification that says like it was a grim day yesterday in the prison, and it'll say like, hey, if you get literally more than like 3 deaths in the next 24 hours, you'll be held accountable for criminal negligence, and they incarcerate you in your own prison if that happens. Oh, don't do that. All of this, cancel that. Don't do that. That's bad. No. Can't. There we go. That's the game over screen in this, by the way, is you get to watch your person be escorted into your own prison. Yeah, home's filled with family needs. Yeah, we have phones. We can add more phones somewhere. Right now, I'm struggling to keep as much as we can the other thing. Honestly, the fact that they're killing like 10, 12... This is... Oh, starved to death is not what you want to see. Which is also, how are you starving to death with all that? Too many people signed to this kitchen, I'm guessing? Yeah, no, I'm aware. JJ said we're doing infinite intake. So we are just having everyone in here. So I'm struggling to keep the number of prisons, like the number of areas filled, just to keep ahead of the 24 we're getting every single day. Because what I even mentioned earlier, the way you deal with the gangs usually is when you start getting a gang established, you just lock them all in their own little area. So I have like this area here. I'll have its own canteen, its own yard, its own everything. And you keep them sequestered to their end, so I have no one to recruit. I don't have the time to do that. We got another 24 prisoners arriving tomorrow. And then tomorrow, the day after that, we got 24 prisoners. Basically, I need one of these entire blocks every single day, minus whoever gets paroled or murdered. The only reason we're doing okay is we lost 12 people today. But yeah, so this has already gotten out of control. This is past recovery. Not like, if it wasn't infinite intake, this would be a manageable amount, because I could start locking them down, having, unfortunately... There's no way we're not getting the call in the morning saying, hey, you know, yesterday was a dark day in the prison. Shakedown time? As soon as it gets ready to the point that, 15... That's another dog dead. You could just get rid of more with death row. The prisoners don't automatically go into death row. You have to get a death row prisoner. They get 3 appeals. And if they succeed on any of those appeals, they become a supermax. Death row doesn't let you just spontaneously murder your prisoners. Shakedown. All sectors. Good luck. But yeah. You know, you could also back off a little on the back seating there. Just saying. We are doing the endless intake thing. That's what we got going on. I haven't played the game in multiple years, so certainly I'm making a couple of issues. I'm not saying I'm min-maxing and all that. Did the power thing get built? Yes. Okay. We went to search them, and they murdered our dog. Is there a reason your pathways are outdoors? Because I have to spend money to make pathways indoors? And that's been one of our limiters because we're doing that. And then plus, when you're doing the indoors, they have to take the time to construct those tiles. There's no way. Did they like... So we turned on the game failure condition. There's no way that 15 deaths are acceptable for a day. That is unreasonable. Like, I remember going back, and even with a decent-sized prison, you'd get like 7, and you'd get the call and be like, oh crap, I gotta really, really manage this now. And also, you probably notice I'm not taking any time to like be very cautious in my building and all that. Frankly, because I'm expecting this to die anytime now, and I'm still surprised it's still managing to hold on at all. Probably need one in the middle. I'm gonna run out of money for this one here. Okay. We're gonna try and work on getting all that built. But yeah, like, that's things you could do is you can, if you have more time, you can deliberately make a padding. I think it's like 16 tiles where I'd have like, this is the outside here. And then you'd have 16 gap between there and there. And then you wouldn't have to worry about contraband being thrown over. You can also make the entire area interior except for your yard and keep your yard central. There's lots of way of doing that. The big thing is with the endless intake, I don't get the time to really plan things out. It's just you kind of slap down the next building and be like, all right, there's 24 more rooms. Okay, let's go. Up. Next day is by slap down 24 more rooms. Let's go. With contraband being thrown over from the outside, that's the thing. Yep. Yep, if you're close, like, actually, here, I can show you. We can go here and say, last 24 hours of contraband. So we can go, and it'll actually tell you where it got. So that was smuggled in. That was stolen from the kitchen. That was smuggled in. Smuggled in, smuggled in. Found pen was stolen. They got that brought in from visitation. Where is one? Because they often do throw them over. Yeah, so it's, see where it says thrown? Thrown means that came over the wall. So back when my outer perimeter wall was right up here, it got thrown over the wall to the person in there. That was which one? Yeah, so thrown means they chucked it over the wall. Yeah, like we don't have a lot of things you want to manage your stuff. So like what you'd normally do is I would usually have like a room like this with one way in, one way out, and then metal detectors at the door, and always keep sets of guards and all that. Doing the perimeter wall, you assume those would be pretty solid against breakouts and that sort of stuff. So it's good against breakouts. The idea though is the person's chucking the thing over the fence. Like you have someone who's smuggling something in, they chuck it over the fence at the person on the inside. And that's a thing that happens in real prisons. You know, or they'll, like nowadays, they'll use a drone, fly it over and drop it in kind of thing, that type of deal. But that's the whole thing, just chucking something there overnight, that kind of thing. And usually they'll organize that by phones they've smuggled, or even the phones on there. Yeah, you've got the thing where people can listen into it. I keep waiting for this whole thing to kick off. There's another death because you overdosed. This is gonna be a hot day because we're still in the middle of the shakedown. The gangs are pissed at us. They want us to give them more free time. Ooh, wait. Territory change. So it would appear that the Green Gang has grown enough that they've actually claimed the common room as their territory. So we actually do have the choice of evicting them. And to do that, I basically kind of all hands on deck, bring all of my guards, and just throw numbers at them. So yeah, so you can see this now that the gang is making money by effectively forcing other prisoners to give them their money to be allowed to go in. I'm honestly fully expecting the Red and the Green Gang to go and fight over that territory. So I'm kind of watching for one of their officers to go to the side and like rally and then send everyone in there to clear it out. But part of what this will cause is those people who don't pay for it will have unmet need because of the things that that offers. And also I believe I cannot change this room as long as it's considered their territory. So like all these individual rooms that are red, green, and blue, I don't believe I could change any of those rooms because the gangs control that area. Okay, so we just suddenly had a riot kick off. We were having no death and no violence. We now have a riot. Okay, so it looks like the riot's kicking off in the canteen over here. So I'm gonna grab all of my people. Now we have in our prison over a dozen legendary prisoners by now. All right, we got a separate set of fights happening up here. Okay, so we got the rioters that were inside the canteen under control. Do we see any other buildings that are starting to turn red? Okay, so it looks like we managed to put... Yeah, our gangs turned down? Yeah. So it looks like we managed to put down the riot right away by just overwhelming police force. That we just rolled in with 70-something guards and just immediately put down the riot. Now the question is, was that one of the gangs who did that? No. It's also interesting, the idea that they control this territory and they've been here for this whole time and that they've made $18 and that's like the big deal. Okay, so we're gonna roll in here and we are going to evict the Green Gang. We should have way more than enough numbers to deal with the Green Gang. Yes, I believe unless the Green Gang sends more people here, that'll slowly deplete. And then we'll be good. And if they do send their members, then it basically boils down to they send their people, I send my people, and we see how much we're willing to throw at the problem. That Red Gang controls so much territory now. Yeah, once they start evicting them, until they prevent the eviction, it does look like it stopped the money ticker immediately. All right. Okay, so they are evicted. They didn't even bother trying to defend it, which is fair. I had 78 guards I could throw at it if they attempted it. Alright, 10 dust again. Yeah, I'm trying to go really fast to kind of let this thing take its course.
What's the worst that could happen?
So we did get another day with 12 deaths. That's what's bothering me, honestly. I personally feel that 12 deaths should be enough to trigger the ending event. And we did turn on game losing conditions. I don't think we can go back in there and change any of it. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we set it with the game controls, and I don't believe we could change that mid-game. Because we went out of our way to make sure that was on. Because that was the whole idea, is I wanted to have the infinite intake and be put under pressure until eventually things got out of hand and it all went to hell. Because I'm rusty, so I don't anticipate being able to hold up against... Let's see, you got 4 officers. One of your officers died. And Blue Gang lost its officer. We have another riot. Which I didn't even have to intervene, it solved itself. We just discovered that one of the teachers we bring in for inmates classes has been smuggling huge amounts of contraband. They've been fired, but the damage is done at this point. I'm also low-key just enjoying watching the gang thing kind of run its course. Because it's been so long since, like, I've never let a gang just get away from me. Usually the moment I see it escalating, I've got them isolated in their corner, and then I can just slowly whittle down the gang's recruitment. You know, as people get released, parole, die, you just slowly clear out the gang. Not fully, you never fully get rid of it. But if they don't have any of their officers or their leader, usually the gang just doesn't do anything. Oh, we had a bunch of the gang members all rallied around this person. Yeah, so it keeps triggering riot, and the riot keeps getting put down almost entirely on its own. By the guards. And we're gonna get that block put in place just in time for the next wave. You're a legendary prisoner, I assume? Yep. That legendary prisoner went through about 6 people and took about 5 taser hits before they finally stopped fighting. But we're not under a riot anymore. Glowing red like we're under riot, but we're not under riot anymore. We have some need that's like way out of line. Still family, like I've got that. So we got 15. if 15 doesn't give me, you know, the alert of like a game over warning, I'm just gonna assume it's busted. Because that's not a reasonable number of deaths for your prison to endure a day and not have a consequence. Because like 15 kills a day is enough that if you could just keep that going, you could kind of indefinitely handle the intake by just killing everybody. Because I definitely need to be wrapping up soon. Of those 15, how many are guards that are a little too enthusiastic with their work? Not many. A lot of them, they were doing their job, and the legendary prisoner just walked up and shanked half of them. Like, those legendary prisoners will go through your people easy. And we got an overdose over there. Okay, we're at 16. That is not a reasonable number by any metric. I definitely know I've gotten a call at like 7. Now, it might be we don't get the call until like it's morning time or whatever. Yeah, you did that in your prison. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can do that, and I've certainly had, like, the legendary prisoner who just kept killing my guards, so you just stage 4-armed guards outside their door, keep them locked in there to kick off, and then just lethal action. And between the 4 of them, almost always you'll kill the prisoner just by the sheer volume of shotgun shells. Yeah, I know we chose losing conditions. I don't know if they, like, massively reduced the difficulty of the game. That was just like, we don't care anymore. But 16's not acceptable. That's literally killing off, like, a considerable percentage of your prison every single day that this becomes moot. Alright. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this thing to its knees. I say the prison is over. Because like I said, I wanted to just have a one and done. I was expecting to get... There we go. That's what I want to see. Are you actually going to succeed in putting down that riot almost instantly? They just beat the riot. They just won. They didn't even take that many losses. Like, it keeps triggering riot, and then they seem to put it down by themselves. Predators have settled down and are stopped causing trouble over their lack of free time. You may have realized they'd have less of it if they were always in solitary. Yeah, they definitely... Prisoners out of control. Put down this riot now, or the government will step in and retake take it by force. Uncontrolled riot. There's like 6 people. Just go. I love it's like out of control riot. Instantly handled. Yesterday was a very dark chapter in the history of this prison. Far too many people lost their lives here. So it took like 33 people for him to care. Make sure nobody else dies today or we will be forced to prosecute you for criminal negligence. I have to have 20 deaths before I get in trouble. Literally, we let 30 people die yesterday. More than 10% of our prison died yesterday. By me just fast-forwarding, deleting all the kitchens, and pissing them all off. And with that, I have to avoid for one day 20 deaths. Yeah, so they massively reduce the difficulty of the game. Yep, first death. Because it used to be something like 7 or 8 deaths would trigger it, and there's some variable to it that would change it. And then you got like 3 deaths. Yeah, let's see it. Because I want to show you what the game over is. Because the game over is you get incarcerated in your own prison. So yeah, so you can see we're not letting the prisoners have access to actual food, and we are not doing anything to prevent their anger, and just letting it escalate, which really doesn't take long. And there's the one last one is like paroled at the right time, got out last second. I saw what's happening. I will say and do literally anything you need me to not be here. If I manage to not game over by literally starving my prisoners for a full day during the consequence and just letting the whole thing burn and survive the criminal negligence charge because they just can't manage to kill themselves fast enough, that's honestly in a lot of ways this has kind of ruined the game for me. I love the game, but this means there's no real risk of failure. Not really. Here, let's escalate it faster. We succeeded on not losing. Again, there's no food in the whole prison. Literally no food in the prison. I cut off their access to food. We have left these ones rioting here uncontested. This is with never-ending intake and losing effects in place. There's no, like, turning them up or down. That's... Yep, I know, riot is occurring. And I'm not even fighting back. The riots are solving themselves. And this is not a well-built prison. This is a terrible prison. Man, they killed this poor game. Like, it's still fun. You could still do the prison stuff, but like, we turned on challenge stuff and you can't even lose. I mean, you can lose. You just open the wall. Here, we'll get ourselves criminal negligence. This'll do it. Criminal negligence. Let's go. Now everyone makes a run for it. That sniper's just popping one person after another. This is also weird, because it used to be you'd open a wall like that, and you'd have them rush the wall. Like, we got a couple, but they're only going in, like, 1s and 2s. Let's see, 3,000 early prison release rewards. Looks like fun. You just deleted the wall. Yeah, no, it's just... This is honestly very disappointing. Like, having that happen in Prison Architect in the past, that ended your run. Like, you immediately got the penalty, and you had to get everything, like, pristine throughout the next day. Or the alternative is you'd go in here in Bureaucracy, and you could do legal prep. And legal prep basically was a get out of jail once where you should have gotten a game over. You hand wave one game over out of the way. Yeah, this is honestly really, really sad. Like, I'm actively trying to lose right now. There's not... Oh, I can't fire you, you're dead. There. We've even gotten rid of all the guards. Literally, the prison is running itself. That's fine, smuggling. I don't know who's discovering that the smug league's happening here. Speaking of which, how are the gangs doing? Well, they're losing members just because everyone's being allowed to leave. Okay, now they're starting to figure it out. The prison is out of control. Put down the riot or the government will step in and retake the prison by force. There's 6 of them. Oh, it's got a timer behind here you can't see that says, I have 3 in-game hours to stop it. For the record, when the government rolls in to put down the riot, they go really hard. They go really, really hard. Oh good, the riot stopped itself. Again, I have no guards. I literally have no guards. The riot literally canceled itself. What is this crap? We had like 80 people have between, sorry, it's like 70 people between escapes and deaths got through yesterday. Yep, yesterday was a very dark day. We have PR disaster brewing here. Far too many prisoners have escaped recently. It's your fault. Lock this place down and make sure nobody escapes. Otherwise, we'll expect your head on a platter. Okay, this should be losable. Yeah, no, this is way, way easier than it used to be. Failure. You have failed. Your prison is a laughing stock of the media, and they want somebody to blame. That somebody is you. You're fired. I'm supposed to be incarcerated in my own prison. Did they get rid of that? I think the other thing's still going. Because it was 10 was the game over for deaths. Yeah, no, it used to be you would get incarcerated for criminal negligence if you let too many escape. Or all that. Yeah, no, we had to go out of our way. Out of our way, we had to go out of to lose. Like, I literally had to rip down the walls, and it still took multiple attempts. We had a riot, and the riot solved itself even with me eliminating all the guards. I'm honestly pretty saddened about that. This poor game, they basically took away the lose condition for all as far as I'm concerned. They really, really, really gutted the game's ability to be lost. Anyways, with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're over on YouTube, it will be dropping abruptly for the stream because I don't have the hosting all set up. I have to set that up in advance, and I didn't plan for that. With everyone over here, thank you again for so much of the generosity. Oh, before I forget, so we're at 23 hours, 28 minutes. So 20.